at 10 a.m. and I'm going to call the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. And I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Would you like the salute?
We can salute the flag before the roll call.
Thank you.
Why don't we do that? Mr. Daly.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move to roll call. Thank you.
So Chair Andriola,
Present.
Vice Chair Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Herman,
Here.
County Manager Kate Thomas,
Here.
DA Mike Large,
Present.
and I'm Jan Gallassine, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And just to let everyone know, if anyone is here for the public hearing, we are going to have a time certain on that at 1 p.m. So I just wanted to remind anyone that is here for that, just to be aware. So we'll move now to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are on item number 3, public comment, and comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and it may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available.
Thank you.
First up, we have Harry Swenson, followed by Thomas Daly.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to address the board. My name is Harry Swenson. I live year-round in Incline Village. I'm one of the applicants for the Advisory Planning Commission of the TRPA Governing Board. Thank you for this opportunity and encouraging full-time residents of the Tahoe Basin to apply. It is important that the person selected appreciates the wonder of the lake while also understands the realities of living there. Residents face constant concerns of wildfire risk, complex evacuation planning, heavy snowfalls that affect transportation, and summer traffic standstills on our mostly 2-lane roads. We also understand and see firsthand the challenges of housing affordability for our workforce, needs of our school children and seniors, and impact of the millions of visitors who come here each year. These issues that full-time residents experience and understand in a very direct way. The Advisory Planning Commission plays an important role in advising the governing board on emerging science and policy issues that affect both the basin and the people who live here. It is essential that the appointee is able to understand and clearly communicate science behind those policies and their impact. TRPA plays a critical role in protecting the lake, the jewel of the Sierra, and ensuring that it is sustained for future generations. At the same time, there is sometimes a perception among the residents that regulations can be onerous or unevenly applied, and improving understanding and communication around these issues is very important. Looking forward, challenges such as transportation congestion and emerging concerns like microplastics deserve continued attention and research. Visitor education is also critical so that everyone that comes here understands their responsibility to protect the lake. My family has been coming to the Lake Tahoe since the 1960s. I have been fortunate to live here for the last 12 years. After a career of NASA focused on science, technology, and management, I hope to bring these experiences along with my deep love of this place to help protect the lake for generations to come. Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thomas Daly, followed by Terry Brooks.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Thomas Daly, a resident of Washoe County and a former Washoe County Planning Commissioner. I would ask that my comments today be entered into the record for this meeting. Later in your agenda, you will hear an appeal by World Properties seeking to overturn the January 6th decision by your planning commissioners denying a tentative map and special use permit for the project known as Sierra Reflections in rural Pleasant Valley. This project is proposed for construction on an unremediated EPA-designated Superfund site contaminated with mercury. As the applicant has pointed out in their appeal, this will be a de novo hearing, so one requiring your review not only of the applicant's appeal, but of the entire development process. That would include the planning department's analysis and tortured recommendations to approve with conditions. This project and the public comments by dozens of opposed Pleasant Valley area citizens, engineers, scientists, and former regulators among them. They have standing and they would suffer irreparable harm should this project proceed. This application was so deficient that the planning department needed 26 pages of conditions outlined in Exhibit A of the staff report to generate a positive recommendation to approve with conditions. This effort by the planning department suggests they became an advocate for the applicant rather than a dispassionate judge of the application. Getting this application over the finish line with a positive, biased recommendation became the only outcome for the planning department, while simultaneously ignoring the development code's requirements to meet certain findings. Fortunately, your planning commissioners did their due diligence identifying the errors not only in the application, but also in the planning department's recommendation. Not a single planning commissioner could make the required findings, an unprecedented rejection of the planning department's recommendation. Your deliberations today should reach the same conclusion. This project would, if approved, represent a clear and present danger to your constituents. Washoe County does not need its own toxic Love Canal. I urge you to support your planning commissioners and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Curtis Coulter.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to engage in the topic of discrimination when it comes to politics and age. There have been some politicians who have declined to help the elderly people, but would rather just leave them behind. In the year 1965, some politicians supported Medicare, which helped a lot of elderly people to receive a lot of health care. But there were some politicians who did not support Medicare for the rich to help support the elderly they did not think was fair. People who are elderly are more susceptible to illness, such as the coronavirus that caused a lot of elderly illness. Some politicians say our health care system has been biased against the elderly, while others say that the federal government should not help the elderly. When a lot of elderly people are sick and about to die, and some politicians don't want to help them, I just have to wonder why. Everyone has a right to live and to do so in good health, even if they're elderly, regardless of their wealth. If someone doesn't want to help someone else who is in need, why don't they help them? Is it because of their own greed? Maybe it's because they don't want such people to help make the selection when it comes time to vote in the next election. When it comes to elections, the elderly are more likely to vote and are more likely to control the government because of their vote, and because they have such influence when putting candidates in office, then they might be more likely to put more elderly people into office. Our elderly population keeps continuing to grow, and when it's time to go and vote, they're more likely to do so. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I will keep all this in mind when I vote on Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Curtis Coulter, and I have handouts to distribute, and followed by Beverly Silva.
Good morning. My name is Curtis Coulter. I request my written comments be entered into the record. I'm addressing Sierra Reflections, Nevada law and facts pertaining to master plans and zoning. In 2006, the Nevada Supreme Court issued the case of sustainable growth versus jumpers, and it held master plans must provide a pattern and guide for orderly physical growth and development of a county, and that the zoning regulations must be in accordance with Nevada master plans. Nevada Statute 278-250 requires zoning regulations be adopted in accordance with the master plan for land use and be designed, A, to preserve the quality of air and water resources, B, to promote conservation of open spaces and the protection of natural resources, including scenic resources, and to protect life and property in areas subject to floods. NRS 278-160 states, an analysis of the characteristics of the land that is suitable for residential development must include a determination whether the existing infrastructure is sufficient to sustain the current needs of a projected growth, the projected project, and the growth of the community. Land use analysis must ensure the development is commensurate with the character and physical limitations of the land. The development here requires significant alteration of the natural topography by cutting hilltops, filling valleys and meadow with over 4 million cubic yards of terrain. A finding cannot be made that the scenic views will be preserved or that the development is within the physical limitations of the land. Land use must also promote health and general welfare. The developer cannot ensure that the high levels of mercury will not be disturbed to contaminate neighboring properties or be carried downstream to contaminate other properties. The county must also ensure the protection of the character of the existing neighborhoods, which are rural. The developer will not look at you and state honestly that the development will preserve the rural nature of the adjoining neighborhoods. A finding that the development is compatible with and will preserve the character of adjoining neighborhoods cannot be made. A finding cannot be made that the existing infrastructure is sufficient to sustain the current needs of the projected growth of the community. The closest public transportation is more than 5 miles away. The closest substation for the sheriff is at Incline Village. Fire protection is inadequate when at least considering the reoccurring wildfires that have burned the area. A burned out fire truck still sits at the north side of the proposed development. Sierra Reflections wants to import water from a different basin. A finding that there will be no damage to the existing water supply cannot be made. The proposed plan does not comply with the Nevada law, the master plan, zoning, NRS 278-250, NRS 278-160, and it does not consider the infrastructure needed for urban development in a rural setting. Please affirm the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Silva, and she has documents to be distributed, followed by Drew Rebar.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Silva, and I'm a homeowner in St. James's Village. The Sierra Reflections Appeal asks you to accept significant impacts while offering vague assurances and no enforceable protections. Let's start with traffic. The project adds 940 residential lots. Conservatively, that's 1,900 additional vehicles using a limited road network that already experiences congestion. Washoe Valley has no redundant routes, no meaningful capacity for expansion, and no realistic mitigation for peak hour traffic, emergency response, or evacuation. The impacts are obvious and permanent. Next is sewer infrastructure. The appeal admits the wastewater treatment plant upgrades will be necessary, yet it does not clearly commit the developer to pay for them. This project, combined with future development in St. James's Village and throughout Washoe Valley, will push the systems beyond the current capacity. If the developer is not fully and contractually responsible for these upgrades, the burden shifts directly to the county and then the existing taxpayers. This is not responsible planning. The housing ladder argument does not withstand scrutiny. There is no evidence that current residents, many who have low interest rates, will upgrade and move into the Sierra Reflections home. There's no guarantee that those homes will then sell and become affordable. And there is no binding affordability requirement tied to this project. This is not a housing solution, it's a talking point. The question you should be asking is simple: who actually pays? The answer is not the developer. Costs are passed on to the builders, then to the buyers. Then when infrastructure fails, short and falls short, the county, and then the taxpayers. The developer assumes minimal long-term risk while the public assumes all of it. And finally, future intent matters. Approval creates value, value that can be sold. If approved, St. James Village and Sierra Reflections can be sold and transferred to a new developer who can seek to amend existing agreements. For St. James Village, most existing parcels have a proximity to a busy freeway with no rational market supporting a 1-acre custom homes. The only viable outcome would be more high-density development, and that is not what St. James residents agreed to. This appeal ignores cumulative impacts, shifts financial risk to the public, and relies on assumptions rather than enforceable commitments. This is not true private investment. It's cost deferral, leaving the public exposed once the original developer exits. Please uphold the unanimous denial by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Rebar, followed by Jay Howard.
Drew Rebar for the record. I'm a candidate for Nevada Assembly District 40, which would represent the areas that we're talking about here. I've been talking to people for the last couple of years in my run for this office, so I've got a lot of community contact in the areas, especially because I live in Washoe Valley. I drive past this every single day, as was mentioned, the fire truck that's been there forever. I bought property out in this area because it is rural. If you're going to develop anything out there, you need to maintain the rural character. That's what that's what the voters in this area want. I haven't heard anybody that I've talked to in my community, Washoe Valley, Pleasant Valley, all of those areas, that want this. The voters are against it. Not to mention the legal issues that have been brought up here by the previous speakers. So I'm going to keep this short, let everybody move on with their day. I urge you to vote against this project, to shut it down. If they want to build out there, go back to square one. Keep it rural. Personally, what I'm concerned about is my water and my well. I'll bet you everybody else that lives out there is concerned about their water and their well. It's a big problem if we do some. Fire protection. Since I've been out there used to be 2 fire stations out there. Now we're down to 1. But we're going to add almost 1,000 homes. I don't think it's a very smart idea. Thank you very much. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Jay Howard, followed by Christopher Wood.
Good morning, and thank you to the commissioners for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Jay Howard. I'm a Washoe Valley resident, been out there for 31 years. Been in Nevada, this part of northern Nevada, for over 60. And please consider my comment regarding possible action with respect to the Sierra Reflections application. I request that any action be denied once and for all and identified as incompatible with the land and the resources of the Truckee Meadows South Valleys. At issue is the fact that no proper studies can be done on groundwater availability for the proposed 940 single-family dwellings. My greatest concern is the 600-foot well and our valley water supplies. No study can show that there is adequate water supplies for the size of this development, for example, based on an average of the lowest water years over the last 50 years. Please do not let the Sierra Reflections development happen, one that will almost certainly negatively affect our water supplies during drought years for the existing Washoe Valley residents and Pleasant Valley. In addition, I have significant concerns regarding new vehicle trips, traffic congestion, public safety response times and capacity, and just the deterioration of the quality of life for existing residents. In my opinion, the Pleasant and Washoe Valley areas are not the place for high-density parcels. and housing like Sierra Reflections. I am against this application. Please help us protect the water supplies and quality of life in the South Valleys area. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Christopher Wood, followed by Taylor Hodges.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Wood. I am a longtime resident, well, since 2015, full-time of Incline Village. I am here speaking on the appointment to the Advisory Planning Commission of the TRPA. I want to take this time to talk about what that organization, the Advisory Planning Commission, does. The commission functions in an advisory capacity, obviously with that name, but more specifically what it does is it collects technical information, planning information, and lay perspective. And that's the role that you have here, is to appoint somebody who will be a lay person from Washoe County. Just to give you another example, the Advisory Planning Commission, of what they do, another example, they recently recommended to the TRPA that there be an environmental impact statement of the recent planning changes by the TRPA. And this is not insignificant at all. The environmental impact statement is the highest and most difficult analysis that they do. And the recommendation came from the APC through its work with a group called the Tahoe Living Working Group, which gathered information over 2 years, technical, lay information, and planning information, and said, hey, if you're going to change the planning rules in the basin, then you need to do a study like this. So that's what the APC is, and I just wanted to make sure that we're all on that page. The function of the Washoe County lay representative, obviously, is to be non-technical. It's not somebody who's supposed to come in with technical background necessarily. It's somebody who can represent the community, voice the community. Needless to say, Incline Village, and I don't know as much about Washoe County in general, but Incline Village doesn't always speak with the same voice. So this is an important role for the lay representative, is to know the personalities, know the voices in the community, and be able to express that, communicate it to the APC on issues that are before the APC. And that's pretty much what I wanted to talk to you about right now. Thank you for this opportunity. Bye.
Thank you.
Taylor Hodges, followed by Philip Gillenfar.
Taylor Hodges, resident of the Steamboat Valleys for over 40 years. Regarding the Sierra Reflections, I'm in opposition to it. Living there my whole life, we've had water warnings related to mining that's been going on in our area. Mining is long-term, and it is directly related to mercury. On large water years, we've received warnings to not use our water, to not use our wells because of the mines that have gone up in the Virginia range, part of the Comstock lode, and now we're talking about disturbing, another site contaminated with mercury. Again, stress on the infrastructure that we have down there. With the high winds, we close the upper portion of 580, and that pushes all of that traffic down, which congests it further. The cyclists already experience death on that very specific stretch of highway between Pawnee Lane and East Lake Boulevard. And then when you have those wind closures, you also, it pushes the traffic over to East Lake, which is also a very congested area with lots of families, people that are part of this master planned rural community where we like to raise our children. Also, the athletic fields are very stressed, and when people get in a rush, you know, we moved to this community to have a certain way of life and be outdoors. And then, you know, people get in a rush, and by the time you're dropping your kid off at the athletic field with no infrastructure, with parking that is overwhelmed, someone drops their kid off, and by the time they're done dropping their child off, they're running your child over because they're in such a rush to go find parking to run back and see their family. So there's a lot of things that goes into this, and the voters do oppose it. Everybody opposes it, and that's what you guys are here to represent, is the voters in your constituency, and overwhelming all of our resources and supplies and changing the feel of our community is not something that you guys should condone. And let's uphold the appeal. And the reason it's being appealed is because people are against it. And there's going to be another appeal, and people are still going to be against it. So I don't know how many times we have to hit it home, you know, to stop someone who doesn't live in our community from just.
Thank you.
Philip Gillenfarb, followed by Autumn Harry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am an applicant for the Washoe County position, lay position on the APC. My name is Phil Gillenfarb. I've lived in the Tahoe Basin for, I hate to admit, over 60 years, and have operated an architectural office there for land planning and architecture in Incline Village since 1989. Over the course of my career, I've worked extensively with TRPA, worked extensively with Washoe County and other jurisdictions on a wide range of projects throughout the region, especially in the basin area. I appreciate the critical role that TRPA plays in protecting Lake Tahoe. I would welcome the opportunity to contribute my experience through the service on the Advisory Planning Commission as the Washoe County representative. My experience has given me practical experience and understanding of how TRPA policy works, along with how they're implemented, how they affect and protect Lake Tahoe and the communities that we live in. Lake Tahoe is an extraordinary place, plays an essential role in protecting it, TRPA does. For 5 decades of living and working there, I would welcome the opportunity to serve Washoe County and the basin to help protect or to ensure the planning decisions continue to protect the lake, but also supporting our healthy communities. The APC primarily is a technical advisory, reviewing planning policies, development proposals, environmental issues in the Tahoe Basin, and make recommendations to the governing board and the governing body. Very limited amount of project-specific review that they do, and they don't make a final ruling. My work has required extensive interaction with TRPA and the regulatory system, along with Washoe County's regulations, and interpreting these regulations related to coverage, land capacity, scenic standards, environmental, fire, all these different forest health. I feel like my experience brings a lot of that to the table. I've been involved in the community planning efforts for many years. I was involved in the Incline Village and Crystal Bay community plans. I want to say back in the 90s and 80s and 2000s, and then again in the Tahoe area plan and incorporating the Tahoe area plan. I feel like I have an independent architectural and planning division. I would be approaching this really as with that experience. My interest in serving is simply to contribute my experience and long-time perspective to planning in the basin and how it affects our community as a whole. If appointed, I'd be honored to serve Washoe County and the basin and provide thoughtful, balanced recommendation and support for environmental protection and a strong community. So I appreciate the time and the consideration. Thanks.
Thank you.
Autumn Harry.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. My name is Autumn Harry. I'm a member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe and also an artist and muralist who also lives on the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I was really fortunate to work with Commissioner Garcia last year for a mural project in Verdi, And also I'm here to speak on agenda item 7E3 for the Sparks mural project for the library. And yeah, I wanted to thank you all because I know it was approved at the last meeting, but we have since switched fiscal sponsors. And so on the agenda item today is to approve our new fiscal sponsor, which is Honor the Earth. But I did want to show some images of the last mural that I worked with Commissioner Garcia on. And how do I do that?
Just, you can put it right down to your right. Actually, the
Right here?
other direction.
Sorry. Oh, here, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is out in Verdi, just below Cabela's, and it's along the river. This is part of one of the newer parks that have been approved, Riverbend Park. And so this is an image of Lahontan cutthroat trout that are swimming upstream that don't have any barriers along the Truckee River. I tend to put a lot of trout and fish within my artwork. I'm a fly fishing guide out at Pyramid Lake, and that's one of my passions. But this mural project was really focused on recognizing keystone species within our area. This is the second wall here with a coyote and her pup. And you can see some of the native plants like Indian paintbrush, sage, cattails, and it's meant to kind of draw your eyes to the river and the ecosystem around it. This mural was also the merging of the desert with the more alpine area. And so on the third wall, we had a black bear and her cub, and she's catching a fish because the fish, again, didn't have any barriers, and she's able to eat and provide for her cubs. And then we also have the lupin and the pine trees in this one. So a lot of my artwork does focus on the Truckee River watershed and how we can all do so much more when we're protecting the river and the lands. And a lot of my work also has a big emphasis on Indigenous rights and Indigenous connection to land. And so, yeah, just wanted to thank you and ask for approval for us to continue working together for the Sparks Library. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everybody here in chambers, but we will switch now to Incline Village, and we have Helen Neff.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, okay, we lost our video here, but it sounds like we have audio. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. My name is Helen, and I live in Incline Village. It is really encouraging to see 9 applications for Washoe County's lay member appointment to the TRPA APC. Because of the importance of this position, it's essential that the appointee be able to represent Washoe County and the local community without limitations or potential conflicts. Based on the application, some candidates do not reside in Incline Village or Crystal Bay. One does not appear to be registered to vote in Washoe County, and several disclose potential conflicts of interest related to matters that may come before the APC, or they currently serve on other Washoe County boards. After reviewing the applications, I respectfully express my support for the appointment of Harry Swenson as Washoe County's representative. The APC plays an important role in evaluating complex environmental and planning issues affecting Lake Tahoe, including understanding and interpreting the science for the TRPA governing board. Mr. Swenson's extensive scientific background, as well as his management and leadership experience during his career, qualifies him for this role. As a full-time resident of our community, he's directly familiar with our community most affected by the APC's work. His involvement in local issues demonstrates a clear commitment to the well-being of Lake Tahoe and its residents, along with the balanced background needed to engage thoughtfully with the technical information that often informs TRPA's decision-making. Having a representative who lives and experiences the Lake Tahoe Basin community firsthand helps ensure that Washoe County's voice at the APC reflects the realities and needs of the residents most directly affected by its decisions. There's one other point that I'd like to add. When one of Harry's senior friends was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, Harry made a point of picking him up every Thursday to take him to the IVGIT Conversation Cafe and then to lunch, providing important social interaction. We have limited senior services here, and Harry went out of his way for one of his friends. And this kindness and compassion for others is badly needed in today's society. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to the residents of Washoe County.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move now to commissioners and county manager announcements. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. This is the announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas. If I may, I just have one thing. I would love to welcome to the commission chambers Mr. Bennett and his class that is a middle school speech and debate class who are here to observe us today. So welcome to all of you to Washoe County Commission chambers. And
see, they're waving. We're waving.
Thank you for being here. With that, I have no more announcements, Madam Chair.
Well, welcome. I think many of us watched your video. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for creating an incredible experience and creating a Guinness Book of World Records, right, for the recitation of 460 students, if I remember that correctly, 480? 468. Well, I had an 8 and a 6, but 468 students reciting in unison. So congratulations on that endeavor and welcome. So I'll move. Commissioner Herman, do you have anything?
Thank you for the opportunity. I was approached by a group of constituents recently, and they asked me if I would mention this at this time. And that item would be that they feel that some of the members of this board don't quite understand the role of their job as a commissioner, that they feel like they're being left out of some things because some of the commissioners feel that Reno they're more allegiant to Reno city council members than they are to the county. And so I promised I would give this message to you all. And a couple more things that they said was that we took our oath of office to take care of the people who elected them, basically, and that they felt that we could do a better job of that. So I'm just relaying that message, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garcia. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, not afternoon. Good morning, everyone. I just have a few things. We had the Verdi TV district present to us, and I am wondering if there is an opportunity for the staff to look through the books that the Verdi district have offered up to the county commission and see if this is something that the county should take on instead, and if it makes sense to have a separate Verdi TV district, or if this is something that our staff through CSD potentially could manage, creating more transparency for the residents, which I've heard a lot of concerns from my constituents on this, not knowing who these folks are who are running for office, not feeling like their meetings have been transparent, not feeling like the budgeting has been transparent. We had a pretty tough meeting with them, as you know, from a few months ago. And so I just would like to see if the board would have an appetite to really dig deep and have staff look at and see if this is something that could be consumed under Washoe County, if that would be appropriate. And that would be more than 2 staff hours. So I think that would be a staff report coming before us to spend some time on that. And then I'm assuming there would be a report that would come out and we'd make some decisions from there. And if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. But I want to make sure that I listen to my constituents and we look at best ways for government to run, and if that is a better way to make sure that we're taking care of Verdi, then I'd like the staff to look into it. Additionally, I had a very disturbing report from a staff member who at Washoe County, who showed me a text message from a developer, Mark Campbell, who is requesting a easement from Washoe County, which has been postponed and put on several agendas. And I'm not sure when the next time this easement will be put on our agenda, but I wanted to talk about what I feel like the rules of decorum and ethics need to be. This developer essentially wrote that he'd like to see my vote as a quid pro quo in order to receive campaign donations, which I would never do, which is fully unacceptable in Washoe County, fully unacceptable in Nevada, and does not follow the ethics I follow, but certainly does not follow Nevada law. So I've asked the DA's office to have this gentleman looked into, have this text message reported and investigated. And I certainly have never taken money from this man, never taken money from his development group. And that is not how we make decisions on this board. We do not make decisions based on money. We cannot be bought. We cannot be paid for. And I'm very angered by that discussion that we could be, because we are here to serve the public. We are committed in our roles to make this a better place. And yes, we do ask for campaign donations when we run for office. That is part of what we have decided in Nevada, certainly, and in America, we have to do to ensure that we get the word out of who we are and what we believe in. But we are not here to take money for decisions. And I'm disgusted and I'm horrified by the assumption that that would happen. And so, again, I've asked the DA's office to look into this. They are doing an investigation right now. And I wanted to put this on the record because I think there's a misperception that elected officials just will take donations and will make decisions based on those donations. And that is not how donations work in our state, and that is not how we work. And I wanted to make sure that I let the public know about that and know about how disheartened I am, but very pleased that the DA's office is looking into investigation, because we need to make these type of folks examples if they think they can buy and pay for politicians. It's unacceptable. Thank you. Thank you.
I would just like to thank you for the disclosure. It is under investigation, so there isn't any conclusion to be made. But having said that and hearing this, I would like to have Washoe County consider looking at, as this investigation ensues, what funds have actually gone from Washoe County to any affiliated organizations that he has either contributed with or been involved in. it's hard to hear that anyone would think that anyone could write a check and be bought. It's absolutely not only illegal, it's unethical, immoral, and wrong. So I would like to find out if Washoe County has expended any funds in that regard. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I salute my fellow commissioners for condemning this. I don't agree with it at all. I personally received a check from the Cannabis Lounge here in town and refused to cash the check. So anticipating a vote for that. So I know exactly what it feels like when somebody puts a check in your hand and expects allegedly expected a vote. But in that particular case, I still have the check framed at my house. I didn't cash it, and I wouldn't cash it. And that's just something to remind me not to accept funds for any campaign contributions for any vote. So I don't do it either, and I salute you for condemning that. But let's move forward. There's a 900-pound gorilla in this room this morning, and it's been all over the news last night, yesterday. My morning yesterday started about 9 o'clock. I get a call from the chair of this body and said, I've got to call you and tell you that I got a call from the mayor, and I can't tell you what the call's about. I can't tell you what's taking place. So I'm thinking, well, why did you even call me? I got a call to be told that I can't tell you what the call's about. That's how it started, and this sounds to me like we've got just another example of Bohica. If you get a chance, Google the word Bohica. Bohica. Those that know, and the people who don't should Google that and understand what I'm going to talk about next. We got a situation that's taking place in the county, and there's zero transparency. I still don't know. I got a call. I called the sheriff. I called other people that I know. Nobody seems to know anything. It's just a never-ending story. This is like Reno 911 live. Today, we don't need to make up a parody of the town. We just have to watch what takes place here on a regular basis. The mayor of Reno asked the chair to call us and tell us that we needed to hear that something would be told to us at a noon press conference. Well, we heard something, but we didn't really hear what's taking place. No answer. Was the chief doing such a great job that they pumped the brakes and put her on administrative leave because things were going so well there? Probably not. Probably something was going wrong there that is taking place, but the citizens and the taxpayers don't get to know about it. I mean, we don't need the intimate details of what's taking place, but we certainly should have got a better explanation of what's taking place. And now it looks like the duly elected sheriff of our county is going to be commandeered to run the Reno Police Department. At least that's what I'm hearing. And again, these are all just comments I'm making based on less than transparency that I'm seeing. So if we had a better understanding, I might not need to talk about it here today. But many times the taxpayers they don't get informed about this. Did the taxpayers elect the sheriff? The county, the unincorporated part of the county voted on the sheriff. Did the taxpayers understand that the sheriff was going to have a side hustle? That the sheriff was going to have another job to do? We elected him to be our sheriff, not the sheriff for whoever needed remedial attention around here. There's lots and lots of folks that are retired law enforcement. There's lots and lots of folks that maybe could have been brought in as an interim police chief. And I have great respect for the Reno Police Department. This is an absolute disrespect to all the folks, men and women, sworn officers there. There isn't a single person in that organization that could rise to leadership. Why didn't they promote from within on a temporary basis? Why does the county have to bail out the city? That's what it looks like to me. Just another example of missteps over at the city of Reno. And to Commissioner Herman's point, questioning some allegiance of folks on here on this dais. We've got a couple of folks here that actually live in the city limits. you know, how is the county supposed to, how is the county taxpayer supposed to bail out the city of Reno's police department? You know, they offered to pay, I understand that. Money's not the object. The object is time. We all have 24 hours in the day, not 48 hours in the day. How does the sheriff get extra time? How does his chief deputy get extra time? What about the mentoring and the training and the caring that the Reno police force needs? And the same with the sheriff. They need their own leadership, not a borrowed leadership. This is like if your neighbor's car breaks, you've got to give him your car so he can get around and you can't use your car. It's the same kind of an analogy. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I've got a prepared statement. I was just some things off the cuff, but you know, and we've got to go upstream and look at the city of Reno. Look at the city of Reno. We've got a mayor there that's been working for almost 14 years, over 12 years. The term limit is 12 years, and she's still at the job. The leadership. Then we look at least 3 of these city council people were appointed. The voters never had a chance to vote on these people. They got appointed by their pals that were already inside the city. So the voters were disenfranchised at least 3 different times. They didn't get a chance to vote on who's making these decisions. And then the police chief is getting blamed. Who was supervising the police chief in the city of Reno? Why wasn't the city of Reno supervising their own police chief? Why does the county have to come in and it's like, we've got a break on aisle 3. We need some help cleaning things up on aisle 3. This is a breakdown in management over there at the city of Reno. And yet again, they always look at the county to come in and save them, right in on the white horse. We're the white knight here. It's ridiculous. Lack of transparency. People don't understand what's taking place. This isn't things that they voted for. They get it jammed down them. And again, look up the word Bohica if you get a chance. That's just off the cuff. I've got some comments that that I've written down. You know, as a District 2 commissioner for Washoe County, I'd like to understand why I and potentially other members of this commission were not consulted by Darren Balaam regarding the reported agreement in which Washoe County Sheriff's Office will assume leadership roles at the Reno Police Department during an investigation involving Nevada Department of Public Safety. According to the reports, the city of Reno will be paying the sheriff to take over key leadership functions during the investigation. The arrangement raises a straightforward question. Since Washoe County Commission ultimately approves and oversees the sheriff's office budget, shouldn't county leadership have been consulted before entering in such an agreement? This is not about second guessing the investigation itself. Transparency and cooperation between the agencies are important, especially when serious matters are involved. But when county resources, personnel, leadership are being committed to assist another jurisdiction, commissioners have a responsibility to ensure those commitments do not impact the services we provide to our constituents across Washoe County. The issue becomes even more complicated in light of the recent public commentary from Reno Councilmember Devin Reese in response to reporting by Our Town Reno, the journalist Nico Colombant. Reese wrote on social media that we should be careful not to let the allegations drive the headlines or shape the narrative before the facts are known. While caution is always appropriate during an ongoing investigation, public officials should also recognize that transparency, legitimate questions from the press, and the public are part of the healthy civic process. What concerns me most is whether this agreement effectively places the burden of Reno's internal situation on county resources. Washoe County residents deserve assurances that their sheriff's deputies' leadership and operational capacity will not be diverted in ways that reduce or hamper the services to the community we serve. For that reason, I'd like the sheriff to appear before the commission and provide clear answers. Specifically, I want assurances that the arrangement will not diminish public safety, coverage, or investigative capacity for residents of Washoe County. This situation also recalls earlier reporting by Pecan Press regarding Chief Nance and Sparks Chief Chris Crawforth in early 2023. In hindsight, some of those developments may provide additional context for why certain leadership decisions were made at the time, including why Chief Crawford ultimately declined the Reno Police Chief position and Nance was offered the position. At the end of the day, this is not about politics or personality. It's about accountability and ensuring that the people that transparency for the people of Washoe County, they receive public safety that they expect and deserve. They receive the public safety that they expect and deserve. So those are my comments. We've got ongoing problems here on a regular basis. I had a meeting with the county manager yesterday and said, I'm totally desensitized. There isn't a thing that can happen around here that would shock me. Not one thing. Between pistol whipping down on 4th Street and shooting of homeless people on bridges and on and on and on and on and on. When can we get this sorted out? We've got our own problems here at the county. We don't need to be babysitting the other municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, as a courtesy for the chair, I called all commissioners, and using the word can't was really that I had no idea. It's an investigation that's ongoing, and there wasn't any intent to hide anything from my perspective. I was just feeling a responsibility to ensure that all the commissioners knew there was going to be a press conference, that the city of Reno, the mayor called me. I extended that courtesy professionally to let everyone know, meaning fellow commissioners, that it was going to take place at noon yesterday, which it did. Other than that, I have no idea. So can't is a word, and if I did use it, I apologize. It was not to infer that I wasn't willing to share. I had nothing to share. It is under the city of Reno, as you know, and many of you may be aware that there was a press conference that was held, and the city of Reno, conducted that under their purview, not Washoe County. So I did want to just clarify that. And Manager Thomas, would you like to add anything?
One moment, I've got something.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Clark. I know yesterday was challenging. I certainly don't want to speak for the sheriff. However, as a regional partner, Washoe County frequently works across jurisdictional boundaries. Washoe County represents the entire county, and the sheriff is essentially a resident of the county in terms of us assisting with issues. I know you were aware of our work on 4th Street with the Reno Police Department, but and again, I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but I do look to him to determine the effective allocation of his resources and know that there was some discussion about that. So I certainly know that I, as your manager, would never overcommit resources. We will have the interlocal agreement come before this board next week. We are getting that on the agenda. The sheriff will be here to talk to you as a board about the things that you've brought up, Commissioner. So I just wanted to get that on the record. I know that agreement has been in the works with the city, with the district attorney's office. It's an internal HR matter. So again, the information that we have is limited, other than the fact that when we're called to serve, we typically do cross those jurisdictional boundaries, and would hope for the same in the event that ever happens here, which of course we will do everything we can to prevent that scenario. But thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
And I want to apologize if you thought that I was accusing you of not sharing any information. Nothing could be further than the truth. I realize that you were in the dark as well, and I believe that in my heart of hearts. That you didn't know why you were placing the call, but at the end of the day, we don't know what's going on, and our sheriff apparently has already got an agreement that we're going to sign after the fact. And to your point, Manager Thomas, yeah, we're all the county, and we're here to help other municipalities. I get that. But at the end of the day, don't put the deal together and then bring it to us next week to vote on it, okay? That's the cart before the horse. Give us the details. Maybe we won't approve it. We don't know what the hell we're doing here. What did Pelosi say? Just just vote on it and read it later, okay? Well, I'm not in for that. I'm a county person. I don't live in Reno. I don't support a lot of the things they do. I don't get a vote on it. I'm not a fan of what they do at the city of Reno. I want that on the record. Okay? So we'll bail them out, probably, maybe, who knows, but we don't know what the terms of the deal are. I understand that the governor's involved in this. Everybody, according to what I read or see, the governor's involved. Other people are involved in this, except for those of us that are going to vote on this interlocutory agreement. How does that happen? This is just one more example of disenfranchisement, okay? Nobody knows what the hell they're going to do, but the sheriff's already with the mayor, apparently. And I don't know if you were involved. It sounds like you weren't, but this reminds me of when Manager Brown used to be here, when you just put deals together and vote on them later. I'm not good with that. And that isn't the way this isn't the way America is set up. We'll vote on it, we'll agree to it, and then we'll vote on it a week later. How does that happen? How does that happen? Thank you.
Thank you for your apology as well.
I never meant it was you. I meant the whole thing stinks, okay?
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or anything they'd like to add? And thank you for students for coming. Thank you all. Thank you.
Hope the kids got a good turnout and got a good earful today, huh?
Thank you.
Come on down.
All right. Well, we are going, at least it's a memorable experience.
High five.
We're going to go ahead and close item number 4. We're going to move to presentations, and I just would like to share that on the agenda is a presentation by Brenda Scolari, who's the director of the Nevada Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. That has been rescheduled to April 14th. So I do apologize if anyone was eagerly awaiting for that presentation, but you'll see it on April 14th. We'll now move to item 5A2, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a presentation and an update on the fiscal year 26 second quarter status report for the Washoe County Regional Detention Facility. This will include security of the jail, conditions of confinement, staffing, and medical care of inmates housed at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. And we will welcome our sheriff's staff to give us an overview. Thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Good morning. Captain John Stewart with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Manager. I have this clicker. Let's see here. So we got the second quarter stats for you. Like I'd said before, I like to I give you all the stats, but I like to dive in deep on a few of them just to explain so you guys have a better understanding of what's going on there and what these stats mean. So medical refusals, we've had 42, and what that would mean is if one of our sister agencies brings in an inmate and our medical team determines that they have a health condition, whether their blood pressure is too high, their blood alcohol concentration, or their BAC is too high, or maybe they have an infection of some sort that is higher than the level of care that we can give at the detention facility, they will refuse them and refer them out to the hospital. And it kind of defers a liability on the county and on the taxpayer, depending on who the arresting agency is. Many of the people in the community think that we run a hospital within the jail, and many of you that have come and toured the jail, you know that it's more of a triage. We definitely have emergency medical care when needed, but we are a pretty low-level care when it comes to emergency medicine. So when you see those refusals, that's what we're talking about. The grievances, we're talking about some medical grievances that they handle, and we oversee on some of the appeals portions of that. And the ER referrals. ER referrals will be inmates that are within our custody that have a medical episode that our medical contracted staff determines they need a higher level of care and we'll refer them out. These are some of the numbers over October, November, December of mental health evaluations. Nothing really jumps out at me as far as being out of the ordinary, and I like to point those out to you when I see them. As far as the PREA designation, we had some issue working with our medical contractor on getting those numbers for those months, but in our next quarterly, I'll definitely have those. We got some suicide watches. You see they're pretty high in October. November, they dropped a little bit to 69, and then December, even more to 53. Mental health medications, our average daily population over last year is about 1,170 inmates. And so for approximately 800 of them to take mental health medications, that gives you a good idea of the population that we deal with within the detention facility. There's some more stats over the months of dental visits or medically assisted treatment. That would be anything from Suboxone to, can't remember what the other medication they use, but sometimes when people are detoxing off of drugs or something or substance, that's what we're talking about with the MAP program. And that's a pretty good program trying to prevent when they go back out to the community and get them into treatment and reduce that recidivism. So our hospital days, that's when we send somebody out to the hospital. A huge uptick in December. We'll have to get with our medical staff and kind of see what was going on there. Sometimes we'll have very chronically ill inmates within our custody, whether that be if they're older or they have an infection and they might be in the hospital for months at a time. And so sometimes we'll see spikes in those numbers. We work really well with the courts and with our medical staff to mitigate as much as we can for the taxpayer dollar. If we can work with the courts, depending on the charges of the inmate, to see if they can talk with the judges, talk with the district attorney, to see if we can mitigate some of that. We're always working very hard to do that. So our total average daily population for the second quarter was 1158. Again, last year our average was 1170. Oftentimes we'll see an uptick towards springtime and summertime. Wintertime we see it go down just a little bit, but that just gives you an idea. Our average length of stay, or ALS is what we call it, was about 16.3, the average length of stay for the inmates within our facility. And we see from quarter two of last year, it dropped from 16.64 to 16.3. Total bookings and total releases for the second quarter, 3,806 bookings with 3,786 releases. When we talk about these fights, we see that the inmate versus inmate 21 for the quarter. It's up from 15. Within the second quarter, we often see a little bit of an uptick, and sometimes that could be with the holidays and inmates. Obviously, there's a lot of emotion going on. We try to counteract that with getting them out of their cells more often, and also with the tablets and stuff that we have and the devices that we have, whether they're playing music, video, or doing video visits with their families. We try and encourage as much of that as we can because we know that brings that stress level down, so we have less fights. But this is typical for the second quarter. Inmates versus staff, 10, that was up from 6. Fights averted, 65 fights were averted. That was up from 63 from the first quarter. Suicide watch placements, that's 219. So that would be anytime somebody says that they're going to harm themselves or they actively try to harm themselves, and we determine that they need to go on a suicide watch. Suicide interventions, that specifically means that they were attempting some sort of harm to themselves, whether that was using a sheet or using an improvised weapon to try and harm themselves. That's what that number is, just so we're all aware. And we talked about this a little bit in length, the inmate assisted program and the days that we save versus the dollar per day that we calculate. And for the second quarter, we've determined that we've saved 4,455 days out of jail, which equates out to just under $1 million at $911,250. I think that concludes the presentation.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Clark, do you have any questions?
I just have a comment. I'm always very supportive of the Sheriff's Department. I've been to the jail on numerous tours. I think you're doing a fantastic job there. very clean, very respectful. The food there is excellent, and I think you're doing a great job. And we enjoy these reports. And my comments about what else has taken place has no reflection whatsoever on the rank and file or the other management of the sheriff's department. You guys are just doing your job. You know, you have to go along with the flow, whatever is taking place. But the jail is really a good place, clean, orderly, professional. I watched the deputies interact with the inmates there, and it's everything was always respectful. So nothing but good things to say about your department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hill?
I don't have any question. Well, I do actually. When is the next graduation for getting ahead and getting out? Do you know?
I can get back to you.
Okay.
I don't know
We're
offhand.
still working with TMCC on that program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. And are we having any issues with folks being able to enroll, or is it still going well?
I think it's still going well.
Okay.
Yeah, from my understanding, and just to give you guys a little extra piece, we're also doing an OSHA program as well to try to get people certified with OSHA through one of those programs.
Oh, that's
So when they
great.
get out, they have some certification.
Yeah, some technical skills.
Yeah, exactly.
And then on the transportation piece, I know we've been working closely to see how we can support inmates who are released in the middle of the night, making sure they have proper transportation. Obviously, in North Virginia, they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Has the RTC partnership been able to be strengthened since we've been meeting on that? Do you know if, I haven't heard any negative things, which is always a plus, but I just wanted to make sure that you have the resources you need from RTC. We were helping you with vans that were picking folks up, and there was a straight line to our dispatch, but I just wanted to make sure that, is that still happening, or is there anything I need to know on that piece?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's still happening. We still see the RTC buses come up to the front instead of having the inmates go down towards the Bonanza where the other bus stop was.
Great. So folks are getting the transportation that they need, and okay, just, stay in touch, make sure that we know if there's any issues that, we need to look into as well. So thank you for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Herman?
I just wanted to thank you very much for doing the work you do, because I couldn't even begin to do what you do. All the dangerous things that you guys have to handle, it's just amazing, and I'm so grateful for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're happy to do it.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Andriola. I appreciate the update. I know these are statutorily required, I believe, quarterly updates, and we're here in our role to make sure that the roof is still standing up, that you have the infrastructure, the safety of our inmates is paramount, and that you have everything you need to do in terms of operations. And so I'm curious about the mental health population. You mentioned, and maybe I missed this as you were talking, but the Suicide Watch placements was at 219 this quarter. Is that pretty much where it's usually around, or have we seen an increase or a spike?
I'd have to go back and check the last quarter.
Okay.
But as far as the placements and just people either stating that they want to harm themselves or emitting behavior that we believe they're trying to harm themselves without them stating it, it could be due to intoxication when they're coming in.
Okay.
It could be due to, they do have mental health issues outside of intoxication. That number doesn't jump out at me over a 3-month period because we get often multiple a day.
Yeah.
So I would say that number doesn't surprise me with the population that we're dealing with. And again, we house about 1,170 inmates on a daily basis.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. As you know, this body is very supportive of all the mental health efforts happening throughout the region. Your facility is no different. And so if you do see trends changing, please let us know at the quarterly reports. I didn't see the quarter-over-quarter, year-over-year comparison there, so I was just curious.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you brought up OSHA training, could you tell us a little bit about that? What does that involve?
We have a programs director, and it's fairly new, but from my understanding, they have classes where our inmates will be certified with their OSHA certificates for when they leave the facility, then they have an opportunity for other jobs when they get out there. And the idea is to obviously help them out, but also reduce the recidivism. So if they get out there and they get out on their feet and they have money coming in, maybe they're not turning to some old ways where they were looking for fast money and coming back in the door.
So thank you for that clarification. Now, the next is going to be a suggestion. Do you have anyone as liaison with the trade unions in this area, in this county? I know that all the trade unions are looking for apprentices. There's good pay there. The Chamber of Commerce has got thousands of, she doesn't call them jobs, she calls them careers. So folks that get that certificate might want to check in with the Chamber of Commerce, or maybe somebody from your office could have a liaison relationship with the Chamber of Commerce and the trade unions, the electricians, the plumbers, the sheet metal workers. All of these unions are looking for folks, and these are good, good jobs. And pays well. So if they're going to get the OSHA training, the next step is maybe get them in some type of apprenticeship program and at least introduce them to that. So if your department could maybe look into doing that, if you aren't already, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll speak with the programs director about that. I think that's a good idea.
Thanks. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. I asked at the beginning of the year if we could have an analysis of the breakdown between the reimbursement we receive with ICE detainees and what the sheriff's department is spending when we detain ICE detainees. So if we could have that information by our next meeting, which is on Tuesday, that would be really great.
Yes, ma'am. I have a little bit of cardinal knowledge because I did the IGA, the Intergovernmental Agreement. Is that what you would be looking for, is the intergovernmental agreement with the marshals, because it falls under technically the marshals, and that's how it's depicted on where that price point is. Is that what you're looking
So
for?
yes, the agreement we have with them, and then what the delta, what we're actually spending. We're seeing in communities, actually in Nevada and Henderson, where they're exceeding their compensation from the federal government on what they're spending on these detainees. I think the public has a right to know what that looks like. So hopefully we can get that number.
I'll get that for us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, there's an OSHA 10 and an OSHA 30, and I'm pretty familiar with those. And so it's a great segue into looking at construction jobs. So I think it's a great suggestion. But I do want to share with you that someone was in my office, nothing to do with this per se, other than sharing how impressed they were with the jail-based mental health program that you have, and how other counties may be using the model and the success that you all have put into place and having that replicated. So I thought I'd share that.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. We'll move now to item 5A3. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. We are joined today for a presentation by Chief Judge Egan Walker, who's going to talk to us a little bit about competency court and the program performance and the return on the investment.
Well, it's thrilling. I know that Judge Walker is excited to be here, and we're excited to have you. And I've been anxiously awaiting. I've been asking for this, along with lots of other wisdom that you carry, but certainly appreciate you sharing all of this with you. Yeah.
Madam Chair, it's a privilege. Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name is Egan Walker. I serve as a district judge here in the 2nd Judicial District. A little over 2 years ago, I challenged all of you to lean in with me for what's called the sequential intercept model. And I said, give me 2 years. You'll remember that. I remember that. I asked you for an FTE through our budget, who's here with me today, the case manager for competency court. I'm going to tell you what that FTE got you through the work of an awful lot of dedicated individuals. I did not know that I'd follow Captain Stewart, but he left you with the concept of jail bed days saved. I'm going to build on that a lot. So in the 3 years 2.5 years, really, that competency court has been alive, we've diverted 150 people out of what is otherwise a very dysfunctional pipeline. You may recall that if people are not competent to answer allegations against them, they're put into the pipeline, into the state forensic system, which has been chronically underfunded and under-resourced for decades. We got 150 people out of that pipeline. We believe we've saved you all, through bed days at the jail and at Lakes Crossing, $9.6 million. That is a gross understatement of how much money has been saved. It isn't a check into the county coffers, unfortunately. You don't get that extra budget authority. Save and except that you all will be very aware that I, as a district judge, sanctioned the state of Nevada multiple times in the last 12 to 18 months. And there were checks delivered to the county general fund which exceed $1 million in fines imposed by me against the state of Nevada for underfunding the competency restoration system. We returned 196 people to competency, and evaluations are happening 80% faster now than they were previously. So what does that mean? I'm going to come to you to talk a lot about the sequential intercept model in the coming months, but really this lives, and what Captain Stewart tells you about lives in intercepts 0 through 4 of the sequential intercept model. What happens before people hit interaction with a police officer, what happens after they're arrested, what happens when they go to court, what happens when they're disposed of in court, and then what happens when they leave court. And really, Intercept 3 is where I live and work as a district judge, but I'm trying to push all of these concepts across intercepts. And I'll return to that topic with all of you in further presentations. Here's where we were when we started. In general, before we started competency court, it took 68 days to get from a court order for evaluations to an evaluation or to completed evaluations. 2 months and 8 days of human beings' lives just to get a doctor or a trained psychologist to evaluate them to see if they're competent to answer the allegations. That's an abomination. Those are dead days. Those are dead days to the human beings involved, dead days to the taxpayers who pay for those days. After we got evaluations, finding people not competent and needing to go into the forensic pipeline system, it took 141 days to get people to Lakes Crossing. 141 days. So you can see already that if people were accused of a gross misdemeanor, for which my jurisdiction over them is 364 days in the Washoe County Jail, they've spent more days in jail before they've even entered a plea or been found guilty of any charge than they would get if I gave them the max sentence. You know, a 364-day sentence is usually about 180 days in jail. And the cost for that, for all of that dead time, is $500 a day to your budget and to the taxpayers of the county. What was more troubling to me than the dollars were the human tools. So you saw that 65 to 70% of the people who reside in the Washoe County Jail take psychotropic medications. That should give you all pause. We are using the jail as a mental health treatment facility, and that happens in this county and every county in the nation. And so people with serious mental illness languish in jail. All of the studies, every court that's ever looked at it, every county commission that's ever looked at it, any entity that's ever looked at it say, jail is not treatment. People get worse. Their mental health gets worse. Their serious mental health gets worse in jail. And we were housing people in jail to no good end. Now, we have a remarkably good sheriff who is very forward-leaning and smart on justice. Those of you who I've had the privilege of going to Miami with know my mantra is let's be smart on justice. Let's do the things that build us a healthier, safer community. And so we had this broken system in which people just basically were lost indefinitely for months on end, sometimes more than a year. And there was no way to get people out. Why, you might say, should we get people out? A significant number of people are so sick, they're never going to be found competent to answer criminal charges. What happens is they get arrested, they go to jail, they spend months in jail to be found not competent to have the charges dismissed. They get out at midnight on a Saturday with no bus ride to their home, no medications, and they get arrested within 48 hours. We start the whole process all over again. All of those people need to be out of the system. We had no way to do that previously. It was this wash, rinse, repeat over and over and over again to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars. So we said, what are our goals? We want to standardize the process in a fiscally responsible manner. We want to provide timely access to competency restoration and mental health rehab services as appropriate, advance community safety and recidivism, develop partnerships with stakeholders to assist in identifying treatment for individuals who need treatment, and promote transparency, efficiency, and improved communication. So there's some big numbers up here, and this isn't just hyperbole, folks. As I said, these aren't numbers that I put into your general fund account, but they are numbers I saved you. So when the Assistant District Attorney, Zach Young, and others have presented to you in the past, the first number we gave you was $2.9 million in savings. The way we calculated that was to say, the people who we diverted out of the competency pipeline into some alternative for treatment in the community got a total of 5,800 days of community-based service out of jail. So $500 a day times 5,800 days is $2.9 million. That's the first number we brought you. That number is underreported by orders of magnitude. It should be about 4 times higher. Because the next number you see, $6.78 million, is calculated in this way. We know that there were 64 people served in 2025, calendar year 2025, that we diverted out of competency court. It would take them on average 96 days to get from the jail to Lakes, and then another 90 days at Lakes. So if you multiply 64 people by 96 days by $500 a day, and do that again for Lakes, you get the total number of $6.7 million. But here's the kicker to that. None of this includes the hospitalization costs. Right? What do I mean by that? So those people who get out at midnight on Saturday without meds, when they get arrested, inevitably Monday or Tuesday morning, you just heard they get refused at the jail because their mental health needs are too high. Where do they go? The ER. And that's money spent. That's not included in this figure. And once they're cleared at the ER, assuming they get cleared at the ER because they get psychotropic medications at the ER and they come to the jail, none of that's accounted for in these figures. So this is saving millions of dollars, and that is not hyperbole. And I'll be happy to sit down and do the math in detail with anybody who has any questions. But what does it look like for a healthier, safer community? So, Commissioner Andriola, you've asked me repeatedly, what do you need? And every time I say I need beds. So what does giving people a bed look like? So we have 24 people through a NAMS program called supportive housing. Supportive housing is, I don't mean in any way to minimize what NAMS does, but it's buying somebody a hotel room at the Terry Inn. It's not a big deal, right? It's not that much. But if we buy 24 people a hotel room, for example, at the Terry Inn, the average annual cost per person is $34,000, $35,000 to house somebody. That saves $3.5 million because it gets them out of the system, right? It gets them out of this broken competency restoration system. So spending money actually does save money in circumstances, but forget about that. Let's talk about what that looks like to you, me, your families, and mine, who aren't getting battered by people with mental health issues, who aren't getting their property destroyed by people with mental health issues, who aren't getting scared by people indecently exposing themselves because they have mental health issues. If you look at the 24 people in this NAMS subset who've been housed, we reduced their arrest rate by 93%. On average, they're getting arrested twice a year outside of this program. When they're in this program, they're getting arrested 1/10 of the time per year, or 12% per year. That is remarkable. You will not see data like this anywhere else in the criminal justice system, I suggest to you. We reduced their psychiatric hospitalizations. So again, that's state dollars, not county dollars. Psychiatric hospitalizations happen at Deanie Townsend Hospital, but every community pays for those dollars. I mean, the tax dollars I pay and you pay still go to the state. And reducing those psychiatric hospitalizations, number one, is the right thing to do. for people, but it also saves a remarkable amount of money. Here's a fascinating statistic, though. 93% reduction in arrest rate for the people who are in competency court. If you give somebody a house, a place to live, you reduce their arrest rate by 40%, just giving them a house. If you give them a house and no services, you reduce their arrest rate by 40%. Put them in our competency court and you reduce it stunningly. So we can pay $95 a day for NAMS housing, or we can pay $500 a day for jail housing. It's really your choice. It's really our choice as a community. This is what before and after looks like. So 141 days to get to Lakes Crossing in 2022, when I started this. Some of us, Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Garcia, went to Miami-Dade, as did many of the stakeholders on 2 different trips from Washoe County. That's why I went to Miami-Dade, is I had to figure out, why is it taking so long to get people? What's happening now at that program, at the jail, is people get immediately admitted. I sign an order saying they need forensic restoration. They go that day. We're the only county in Washoe County who has a no-day wait list to get into forensic restoration. The only county in the entire state. Again, at $500 a day. And restoration, for those people who qualify for the program in the jail, not all people qualify for the program in the jail, but for those who do, restoration begins immediately. I can't thank enough some really heroic people. I would be remiss not to thank the district attorney. So Zach Young's the number 2 in the DA's office. It's rare as a judge that I get FaceTime with the number 2 in the DA's office. And Zach leaned in hard to this system. And until this last year, when one of his chiefs took over, Zach was the DA at competency court. So the number 2 in the DA's office. The reason all those cases get diverted is because the DA exercises his or her discretion to get people out of the pipeline. So this does not happen without the district attorney. We have several members of the public defender's office. One chief, if I could clone Jennifer Raines, I would. If I could create multiple human beings in the quality of her, I would. I don't know how to describe what she gives to this system. The APD's office, the Housing and Homeless Services, the Public Guardian's office. You have so many jewels in the crown of the county that I would sing the praises to all of you about. The Public Guardian, Human Services, they go on. Because you'll notice, other than an FTE through the court's budget, an independent branch of government, albeit, you gave me no money for this. The way this happened was people. That's what we have, is we have people. Both police departments through CIT training, the justices' courts. I tell you an interesting story. There was a husband and wife up in Incline Village. We've heard several people talk from Incline Village who were caught in a terribly tragic cycle of domestic violence at the same time that the husband is suffering from Alzheimer's type dementia. And he was getting arrested because he didn't know where to go other than his home where his wife lived, where he had a TPO. And he couldn't get any services that would succeed in breaking this cycle of arrest that he was not really competent to answer anyway. And so within the county, the Justice of the Peace, Judge Mangersina, reached out to the team and the DA and the alternate public defender. They brought the case to competency court. And in one hearing, I was able to, through the good graces of his wife, confirm she could move out of the house, he could move into the house, which is the only place he knew. They had the means to do it. And what do you know? He hasn't been arrested since. And he'd been arrested 6 times in the 6 months prior to that. So it's magic what happens with collaboration. So there you have it. You asked for my report, Commissioner Andriola. I thank you very much for the time to come back to you with it. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Judge Walker. And I have repetitively asked what you need. And do you still need 50 beds? The last time I asked, you said if I had 50 more beds. So I'm asking.
So two things are happening in the county. One has already happened and one is about to happen. The city is opening Highway 40 across
Okay.
from the CARES campus.
Yep.
And the CARES campus opened permanent supportive housing within the CARES campus. And really what I need is permanent supportive housing, not just supportive housing, i.e. we pay for a room at, the Terry Inn. I need that magic of wraparound services to make sure that people get their mental health treatment, that they take their medications, that they are clean and sober, that they get substance abuse treatment if they have a substance abuse addiction issue, et cetera. So I'll take 5 beds if you give them to me. 50 beds would change this. Look what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
50 beds would change this community.
I appreciate it. I'll just also mention that if any of the commissioners have not attended competency court with Judge Walker, I would encourage you to do so. It was very, very conducive in terms of alignment of exactly what you're talking about. And I also think it's important to share that the sequential intercept model is actually bigger than just the one area that you're pointing out, that it also encompasses the CARES campus and our place and really collectively the HOPE team. And you've listed several of them there. But it really is a community effort that actually has to be embraced regionally to be effective, in my opinion. But your invitation to the competency court, I would encourage someone else, if you haven't done so, to please attend. It really, thank you, and thanks to the full-time person that has a name, not an
Ms. Carly
FTE.
Hutchins.
Okay, I don't want to call her FTE. So thank you, Ms. Hutchins, as well. It's amazing when you have a model that you can work with almost nothing, it sounds like. Imagine if we gave you something. So I think it's something to think about.
Well, this beautiful desert we live in is beautiful. It's a desert of resources. But what we've got is people. Nevada, I'm fond of saying Nevada's small enough you can actually get what done.
Yep.
Because everybody knows everybody.
That's right.
And because everybody knows everybody, you can get the right people together in the right place at the right time. That's what we have in spades, is human capital. And we got to just keep leaning into that.
Great, thank you. I'll open it up to questions. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Judge, for coming in and giving us your report. Very insightful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Judge Walker. We're so lucky to have you in this position, and thank you for your passion for Washoe County residents. They deserve this attention, and you're right. We have sadly the only resources in the past have been the jail. It's getting a little bit better, I think, and I think Chair Andriola asked, what resources do you need? Certainly, we know we need like 1,100 permanent supportive housing units in this community, which is heartbreaking because so many of those people are not just mentally ill, they're also just seniors who need physical support to live. They do not have a family. And that we were written about of $1 Million Murray, and that was about Reno and about how we can really help people if we find them housing and we find them the wraparound services. And his wraparound services were sheriff deputies who checked in on him. And when he had housing, stable housing, and someone checking in on him, he was successful, but he died on the streets of Reno from liver failure because he didn't have that system that would support him. And so I really appreciate your advocacy for more units. We want that here too. It's so expensive to get them online, and it's incredibly frustrating because we've got folks at the CARES campus today who we need that permanent supportive housing who are just waiting. And so hopefully we can really press on the state to find these resources. I'm curious on the mental health ecosystem in the community. And I know it's something that has been we've been trying to map out as a region of what do we have out there? What are we missing? Could you shed any light on what is missing for resources on the ground before people get arrested in that zero? I know we have a lot of resources that we're missing in that piece, or anything else that we need to know or the community needs to know on those resources?
We need treatment providers.
Yes, okay.
We have a university with a really nationally renowned school of social work, a nationally renowned counseling school. My own daughter is a clinical professional in the community, a marriage and family therapist who got her master's degree at UNR. And it is almost impossible to keep people locally in the community who are providers because they can make twice as much working 100% virtually in California. One of the challenges we had to get people evaluated was to implement telehealth evaluations because there are not enough psychologists and psychiatrists in the state of Nevada who are willing to work for what we pay to evaluate the needs of people. So we need providers. We need a way to pay for providers. And the message, I know you all get this, but the message I would throw out, especially to all of you who have political responsibilities to your constituents and budget responsibilities, is not spending money on supportive housing is spending money. Mm-hmm. It's spending money the most expensive way. Mm-hmm. And so even though those permanent supportive houses are expensive, they are the least expensive way to treat the needs of the community. Because I assure you, the end result for the people who are competent, for those people who belong in the system, is I send them all to prison. And then they get out with untreated mental health issues. And they come right back to the community, worse. And it's a self-perpetuating cycle.
Yes, absolutely. And on the providers, what I'm hearing is that the reason that they will work remotely in California is that Medicaid and reimbursement rate is dismal in Nevada. And so perhaps something else we can fight for on the state level together, because that's something that we need to make sure that we take care of here.
You have a remarkable head of human services in this county. I've been privileged to work with. I was the former foster care judge in this county, the former juvenile services judge. We have amazing talent in this county, amazing talent. We just need to lean into it. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure if you talk to Ryan about it, he has more than 5 ideas about what to do to gerrymander that Medicaid reimbursement rate.
Right. And I'm sorry, one more, Madam Chair, question on the fact that we have no waiting period now, because you have really cleaned up that system and found the resources we need. And we're lucky, let's be real, to have Lakes Crossing in the north. In the south, the reason that they're having these struggles is they do not have the beds at all down there. And I know that a judge, and you spoke to this a little bit, and I just was hoping you'd provide some clarification. There's a judge in Clark County who's fining the state daily. Yes, millions of dollars because they are not providing the resources for their folks. And you had alluded to the fact that had you done that as well? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you stopped doing that, or are we still doing that as a county?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't give you advice
sure.
on cases.
Yes.
I can tell you Judge Christy Craig is my colleague in Clark County. Yep. Judge Christy Craig has the notable history of being a former public defender like Ms. Raines and suing the state of Nevada twice, resulting in consent decrees against the state of Nevada for violating people's constitutional rights in this system. And so she's fought this fight for decades. But the dirty underbelly of that story is, why has this gone on for decades? I mean, the state has in place state plans from 15 years ago saying the state should do what we did in Washoe County 15 years ago, and it just never happened for a lot of political reasons. I hope that answers your question. But yes, Judge Craig, like me, is a firebrand to hold the state to account. Look, we have this built-in state forensic system. Fair enough. The state needs to build enough resources in to do it. There are twice as many people waiting for beds as there are beds in the state of Nevada. And it's been that way for decades.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And I think just for the public, and I don't know if they fully understand this, we can't create resources at Washoe County. We can only ask the state for these resources. And so we have a legislative session coming up. We have elections coming up. We want to make sure that we can advocate for ourselves as a region, because I think folks are frustrated. Washoe County has so many people waiting at the CARES campus. It's not a success. Or Washoe County has so many people waiting for mental health beds. It's not a success. It's like we're picking up the pieces on the state level. You have been such an incredible leader helping us with people on the ground. Thank you for not waiting. But we can only do what we can do with the resources we have today.
Let's give the state some credit, if I may.
All right.
The state pays the cost of the treatment unit at the Washoe County Jail. So the state, in fairness to them, fund that through legislation created at the last legislature by advocacy by state agents. So the state has acted remarkably well. Now, between you and me and the Fed's post, if they didn't have two judges fining them $500 a day per person, they might not have the bandwidth with the governor to carry through at leg councils, that lift. But
We gotta make it some noise on what we need. And so thank you for doing that, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman.
I'm very grateful for the meeting we had a while back, and I just wanted to thank you for being that person that goes way beyond the call of duty. You don't just sit in the seat up in front of the room. You'd get out there and work, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you.
It is my privilege to serve.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you for bringing this presentation forward. I was very excited to hear the updates, and I was just absolutely blown away with the metrics that you provided us here today. So Judge Walker, I should say. I just appreciate your vision and your leadership so much. I know many people in this room would agree with us when we say thank you. If you could pull up the slide that says competency court works together, and it was a column for Washoe County courts. Yes, that one. This is the one I have a question on. I really love that you drew our attention to, the power of the people, the subject matter experts that we have within these departments and divisions, and the systemic change that comes from them sitting together, collaborating, and finding solutions to these very complex problems. I wanted to go back to our very first summit, the one that was hosted at the Whitney Peak. I remember sitting in that room, and well, first of all, I was just blown away that we could get that many people in those roles, and elected officials and representatives from everywhere in the same room talking about this. That was really the first step to this successful intervention, I guess, for the system. But during that meeting, we talked a lot about the breakdowns related to data sharing and data communication, and how many of us were spinning our wheels or hitting roadblocks because of that. Can you give me an update on where we are? And I wanted to pull that slide up to see if there was other areas that you wanted to emphasize, or for us to know where there's still problems in sharing communications and information about these folks that are passing through the various services that we provide.
One benefit of the trauma associated with DSU was that all pretrial screening in the county now happens through court pretrial services. And so at Intercept 1 and 2, where people are detained, I now have data from court employees about who's being arrested and what they're being arrested for. Let's be clear, we judges love us our silos. I always joke with all of you when we meet, there's 16 judges and 32 opinions on any subject. And that's true across the county and true across courts. But there's some magic happening. What do I mean by that? So Judge Birchie, I think, is going to approach all of you about a new court, a new specialty court she has in mind, which I strongly support. She and I meet regularly, as does the chief of the Reno Justice Court. I promise all of you, you'll probably fall over when you see it, but you're going to see he and I present together to you about how we're going to break some of those data sharing silos. I don't know what happens at the Justice Court. I just don't. I don't know what happens at the Muni Court either. Is that stupid? Yes. Does it serve the people we serve? No. I can only kick down so many doors, so many doors at a time.
Yeah.
So we still struggle to get data about human beings. I'm fond of saying human beings don't live in the silos we create. Right. I seated a jury in a criminal case yesterday. I reminded all those people that the gift they get for stepping forward to their civic service is a parking ticket, because there's no place to park around the courthouse where we ask people to come. And that metaphor goes across the county. People don't understand why they appear in front of Judge Spoo in Sparks Muni Court and Judge Walker in District Court, and the two judges don't even talk to each other. It's a problem. The sequential intercept model is the answer. How do we break down data sharing across courts, across police agencies, and across the county? And we're working on it. There is a plan behind the behind the sequential intercept model. That plan has been shared with all of you. I look forward to presenting that plan to all of you in the coming months.
Great, thank you. I think years ago, the school district was using, every child by name and by face. And I think that translates really well to the work that you do, to the work that we do here at the county. We've seen it in the way that we interact and engage with our unhoused population. So like any issues that deteriorate over time, it's usually because of a lack of communication. And in this case, it's a lack of data. So we're only as good as the systems that we have in place to communicate and collaborate with each other. So I really look forward to the progress we make in that realm. So thank you so much again for being here today.
Thank you. It's
Thank
my
you.
privilege.
Well, you might have a new title, Chief Judge Walker, and be the Silo Buster. So we'll all be rooting and doing what we can. I just wanted to share with you, I thought, if you're not aware, and you probably are, but the HOPE team, in terms of their tenancy support, has a 94% success rate. A 94%. And so that's why the SEM is so amazing in terms of encompassing our whole community in such a way that not only saves millions and millions of dollars, but saves lives, puts people back into a productive, keeping them out of the jail and being productive citizens. And I think people see you and don't necessarily feel or see the connection of all the other things that are happening with the SEM, including the CARES campus and our place and many of the other tenancy support, the HOPE team. Everyone's working together. And I do remember that first symposium. I attended the second symposium, and I look forward to the third, where we just see silos busted everywhere and we see a continued success. But on a very serious note, I will continue to ask what you need, and I hope we can do whatever we can to keep you and Carissa, is it Carissa?
Ms. Hutchinson?
Ms. Hutchinson, and I remember when you asked, I said, what did you need? You said, I need one, I think you said you needed one or half FT, and I said, a half FT, there's no way, you need a full FT. So I don't remember exactly if that's how it went down, but if you don't ask, and the data is supported. We're data-driven in terms of decision-making. It's an integral part of our decision is the legal component and the data that supports it and the subject matter experts that are there. And you're proving it. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Look forward. When are you coming back?
Anytime you ask.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you as well. All right. Well, we are going to close item 5A3 and move to donations. And Vice Chair Garcia, if you would be so kind.
Of course, Madam Chair. Today, I move to approve 2 donations, a gift card donation from True Vista for the minor guardianship program, and $4,425 in gift cards so that CASA volunteers can take their assigned children to outings.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Garcia. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Herman. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye or hit the screen accordingly.
It's not popping up.
I believe if there are any nays, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now to the consent items 7A1 through 8G3. Is there any commissioner who'd like anything pulled at this time? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion for items again 7A1 through 8G3.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Garcia. We have a second.
Second.
By Commissioner Hill. Any further discussion? Do we have any public comment?
There's none.
Thank you. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I'll ask now to move to the block. Commissioner Herman, if you would recommend the block vote, please.
And those numbers would be 9, 10, and 11, and that's in the form of a
motion.
Motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Herman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. Any further discussion? Any public comment?
There is none.
Hearing none, I'll call for the motion at this time, or I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I'm still thinking about Judge Walker. That was amazing. Okay. We are going to, if it's okay, let me make sure that we are now going to move to item number 12.
Item 8.
We have number 8.
Item 8.
Oh, see, good thing that we have wonderful people that are supporting this. And I even have it right here, number 8. Thank you, Ms. County Manager. Would you like to introduce item 8, or do we need the ordinance first?
We're going to kick this one. It's a first reading to Madam Clerk.
First reading. This will be Bill number 1945, if approved. An ordinance to establish an expedited review process for qualified attainable housing projects and for affordable housing types in compliance with Assembly Bill 540.
Thank you, Ms. Oatley. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for having me. For the record, Kat Oakley with Washoe County Planning. I have just a brief presentation for you today. This is about a development code amendment to establish some expedited processes for attainable housing projects. A little bit of background. We've talked about some of these things before, but we all know that we face great housing affordability challenges in this region. And just an update on some numbers I've shared with you previously. We've talked about the percentage of our population of renters that is cost burdened, so spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. That number has gone up to 50.5%. So we're above that 50% mark now. We have seen it, waffle back and forth, kind of in the high 40s to low 50s range over the last several years. So that's where we're sitting right now. This is a statewide issue, really a nationwide issue. And so that's why during the most recent legislative session, we saw a number of bills adopted to address housing costs. And one of those bills was AB 540. And this development code amendment would bring us into compliance with the changes needed of us to align with that bill. I'm going to start with the definitions and some proposed changes there because that's really one of the big things that AB 540 did. So previously in NRS, there was affordable housing, and that's what was in NRS. And there were 4 different tiers of that housing, up to 120% of the area median income, or the AMI. What AB 540 did was it changed affordable housing to attainable housing. And so now it's got this new name, and also there is a new 5th tier that goes up to 150% of the AMI. So that's really getting more into that kind of traditional workforce housing category rather than the affordable housing as it is typically treated at state and federal level. So that was the big change that came out from AB 540. And so we're proposing to update our definitions to reflect and mirror those new state definitions. And then they also have something in this bill called an attainable housing project. And that's a project specifically that receives a grant of money from the Nevada Attainable Housing Account, which is the fund that they set up through this bill to support the development of attainable housing. And so those are the new definitions proposed. And what we're going to use those to do is to create the required expedited processes. So first, looking at attainable housing projects. So again, these are those projects that are receiving funding from the state, and they're also going to be for folks with an AMI of 150% or less. The proposal here, in alignment with AB 540, and this is what's required by that bill, is to allow those projects to have not go through a public hearing process if that process would otherwise be required. And that's for everything except for a tentative map, which is treated differently in the bill. And so we're proposing instead that if a special use permit or an administrative permit would be required, that we would instead allow them to go through the administrative review permit process. That is a process that has a public noticing component, it has an agency review component, and so it allows us to do that more complex review, but it does not go to a public hearing. The decision is made by the Director of Planning and Building. And so that's how we're proposing to comply with that requirement of the bill. And the B here is just that anybody seeking to use this process would need to provide evidence of the funding received from the state, which qualifies them for expedited review in this way. So that's the first type of expedited review. And then the second required by AB 540 and that we're proposing is to prioritize any attainable housing or that tier 1 through 5 affordable housing in review over all other projects. And so that's the language from AB 540. Now, like I said, there's attainable housing projects and there's attainable housing. They actually, in this new bill, they mean different things. And so for clarity's sake, we're saying projects that qualify as tier 1 through 5 affordable housing, so they're in those AMI categories. They can request a staff liaison to facilitate the review process. That's how we're proposing to expedite the review. And that staff liaison would help coordinate the different agencies that take part in the review in order to facilitate and move the process along. So that's the expedited process that any housing project, whether or not it receives funding from the state, so long as it's in those income categories, it could use this process, and they would just need to provide evidence that they are going to fall within those income bands. That's all there is to this one. The Planning Commission heard it in February and voted unanimously to recommend approval, being able to make all 4 of the required findings. The recommendation from them is to introduce and conduct a first reading, and here's a motion. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are any questions from any of the commissioners? Well, I want to thank you for certainly not only implementing as quickly as possible all of the provisions that were passed in AB 540 and the governor's bill, but certainly looking at the administrative process and streamlining. With or without any bills, that is welcome. So certainly appreciate it. This is a first reading, so I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to introduce and conduct the first reading of Bill number 1945 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we do have public comment on this.
Thank you.
Pat Davison. And she does have documents to be distributed.
Good afternoon, Chair Andriola, members of the commission. My name is Pat Davison. I'm a resident of District 5. Today we're here talking about more changes to the county's affordable housing program as a result of state legislation that passed last year. I'm not a fan of state mandates, preferring local control whenever possible, but in this case, the state mandate appropriately tries to fill the gap in the affordable housing picture, the missing middle income level, and more importantly, this mandate comes with money. We are not abandoning the lower income levels, but we are expanding the income spectrum with new programs and funding for that population segment up to 150% AMI. These are households that make too much money to qualify for subsidized housing assistance, but don't make enough money to rent or purchase a home in our local real estate market. The chart I prepared for you tries to simplify the two new definitions and their corresponding changes you are being asked to consider today. The first group of changes creates a new class of affordable housing called an attainable housing project. That may sound like a general label, but it refers to a very specific type of project, one that receives some of the new state funding. It also gets as a new benefit or incentive an expedited review process. The second group of changes creates another new class of affordable housing called Tier 1 to 5 affordable housing. This also refers to a very specific type of project, one that must show evidence that it provides housing for the 150% or below income levels. It also gets two new benefits with the assignment of a staff liaison if requested and project prioritization. Both of these benefits should help with the expedited planning process for those Tier 1 to 5 projects. Please note that as I understand these changes, the first group, the attainable housing projects, will also have access to the project prioritization and staff liaison, just by virtue of these projects also being included as the Tier 1 to 5. So here's a great set of new tools to add to your toolbox. I ask you to support these changes as proposed by staff and approved by your Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davison. All right, we are going to close item 8 and we'll move to item 12, which is the recommendation to appoint one candidate. Manager Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a list of candidates on the agenda, and we have Alexandra Wilson here from the County Manager's Office to walk you through the selection process.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Before you, you do have 9 candidates for the single position as the lay member on the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Advisory Planning Commission. At this time, we are asking that you select your top 2 candidates for the single position via a ballot that will be passed around by the clerk.
Okay, it's 2, not 1.
2 for the single position.
2 for 1 seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill recommends Philip Gillenfarr and Christopher Wood. Commissioner Clark, Rob Pierce, and Harry Swenson. Chair Andriola, Harry Swenson, and Christopher Wood. Commissioner Garcia, or Vice Chair Garcia, Joel Martin, and Harry Swenson. Commissioner Herman, Philip Gillenfarr, and Harry Swenson.
Thank you. Before we move forward, is there any public comment on this?
Yes, there is. Harry Swenson is up first, followed by Christopher Wood.
Thank you.
Harry Swenson? Harry Swenson?
Yes, I already spoke earlier. I don't, maybe I haven't heard the comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Christopher Wood.
Thank you. Chris Wood again. I am a resident of Incline Village and an applicant, of course. The reason I came to speak this second time was to continue with comments about what the function of the APC is. And I wanted to emphasize in particular that the APC is an organization much like the community, the CABs, because the Citizens Advisory Boards, because what that organization does, the CAB, is collect information from the community and pass it on in theory to the county. and the county has that information. It's current with what's going on out in the hinterlands of the county, and so it's a great function. The APC works the same way. It is not just a technical organization. It's not just for planning. It's for collecting lay opinion as well. And in fact, the position that is available today is the lay representative. That's the title of it. And the lay representative of it, if you go to the websites, and I think I'm quoting directly from the TRP website, it's for passing on the perspective of the community. That's the position of the lay representative. It's not for passing on regulatory knowledge. It's not for passing on scientific or technical knowledge. It's for gathering information from the community. I point out in my application my roles that have occurred in the community, as well as what I will be continuing to do regardless of what we do here today. I participate in the CAB, and I also participate privately in the Rotary. I have participated in the TTD, that's the Tahoe Transportation District, subcommittee that looked at the old elementary school site in Incline Village for a transit hub and decided not to make it a transit hub. So I participated in that organization as well. I've also participated in the Tahoe Living Working Group. That is an organization organized by the Advisory Planning Commission to collect data about what is needed in the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's new plannings. So those are the things I offer for you. I understand you've got a great group of people to select from, and I think you'll make the right decision, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Gillenfarb, followed by Jim McNamara. Philip? Mr. McNamara?
Good morning or afternoon. Thank you. I'm Jim McNamara, your currently appointed member of the TRPA APC. I want to thank you, everybody, for the opportunity I've had to serve on the APC. And I want all the other candidates to be aware of the excellent quality of representation Washoe County enjoys. A member of our governing board, Commissioner Hill, does sterling work. I can't say enough about the planners, both Kat Oakley, who just spoke to you, and Eric Young. Their perspectives and their experience are invaluable. It's so proud when I'm sitting next to them and the other members of the APC present, for their county, that we have such a deep bench and such great people. I'd also, I know you, as was just mentioned, you have a tremendous bench of volunteers this time. 2 years ago, when I was appointed by you, there was the incumbent and me, and it wasn't even a board position that I was seeking. I was asked if I would consider it, and I'm glad that there's so many members of Washoe County that are interested in getting into this. I do want to express that I went to an awful lot of those Tahoe Living Working Group meetings throughout the lake, every community, and several in Incline and Kings Beach. There is a tremendous need for affordable housing, just like you were discussing in the last speaker. It's not going to go away. I was living up there 40, 50 years ago, and the same things were happening. Prices were going up. All the people that were small business people and tradespeople moved to Carson City, moved to Kings Beach, moved out of the area because they couldn't afford it. And it's been nothing but continue on that track. I don't think there are groups that, I don't know if it's political or not, but they are very dead set against any continuance of pursuing affordable housing up an incline. I don't get that from any other meeting around the lake. I respect their position. I listen to them at every meeting. There's an awful lot of political accusations that are made. No one here in the APC or the governing board is taking money from developers or somehow not to be trustworthy. I thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. I would just like to state that the pool of applicants were impeccable. I mean, truly, that is not a word that I use lightly. Exceptional, impeccable. The interest of everyone to serve and helping the community is also to be thanked as well. So I guess at this time, it looks like Ms. Wilson, it looks like we have Mr. Swenson.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just confirming.
Yes.
So I'm guessing we need a motion to codify that? Do
Yes.
we? So I'm going to entertain a motion then.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Harry Swenson as outlined in the staff report.
Great. So Vice Chair Garcia is the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Herman, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or pressing the screen as you're saying aye.
Mine didn't come up on the screen.
It's
Yours?
Yeah. Looks like motion passed.
That's aye.
We have your vote. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. All right, it looks like we have Mr. Swenson. Congratulations. Again, thanks to all of the folks who applied. We are going to close item 12, and we are going to call for a recess until 1 at this time. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting back to order for the Board of County Commissioners for the March 10th meeting at 1:02. We're now going to move to item 13, but before we do, I'd like to just give a couple announcements if I could. So thank you all for coming. We do have a responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone, and so there is a capacity in terms of this room, and we are going to be watching for that. And so if we do get into that capacity issue, we might have to ask folks. There are seats in the lobby if you'd like for your own comfort as well. There's a screen you can watch as well. So just wanted to make sure that if I do have to make an announcement, it's not intended to be anything but safe for everyone. So I appreciate that. I'd also ask if I could, if everyone could maybe turn off their cell phones, just because we have a lot of folks in here and we want every voice to be heard and everyone to have the opportunity to hear each other as well. So
I see 3 or 4 empty seats up there as well.
okay, I guess there might be some empty seats if you want to look and see. Find a friend. Oh, they've got pointed here. There's a seat. I think there's one over there. Anyway, oh, we've got folks who are helping if there are empty seats. Maybe you can hold up for a moment and people can find seats. There's one right down in almost the first row. No one wants to move. Well, listen, the choice is yours. The choice is yours. I don't want to deprive anyone from their space and their comfort. So I am going to open this up and then I'll go into a little bit more, but we are on item 13. Manager Thomas, if you would, be so kind.
Certainly, thank you. This is a public hearing, and we're hearing an appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's denial of a tentative subdivision map, case number WTM 24-001, also known as Sierra Reflections, and special use permit case number WSUP 25-0019, for a common open space tentative subdivision map for a 940-lot common open space development with lots ranging in size from plus or minus 2,876 square feet to 68,008 square feet. The project includes major grading of 3.6 million cubic yards of excavation, 625,000 cubic yards of fill. It meets the standards for a project of regional significance because it contains housing of more than 625 units, sewage use greater than 187,500 gallons per day, water usage greater than 625 acre feet per year, and traffic counts greater than an average of 6,250 trips daily. As such, any approval by Washoe County is provisional, subject to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission's finding that the project is in conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. The applicant also seeks approval of special use permits for utility services, which includes water tanks and 2 lift stations, and 3 bridge crossings over the sensitive stream zone and critical stream zone buffers for the Steamboat Creek and Browns Creek. The applicant and appellant is World Properties, Inc., and the proposed project is in the South Valley's planning area to the west of Old 395, south of Pawnee Lane, between Pleasant Valley and Old Washoe City. There is a list in the agenda of the total acreage and the APNs that are associated with this project. And the board shall consider the appeal based on the record on appeal and testimony and materials submitted at the board's public hearing. The board may affirm, modify, or reverse the Planning Commission's decision. If the board reverses the decision of the Planning Commission, it may remand the matter back to the Planning Commission with instructions, or the board may directly grant the application. This is going to be presented by our Community Services Department, and so we'll jump on in, Madam Chair, if that's what you'd like to do.
Before we do that, if you could hold on one moment, I'd like to just go over a couple other things, just in the spirit of collegiality and respect, and we really care about everything that you're going to say. But if you would be so kind, just because this is a business meeting, and we really appreciate your appreciation for the professional decorum that is expected of all of us, that if there is comments that you either disagree or agree, that you hold those comments to yourself, clapping, that kind of thing, because procedurally we're trying to move through everyone getting the same equal chance, and I know what everyone says is important to all of you, and it's important to all of us. So I just want to ask for that respect. More people are coming in, so someone's doing the safety count, I'm hoping. Okay, I'll be watching if we need to. Just procedurally, what we'd like to do, because of the complexity of the project, we'd like to extend an opportunity for 15 minutes for staff, 15 minutes for the appellant, an opportunity for public comment with each public commenter with the 3 minutes, and then we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation and follow-up. So hearing that outline of this next item, we'll go ahead and ask that you start your presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Chris Bronzik, Senior Planner, Washoe County. So we're looking at the appeal for tentative map WTM 24-001 and special use permit WSUP 25-0019. And this is for the Sierra Reflections subdivision and associated infrastructure. So this is an appeal, and it is, the appellant is World Properties. The Planning Commission heard this in January 6th of this year, and they unanimously denied this request. The appellant is, the reasons that were provided are that the denial of the tentative subdivision map and special use permit was arbitrary and that it constituted an abuse of discretion, arguing that it disregarded substantial evidence in the record, including staff's approval recommendation and expert analysis, addressing geotechnical conditions, remediation, hydrology, aquatic resources, cultural resources, traffic, and fiscal impacts. This is a vicinity map provided to you. The blue outline properties are the proposed development, and to the right is the landscape plan that was submitted as part of the development. And so that is showing the overall layout with the associated parks as well as where the creeks run through the subdivision. So this project and this property has a significant project history. So in 1984, there was what was called St. James Resort, or Sierra Reflections. And it received a conditional special use permit for a resort containing 250 hotel rooms, a small casino, and 550 condominium units, as well as a golf course. That was amended in 1991 to allow for 350 hotel rooms and a reduction of condominiums. Fast forward to 2002, there was a lawsuit based off of the regional plan that was proposed to be implemented. That lawsuit was led by Washoe County and the Sun Valley GID, and it resulted in what we refer to as a settlement agreement. And so these properties were associated with that settlement agreement. And what resulted was a downzoning of these properties for a maximum of 3 dwellings per acre. And it went through that process in 2004. It was approved, and Regional found it in conformance with the regional plan at that time. They were originally allowed for 1,090 residential units. It was heard by the Board of County Commissioners during that time, and there was a reduction cap of 995 units that were placed. In 2006, the original iteration of Sierra Reflections came before the county, and it was approved by the Washoe County Planning Commission. There were a series of development agreements and extensions that came after that. And ultimately, what happened was that application and those series ended up expiring. And so what's before you is the new submittal with updated documents and updated studies associated with that expiration and meeting current code. So the Sierra Reflections subdivision is a 760-acre property over 29 parcels. They're proposing 940 lots over a number of regulatory zones that regulate density. The primary ones that are going to be dictating the density associated with this is that medium density suburban, which allows for 3 dwellings per acre, low density suburban, which allows for 1 dwelling per acre, and medium density rural, which allows for 1 dwelling per 5 acres. There is also general rural, but that typically is the steeper slopes, but it does allow for 1 dwelling per 40 acres. Associated with this development is lots ranging in size from 2,800 square feet to 68,000 square feet. And there's associated grading. Additionally, the special use permits, there are 2 375,000-gallon water tanks, 2 sewer lift stations to handle the subdivision, as well as 3 bridge crossings that are going over the critical and sensitive stream buffers of what we call significant hydrological resources. In this case, Steamboat Creek and Browns Creek. This is an overall trails map that was provided by the applicants. They're showing 8 miles of paved and unpaved pedestrian pathways, 2.2 miles of equestrian trails, and these trails will be maintained by the HOA if they're not accepted by the county. Associated with this project is also 3 neighborhood parks. 2 of them we would classify as pocket parks, and then there's a community park associated with this as well. It's important to note that as associated with this project, there's 61% of the total property that is being preserved for open space. So there's substantial grading associated with this project. 3.6 million cubic yards of cut, 4.225 million cubic yards of fill. Most of that will be balanced from the cut, but there will be 625,000 cubic yards that is still going to be imported to the site. So part of this project is that it does trigger hillside development. And throughout the application, they do go through and they talk about the acreage associated with those percentages of slopes. 429 is what we would classify as most developable, so 429 acres. 177 acres is developable, but there's some additional standards associated with it. But that is in that 15 to 30% category. And then 153 acres is slopes greater than 30%. So staff believes this is consistent with Article 424 due to how the project is designed and how it responds to the existing topography. There was a biological resource assessment that was submitted as part of this application. That analysis does contain the property boundary as well as a quarter mile buffer from the property. There were special status species that were identified, and there were mitigation measures that are implemented in our conditions of approval associated with that biological assessment. It's important to also note that NDOW, Nevada Department of Wildlife, did review and provide conditions of approval associated with this request. And then based off of what was submitted and our discussions with other agencies, no endangered species have been identified on this property. So there's mercury remediation associated with Sierra Reflections. It is part of that Carson River Mercury Superfund site. There were 449 total samples that were collected across the site. Of those 449 samples, 81 exceeded the residential action level of 7.1 milligrams. The draft remedial action plan was reviewed by our health department, and based off of what was submitted, we were able to make a recommendation of approval. This is the overall Carson River Superfund site, and to the right, you will see what is specific to the Sierra Reflections property. So it travels along the Steamboat Creek. There was a cultural resources document that was provided as part of this application. What was stated and concluded within that was that all previously identified cultural resources that qualified for the National Register of Historic Places have been mitigated and required no further consideration. And there were 49 total sites identified within this assessment. There was a geotechnical report that was provided as part of this application as well. And this analyzed fault lines, seismology, geology, and the soils of the site. What it concluded is that the site is suitable for development. They did recommend certain setbacks associated with habitable structures to that fault line. There's also conditions associated with this that were reviewed and provided by our engineering division. There was also a aquatic resources or hydrology and water quality report that was submitted as part of this application. There were multiple permanent waters of the United States, and ordinary high water marks that were provided and identified. Washoe County Engineering did review this. They did provide a number of conditions of approval associated with the floodplains, as well as items related to the hydrology and water quality report. So the school district, Pleasant Valley Elementary School is what this development will be zoned for. Additionally, Hertz Middle School and Galena High School is also associated with that zoning. What was provided to us from the Washoe County School District is that they do have sufficient capacity at full build out for their schools to handle any children that are estimated in this development. They also added that there are funding mechanisms to accommodate growth if it exceeds their projections. There's also a modernization project associated with Pleasant Valley Elementary School that is anticipated for the 2029 to 2031 timeframe. And there's also other mechanisms that they can utilize, such as zoning adjustments for capacity issues. There was also a safe routes to schools that was provided as part of this application and part of that agency review. The applicant did agree to do off-site improvements associated with safe routes to school. So fire service is going to currently be provided by the East Washoe Valley Fire Station. It's anticipated to go to the Washoe Valley Consolidated Fire Station, which was approved as a special use permit in 2023, and then it went through an extension of time in 2025. That extension of time is due to funding mechanisms, and they are currently, there's currently conditions associated with Truckee Meadows Fire review associated with evaluating and finding additional funding mechanisms that will be conditions placed on that applicant. So sewer will end up at Stone Wharf, and it does have capacity. The project is responsible to construct the force main through Pleasant Valley to tie to existing Washoe County infrastructure. There is a sanitary sewer infrastructure dedication agreement that was put in place in 2016, and that agreement does require the property owners or their successors to design, construct, and pay for all the infrastructure to convey sewer to Washoe County's existing sanitary sewer collection system. This project is expected to generate 8,864 daily trips with 658 peak hour trips in the morning and 884 PM peak trips. There are 2 roundabouts associated with this development that were recommended as part of the traffic study. NDOT reviewed this as well as Washoe County Engineering, and these are required conditions of approval to be constructed. There were multiple neighborhood meetings associated with this request that started back in 2024. There was also an open house in 2025 that was associated with this. There were substantial concerns associated with these meetings: water resources, trafficking access, schools, infrastructure costs, environmental health, public safety, as well as environmental impacts, the community character, lot sizes, and recreation and trails. Prior to the January 6th public hearing, there were 51 emails, 1 voicemail that were received. There were 37 comments that were submitted to our neighborhood meeting hub site, and there were 1,600 signature petition that was provided to us. All public comments that we received were in opposition of this proposal. Similarly, at the public hearing, there were 44 public comments, and again, all of those were in opposition. Staff was at the January 6, 2026 meeting. The Planning Commission was unable to make all the required findings. However, staff was able to make all those required findings, which are outlined within the staff reports. So staff did review this in coordination with local, regional, state, and federal agencies. These agencies provided that technical analysis and subject matter expertise. Those resulting recommendations and conditions of approval were incorporated into the project. So this is the recommendation slide that we have for you. The board may take one of the following actions. You can move to affirm the Planning Commission's decision and deny. You can move to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve. Or you can move to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and remand the matter back to the Planning Commission. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions at this time? We are going to have opportunities for future questions.
I do.
Sure. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. First question is when a presenter goes overtime, is anybody else going to get opportunity to go over the public? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait, excuse me. Can you repeat your question?
I know what he's. Okay.
I thought you meant asking them and the appellant.
Right. Fine. Let me move on. I want to see the first map. I think you showing Browns Creek and Steamboat Creek. Can you go back to that? And is there a Galena Creek? Is that also in this property? It's next to it, I think. Those are both waterways, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Has the Army Corps of Engineers looked at this at all? Have they had an opinion on this particular property? Do we have any reports from the Army Corps of Engineers on this project?
The Army Corps of Engineers was sent this project to review multiple times. We did not receive any comments or conditions of approval from the Army Corps of Engineers.
Very well, thank you. Then I want to go to the history slide that you had. I think it was the next one. The first history slide. I'm reading this and I'm not clear. It says in 2002, Washoe County and the Sun Valley General Improvement District. What was Sun Valley doing out in Washoe Valley? What was the Sun Valley General Improvement District doing out in Sun Valley? Or out in Washoe Valley? Got me saying it now.
So the settlement agreement wasn't specific to Washoe Valley. It was based off of the city expanding and the sphere of influence expanding. And so this was just one of those properties associated with that settlement agreement, but it was not specific to just Washoe Valley.
So, yeah, I was just wondering clarification. I mean, Washoe Valley is quite a distance from Sun Valley. I'm wondering why Sun Valley General Improvement District would be part of a protest or an agreement or a settlement, whatever it was, down in the south end of the county.
Commissioner Clark, Michael Arch for the record from the District Attorney's Office. In 2002, Washoe County and the Sun Valley GID initiated litigation against the regional regarding the spheres of influence for City of Reno and City of Sparks. As part of that comprehensive settlement agreement, after the litigation was concluded, it included all of Washoe County in terms of the settlements that were reached and in different things. But just Sun Valley GID was just a part of that lawsuit with Washoe County as one of the co-plaintiffs.
Fair enough. I just wanted to get that on the record and make sure everybody understood what was really taking place there. So thank you for that clarification. There was also you talked about some development agreements that had expired. Can you explain to the public who are not down in the weeds here, the inside baseball, how expired, what it means when a development expires, what takes place with that?
So when a tentative map expires, basically all the previous review, the previous history associated with it is out the window. So we look at them submitting a new application for new current standards, and we review based off of those current standards.
Sure. So it would be fair to say that was then and this is now. When those go out the window, they all go out the window. It's nice to know the history, but at the end of the day, when that expires, it's no longer a viable project. Is that correct?
The original request is no longer a viable project, which is, so when we reviewed this, we reviewed it as if it was a new submittal.
So the opposite side of that is if something's approved and let's say somebody else buys it, it gets sold, and then somebody else may have the opportunity to come back to this body or other bodies in the future and amend those existing agreements. Is that correct? May ask to do it. I'm not saying it could happen, but they could certainly, if a new owner, we approve this project today and it gets sold and a new owner comes in 6 months from now and wants to amend that, they have the opportunity to do that as well. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. So we do have processes such as amendment of conditions. If this were to get sold, applicants or the new property owners could come in for something completely different if they so chose.
So this particular project has the ability, again, not to say it could happen, but has the ability to get changed and maybe even add more units to it if it's approved. Initially, developers have come back in the past to the county and asked for even more density. Is that a correct statement?
The density for this is already, so the density for this project is already existing with the underlying zoning. And the density was capped in historical Board of County Commissioners meetings. So that 995 dwelling units, if someone came back 10 years from now or 5 years from now, they can't suddenly go over that 995 units.
Fair enough. I just wanted to get that on the record. And then can you tell us more about this fill? We've got cut and fill. We've got, was it 3.6 million cubic yards? Is that the number that you said? And then the fill was going to be 4.2 million cubic yards.
That is correct.
That's a lot of soil, isn't it? A lot of movement there. Very well. And this is also, you stated, Superfund site. Is this the only Superfund site in the county at this point in time?
I think that.
Is that a correct statement?
I think that would be a better question for Northern Nevada Public Health.
Okay. Are they available? Oh, well, if not, they'll come in later, I'm sure. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah.
Again, so the Army Corps of Engineers and what about the Nevada Department of Environmental? If they weighed in on this, do we have anything from the state of Nevada, the Department of Environmental Health or whatever the exact title is of that department?
NDEP was sent this review multiple times as well, as was Nevada Division of Forestry for endangered species, and we did not receive any comments or conditions of approval from either agency.
So Nevada Department of Forestry plus the other Department of Environmental and the Army Corps of Engineers, all three of those have yet to weigh in on this project.
They did not provide any conditions or comments.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? All right. Again, I'll just reiterate that we do have an opportunity to call you back, and maybe even health can walk over and take their time because we'll be here a little bit. So thank you so much. We'll now move to the appellant. And it's my understanding, are we going to have somebody online? It was my understanding
Is
that.
Doug Thornley active in the meeting?
I believe I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
well, there he is.
Wonderful.
We're confirming that you're here. So.
I'll just start out and do a brief introduction.
So I just want to set the clock so it's 15 minutes, just making sure. I wasn't sure if you heard that, so just want to make sure. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Dave Snellgrove. I'll turn it over for the first few slides to Doug Thornley, and I'll flip through the slides for him, and then I'll take the middle of the presentation. He will close. Doug, off to you.
All right. Well, Chair Andriola, members of the commission.
This isn't our right presentation. I needed to stop. We have a presentation that was provided yesterday. This is the Planning Commission one. We had one specific.
Yeah, maybe we can reset the clock and get the right one loaded while health is walking over. Apologize for the interruption. Can I have my piece of paper back? You're welcome. This is when we have the music, holding music. Thanks for everyone's patience. Just want to make sure we have the right information to share with everyone.
This room is getting warm, isn't it?
Oh, it's gonna get hot.
All these bodies in here, yeah. Crank up the.
There's sodas upstairs. You're gonna need a gym.
That's what I was going to do. Do you want me to? Do you want it to do 5 or 10? Okay, we're good? Just want to let everyone know that it looks like we are going to proceed. It looks like we've loaded the presentation, and so we're going to resume. That was just a commercial break. No elevator music. I was waiting for the music. All right.
Yeah, that's the slide I want.
Okay, good. We'll start the 15 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Doug, off to you.
Right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Andriola, members of the commission. I'm Doug Thornley with Holland and Hart on behalf of the applicant or the appellant World Properties. As you saw from the slide that was just up, we brought with us a team of professionals who the applicant used after the expiration of the last tentative map to bring this application into conformance with more modern design standards, more modern technical requirements. And so to Commissioner Clark's question earlier, while the earlier iteration of the tentative map went away, the underlying zoning did not. And I think Mr. Bronczyk did a great job with the history in his presentation. We have a couple more things that we'd like to point out. But again, back in 1984, and even before that, a resort casino was on the property. It was zoned tourist commercial, which is a much more intense, much more dense use. And as we worked through as a region, the regional planning lawsuit in 2002, 2003. What happened is the city of Reno agreed not to annex sort of the more economically beneficial property, provided it was downzoned to this residential use. What you see there is a 20-plus year timeline that shows from the time of rezoning, the county started to make, public improvement plans, sewer line was approved, and on the heels of that, an earlier iteration of the tentative map came through. That tentative map existed for, 15 or so years before it was expired. And it was expired, I think, for good reason, because like I said, the design standards and the technical requirements for developing these sorts of properties had changed in the interim. And the career staff at Washoe County and the Board of County Commissioners rightly said, the zoning's not changing, but we need you to take another crack at it. We need you to go back and revise this plan to make sure that it complies with the standards we've put in place since its initial approval. Go ahead, Dave. And that's important, that the zoning has not changed. The zoning has been in place since 2003. So for 23 years, almost 1,000 houses have been allowed to be built on this site. That policy decision was made back when the jurisdictions were determining how they wanted the region to develop, what they wanted to see in the future. And so this project really is an example of long-term planning in the region. What's important as we go through today's meeting is that a master plan is aspirational. It's a guide. It's a 10-year lookout at what we think is coming, what we think is on the horizon. But the zoning designation is what controls. And we know that both because statutorily, zoning takes precedence when it's inconsistent with the master plan. And we know that because the Nevada Supreme Court has repeatedly held that a zoning ordinance does not need to perfectly adhere to the master plan. The zoning ordinance is what people look at. It's what they use to determine what they can build. And it's the standard against which projects are judged. This site has been zoned for residential development at this density for decades. It's not a surprise. It conforms with the regional plan. It's part of the master plan, as you'll see in a later slide. It's part of the TMSA. And so what we're looking at today is not a policy decision as to whether or not 900 homes should be built. What we're looking at today is whether or not the project as submitted adheres to the technical standards and the design requirements in the county code.
Chris did a very good job of going through the general project. I won't go into too much detail on this. He covered some of the benefits, big ones, 8.5 miles of trails, and then equestrian trails, and 61% open space. The clustering of homes preserves significant open space and provides publicly available trails and connectivity while providing much needed diversity in housing. The staff's recommendation, part of the staff report identified in the middle here, I have an excerpt from the staff report that was pulled out for the master plan that identifies that the rural framework is not universal across every property in the South Valley's planning area. Priority Policy 5.1 states the following: maintain large lot sizes outside the TMSA. As Mr. Thornley said at the start, and I'll go over in the next slide, this property is within the TMSA. The TMSA is areas that would get community sewer and water. Point out that back when 20 years ago, if you were going to hook up to just a septic system, you could do it on a 1 acre lot. That has subsequently changed to a 3 acre lot, and now it is at a 5 acre lot. So the minimum lot size that you can have to be on a septic now is 5 acre lot. And that was one of the rules that we had to weigh and consider as part of our update to this. This map's a little dark, but there's a red line kind of squiggles around up there. That is the Truckee Meadow service area. You can see I've got part of the forest area plan on it, the South Valley's area plan, the Southeast area plan, the Southwest area plan. The TMSA area overlaps the South Valley's area plan. I'll speak to that specific. that in the center of the graphic there, that's the property boundary. It is within the red area, which is within the TMSA. And out of the definition in the regional plan, it identifies Truckee Meadow service areas are areas within which municipal services and infrastructure will be provided. This area includes the high-intensity mixed-use core, Tier 1 lands, Tier 2 lands, Tier 3 lands. We're in Tier 3 lands, where regional growth is prioritized. So that's the area that we're in. This is an exhibit about neighborhood types that's in the 2024 regional plan. Down here in the bottom is a circled area that shows approved plan communities. They're anticipating, this has been anticipated in the regional plan for 20 years. It's continuing to be anticipated in the regional plan. The approval advances the county's long-term vision for this site. It's been envisioned for 20 years. It's been planned into traffic. It's been planned into schools. All of the regional service providers have had this planned in. So there are master plan policies that do identify and encourage what we're doing. In policy from the South Valley's Area Plan 3.2 encourages common open space development and transfer of development rights to protect wildlife and vegetation. Policy 4.3, protection of critical source water areas. It was identified that both Browns Creek and Steamboat Creek run across the property. Principle 5, parks and trails. We're basically providing a regional park in here that'll be maintained and operated by the homeowners association. That's the 61% of the site, which is over 450 acres. Policy 8.1, V&T multi-use trail. We have that incorporated. It will become a multi-use trail, the old V&T railroad grade. Some of the perfect statements from the significant hydrologic resources, 2 of them do encourage common open space developments to avoid hazardous, environmentally sensitive areas. So Mr. Thornley talked about we're in the TMSA. The master plan and zoning have been in existence for many, many years, for 20 plus years since the settlement agreement. You can see kind of the patchwork. It's not just consistent. It doesn't say, hey, everything's medium density suburban or medium density rural. There's a reason for that patchwork, and that is found in the slope analysis map. You go back and forth between this map and where the higher densities are, and the slope analysis map, the green are the 0 to 15% slope areas. The yellows and oranges are 15 to 30%, and reds are 30% steeper. What we've done is overlaid our site plan on here. We're working within the best areas for development. These are the areas that are zoned appropriately for the types of use that we have. We're also utilizing cluster development, which is Article 408 of the code, which is encouraged by the significant hydrologic resource element, and it allows for smaller lot sizes. That is codified as part of your rules. So from the past layout, which is on the left, to the current, the layout areas haven't really changed much. They've stayed very similar because we are working with the right areas. We were working with them in 2006. We're working with them again in 2026. The 2 big areas that I will point out that changed, they're circled in yellow on the left. That's the old plan. Down the circle on the bottom had attached housing type. That's been removed from the project. Everything is detached. And then also the upper one in the Meadows area, we've created a wider buffer for Steamboat Creek. So there were concerns. Chris went through some of these. I want to point on 4, but there were some others that were mentioned. Rural character. We do bring 61.6% of the site in open space. Infrastructure and fire station. We know fire station's a big issue out in this area. We'll have a fiscal surplus, and regional road impact fees and fire will be contributing to the construction of the new consolidated fire station. Environmental, we've got an 8-foot cap in the Meadows area where the mercury is most prevalent. I have a slide and I'll show that, but the closest Washoe County example to that is a 4-foot cap. We spent about 8 or 9 months working with health department and engineering to come up, and we ended up coming up with an 8-foot cap. And then traffic, everything will operate at a level of service B or better. The traffic will be about half of the volume when you consider what's there now and this project. It'll be about half of the volume that was on this when the highway used to be the only connection between Carson City and Reno. This is an example. This is at, I think it's called Talus Valley now. It used to be Daybreak. They had mercury on this site too. They were required to do a 4-foot cap. And our mercury expert worked on this property as well. This is kind of what capping looks like. What I put on there was a rough estimation of how tall 8 feet of capping would be versus the 4 feet that they have out here. We will have a reduction in the overall water flowing off of the site. This is part of the hydrology report that was prepared. The end condition after development would be 490 CFS, and it started at 516 CFS. Access points, we have 2 access points, roundabouts at both East Lake and then just south of Pawnee, and also the yellow arrow. The purple arrows are where the roundabouts are, and the yellow arrows is a formalized access that can operate. It'll operate day to day as a gated access into St. James Village, but it'll offer an approved emergency access in the area. So the project was analyzed by EK Economics and identifies fiscally positive situation for the county of $17.8 million of net surplus, $1.9 million surplus to the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, in addition to the pro rata share that'll be paid, is estimated at $6.2 million towards the construction of that new fire station. With that, I'll turn it back over to Doug to finish up on just a couple slides here.
Thanks, Dave. Again, Chair Andriola, members of the commission, Doug Thornley of Holland Hart on behalf of the appellant. We've taken the liberty of making a quick reference guide for the legal findings at issue in this project and citing to the staff report where your career staff has analyzed the technical documents, analyzed the rules that are in place under the Washoe County Code, and made the conclusion that this project does in fact comply with all of those technical standards and all of those design requirements. Coordinating agencies were involved. I think, the appropriate inference to make with regard to forestry and NDEP and the Army Corps is not that they've not been given the opportunity to weigh in. It's that they have no comments to make at this time. It's not that they were left out of the process. It's that they received all of the same materials that the other coordinating agencies received and passed on the opportunity to make comment. What you'll see is that this staff report is supported by nearly 800 pages of technical documents. That's an awful lot to get through. And so, go ahead, Dave. We really appreciate your attention to this issue. It's important to the community. It's important to us. You're about to hear several hours of public comment, and that's really important. But what it's not is it's not evidence. The evidence that needs to be weighed today is the technical studies, the technical reporting, and you should judge for yourselves the veracity of the conclusions drawn by your career staff. Again, it's our hope that you'll give the public the same attention you've given us during our presentation, the same attention that you've given your career staff during their presentation, but that you'll use that time to craft your questions to the technical experts who are sitting in the audience, to your career staff, and to members of coordinating agencies who are in attendance. What you'll find is that substantial evidence does exist that this project complies with existing technical standards and requirements of the Washoe County Code. With that, we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions by any of the commissioners?
I do.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you switch back to that slide on of the fiscal aspects, please? Yeah, the positive fiscal aspect. So that $17.8 million, how is that figured? When would that happen? Is that at the end of the build out of this project? When does that 17, does it just appear as, if this gets approved today, do we just, a check for $17.8 million show up in the county budget? Well, how does that play out? Tell us more about that, please.
For the record, Ken Crater with Crater Consulting Group, representing the owner and the applicant. That $17.8 million net surplus to Washoe County is based on a 20-year analysis period once the development commences.
So 20 years from now, so that's less than $1 million a year. Okay, very well. Next, the answer to the next question was the built-out time. So you think it's going to take about 20 years to build this project out if and when it gets approved?
No, this project should build out in about 10 years. It could be faster, 5 or 6 years. It just depends on the absorption, but certainly don't expect anywhere near a 20-year build-out.
Sure. If this was approved today, how long before the first sticks come out of the ground building a house? About?
So if this was approved today, it would take about 1 year to get all the permits approved, the conditional letter of map revision, the 404 and 401 permits from Army Corps and NDEP. And then after that, construction, the final map would be approved, construction would commence, and it would roughly take about 1.5 years of grading and home construction before the first certificate of occupancy was approved. So it's about a 2.5-year process.
So it's going to take about 1.5 years to move this almost 8 million cubic feet of fill. Is that correct? But between the cut and the fill, about 2 years to get that done? Is that what you're guesstimating?
They would mass grade a significant portion of the site up front, but not all of it. They would basically excavate enough material out of the uplands area, which is above the meadow towards 395 and East Lake Boulevard, and use that to generate the fill material down in the meadow. And the cap is why we have so much fill, because that meadow area basically requires about 1.25 million cubic yards alone just to create that 8-foot cap. So that work would be done initially. So probably about 75% of the grading would occur up front.
So again, the timeline, about 1.5 years to move the soil?
It would probably take about 6 to 8 months to move the material.
So during the time it's being moved, there's lots of dust, lots of contaminated dust particles floating around the valley. Is that how do you envision controlling those dust particles that are contaminated with some mercury?
That's why we've worked so long with engineering and district health to come up with the draft remedial action plan that details the construction process for that mercury contaminated material. And there's all kinds of conditions within that draft remedial action plan on how that material is moved, basically to minimize the amount of movement from that material. And basically what happens is that material is being all moved within the meadow. It's not being hauled off site. It's not being moved to the upland area. We have designed a grading plan that basically provides pocket areas where that material can be excavated and moved without having to move it more than once. And there's also requirements in there that if there's any need to stockpile, where those stockpile areas go. But there's about 3 or 4 different areas that ultimately receive that mercury-laden material, and then that is capped with 8 feet of clean fill material. And there's also requirements in there for dust control, for weather issues like severe thunderstorms and rains. All that is governed by Washoe County District Health, and they will take an active role in the construction process of watching things to make sure that the contractor complies with the draft remedial action plan, and then even testing upon completion of the grading to make sure that all those mercury levels within the residential area are below those EPA thresholds to make sure that everything was processed correctly.
Sure. I'm more concerned about windy days. You know, there's certain days of the year where we get a little bit of wind, because good kite flying weather down there in the South Valleys. It blows trucks over. Just wondering what it's going to do to these dust particles blowing around. Just a question.
Yeah, and obviously when those winds occur, construction would shut down. Everything would have to be properly sealed, and dust pallet is put on. But again, that's all controlled by that draft remedial action plan. And upon submittal of the final map and then processing that final map, that remedial action plan will be finalized and approved by the district health department, Northern Nevada Public Health. And then that will become the guiding document for the contractor who is charged to follow that remedial action plan.
Sure. I want to shift gears a little bit. You mentioned fire station and contributing towards the fire station, the consolidated fire station that's yet to be built, even though it's been approved since 2019, I believe, but yet to be built, and you're willing to contribute to that. Can you explain how that would work as well?
Yes, we have met with Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, and in fact, I had multiple meetings with Chief Moore before and now Chief Edwards, who, by the way, you made a great selection for fire chief. He's just an amazing guy. But we have committed with the chief to contribute our pro rata share, and the chief has some current cost estimates on that station and basically has rooftop counts of how many existing rooftops that station serves. We know how many rooftops will be required for SARE reflections, and so we're basically committed to contributing our pro rata share of that estimate of cost that the chief has come up with. And I know the chief is working diligently on what those costs will be. I know that he met with a construction expert to do some value engineering here in the last few months, and we will do everything we can to help him out in that regard to come up with a good, solid economical station. I've also learned through this process, just so you know, that the last station that you had completed, which was done by Hirschnau Klippenstein, great set of plans, very well done, very well thought out.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions, but I do want to compliment our fire chief. He's doing a great job. We're very proud of him. We hope there's no problems at Reno Fire Department where they might try and hijack our fire chief. You know what I mean, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. The developer share, when will this be paid? Is it up front? Is it back to what we talked about earlier where this $17.8 million is going to come over 20 years? This fire station, was $6 or $7 million to be built in 2019. It's 12 or 17 million to be built today. God only knows what it'll be cost to build if we build it over 20 years. So how long, what kind of a time frame? If this got approved today, would you write a check for the fire station? That's my question.
So
or how long would it take to get this money? Thank you.
Based on what we've discussed with the county and with the chief is that we're going to pay our pro rata share at time of building permit, but what the chief really wants to have happen to move this thing forward is he would like enough money up front to do the architectural and engineering design so he can really start moving the station forward in terms of going out and getting bids, getting accurate cost, looking at bonding and how that might work. So we, in working with the county, have committed that within, I think, 180 days of final regional plan approval and expiration of all appeal processes, is that we will write a check for $1 million, which will cover the cost of all that upfront design for architecture and engineering. So he will get a significant amount of money up front, which will really allow him to move the construction of that station forward again with detailed estimate, get bids, get bonding.
Very well. Just for the record, I mean, we were going to use the same plans that we already have that we used at the Apple station. There may be some modifications, but we already have plans. I mean, we could use those plans if we needed to. So what else do you have for us that would help us along with this fire station?
Well, the one comment that I will make, and I brought this up to the chief, is I still think he could save a lot of money changing gears and going to a single story, but that's the chief's call, not mine. I know there's all kinds of regulations that didn't exist 20 or 30 years ago as far as just the safety of employees, what sort of space the fire crew needs to live in there. But there will be some changes that need to be made to the plan just because it's a different site, different topography, different grading. But based on those plans that were done, I have full confidence in the department's ability to take those plans out and get a qualified architect and engineer to design them.
Okay. So I guess the final word is it's going to be a pro rata based on when you get building, close of escrow, not close of escrow, but certificate of occupancy on each property. You'll pay a prorated share of the money towards the fire station based on closed escrows, people moving in, sales, certificate of occupancy. Is that correct?
Yes, basically what we've talked about is building permits, so even before a CBO. And if this is approved tonight, then we would actually do a formal agreement and get that approved. So that way all the rules have been agreed to by the county and agreed to by the developer.
So as you stated earlier, this could be 6 or 7 years to build this out. It could be 6 or 7 years before all the money comes to the fire district. Is that a fair time?
Yes, with the ability then to bond it because he has a source of income as well as that upfront money for design.
Very well. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you. Just a quick question on this slide before we move to public comment. How did you calculate the $1.9 million in surplus to Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District?
So the way EK Economics does their fiscal impact analysis is they look at all of the revenue that will be generated by the project to the county, all the different tax streams, revenue, property taxes, sales taxes, and then they look at what the cost of services are for this project. You know, what will the county have to deliver to this project in terms of road fire service, crews, equipment? What is the county budget going to increase by to serve this project? And basically then that difference between the revenue created and the money required to serve the project results in that $1.9 million surplus calculation.
Any other further?
And that's based on time value of money, excuse me.
That's okay. Vice Chair Garcia, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll now move to public comment. And just a reminder that we all want to hear who the next speaker is, and we want to hear everything that everyone says. So if we could just hold any of our enthusiasm to internal versus external, that would be lovely. So we'll go ahead and move to public comment at this time. Thank you.
We have several people signed in, as you can imagine, so I will call two names. The first one will go to the podium. The second person, please queue up to be ready to speak. So first up, we have Jeanette Perazzo, followed by Ryan Ramsdell. Jeanette Perazzo? Okay. Ryan Ramsdell? Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Ramsdell. Please enter my comments into the record. I would like to address the discrepancies and inaccuracies of the Sierra Reflections appeal. The appeal states that the original tentative map was approved in 2006 against the same findings at issue today. This is incorrect, as 2006 findings are not the same as current findings. The 5 findings required common open space development were added in 2025. In the last 20 years, Washoe County has had 3 master plans, 1998, 2010, and again in 23. And the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan was revised 5 times, 2002, 08, 14, 19, and again in 2024. Tentative subdivision maps finding A and special use permits finding A as well. Both focus on the applications being consistent with the current master plan and the current versions of other applicant or applicable plans. The claim states that Sierra Reflections facilitates upwards mobility for current residents and entry-level or midterm housing, does not reflect the current market trends. Many area homeowners find it financially unappealing to move. They are staying put as their mortgage rates are lower than current rates and enjoy the staying put living in the proximity of the services. Therefore, the development will not free up units for first-time home buyers as stated on page 9. The appeal characterizes public comments as unsubstantiated public outcry, subjective, generalized concerns, and general lay opinions. This is an emotional issue for many residents, and some of the public comments reflect this. However, these citizens felt strongly enough to stay until 10 p.m. to voice their concerns. It cannot be overlooked that 70%, 31 of the 44 people that spoke of the presenters gave in the public comment were fact-based, research-based, and objective findings on how the applicant did not make the required findings for approval. The Planning Commission agreed, as demonstrated by their unanimous decision to deny the application. The subject property has many constraints which make it extremely challenging to develop. At this time, the applicant is not acceptable as presented. The applicant would benefit from utilizing citizen research and from implementing some of the 161 conditions identified by reviewing agencies to resubmit an application that complies with the current master plan and development code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Silva, followed by Larry Moulton.
Good afternoon. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. My name is Beverly Silva, and I'm a homeowner in St. James's Village. I'm here tonight because the same developer proposing the Sierra Reflections project is the developer responsible for St. James's Village, and his history should be of serious concern to this body. This developer began the St. James Village project in 1992. For more than 30 years, residents were promised amenities such as equestrian center, a hotel, and golf courses. These amenities were used to market the community, yet never materialized. To this day, St. James Village remains approximately half built out. The developer has repeatedly requested extensions on tentative maps, allowing him to avoid financial responsibility for known infrastructure issues. Most notably, Truckee Meadows Water Authority has determined that the existing water tree system must be converted to a loop system. Excuse me. Additionally, street sewer lines were installed more than 25 years ago, but never connected. Further development of over 50% would require those aging, unused lines to be connected to the sewer system. Again, a significant expense the developer has avoided. Because of his lack of completion and oversight, homeowners have had to pay the price. The HOA has faced serious financial and infrastructure problems, including having no insurance for wildfire risk, having private roads built with substandard materials, and severe underfunding of the HOA reserve account, creating a deficit of over $1 million. These failures resulted in a special assessment and ongoing increases to the monthly HOA fees to the residents who had no role in creating these problems. Since 2020, St. James Village and the proposed Sierra Reflections project have been listed together for sale as a package, priced at approximately $50 million. This shows that the developer's commitment is not to build or sustain community, but to sell. The Sierra Reflections project is part of that equation, and the application is inappropriate and incomplete. The goal of selling with a tentative map of high density in the current rural area is only to maximize the value of the property. The developer's pattern is clear: maximize profit while shifting long-term cost and liability onto the homeowners. When you consider Sierra Reflections project, I strongly urge you to look beyond the proposal on paper and examine this developer's track record, integrity, and long-term behavior. The experience of St. James's Village demonstrates what happens when promises are made but not fulfilled, and when communities are left to shoulder the consequences.
Larry Moulton, followed by Rick Cooper.
My name is Larry Moulton. Please include my comments and exhibits in the official record. I'm a resident of Washoe Valley, and like the other 5,000 plus residents of the South Valleys, we chose to live in a rural area for a reason. Each has their own individual reason, but none of us wanted to live in a high-density urban area. We were promised in the master plan, Envision Washoe 2040, that the South Valleys would remain rural. Many of us invested our money here based on that promise. This document states that future residential development should mirror the existing development pattern and density. Sierra Reflections is a betrayal of that promise. Just 2 years ago, every member of this board enthusiastically endorsed and voted to approve this master plan. In January, the planning commissioners recognized that the Sierra Reflections is a betrayal of that promise and unanimously denied the application. You must now recognize that this development is a betrayal of the words you enthusiastically supported and uphold that denial. When word of this misplaced high-density development started to spread around the valley, the objection of the local residents was swift and decisive. a petition of opposition was started. On this petition, there's 1,828 hand-signed signatures of your concerned citizens who strongly object to this high-density development proposed for our rural area. Recently, Washoe County publicly stated in their code of conduct they are committed to listening to their citizens. So please listen to the over 1,800 citizens who have signed this petition objecting yet again to another revised Sierra Reflections application. For over 19 years, we've expressed our concerns about this project. This project has failed 8 prior times to meet deadlines and/or comply with the findings of the development code, yet continued to get extensions. It has failed yet again for the 9th time and for good reasons. When word that Sierra Reflections had been resubmitted, a group of local citizens who are highly qualified by education and work experience in their subject matters formed 20 working groups to review the application. Their exhaustive research documented areas of noncompliance and determined that this application does not meet numerous code findings that must be met for it to be approved. The planning commissioners concurred. The factual information provided in their presentation helped the Planning Commission make an informed and correct decision to unanimously deny the Sierra Reflections application. Each of you have previously received a copy of the executive summary of these presentations. Please listen to these presentations today and recognize that this project is not appropriate for the rural South Valleys. Hopefully, you will come to the same conclusion as the Planning Commission. Please uphold the Sierra Reflections denial.
Rick Cooper, followed by Delia Greenhalgh.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Richard Cooper, and I am a 25-year resident of beautiful Washoe Valley. Please enter my comments into the record. I'm speaking on historical preservation in relation to the Sierra Reflections development. I will show that the application cannot make the required findings for approval. Specifically, I am referring to the goals and policies for cultural resources and sensitive landscapes contained in sections 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 in Appendix 4 of the Vision 2040 Master Plan. The unique geographic area of the proposed subdivision with its canyon, creeks, meadows, and other features useful to humans have drawn people for thousands of years and have many significant historic sites. Native Americans, and more recently, Euro-Americans and Chinese workers have all left evidence of their activities. NCR Principle 7.1, located in Chapter 2, page 47 of Envision 2040, states that the developer buffer designated areas of critical environmental concern and known significant cultural resources from development. Historic values are an example of cultural resources. The archaeological studies conducted by COTS consultants and those reviewed by COTS are found in tab H of the application. They found 15 previous archaeological studies covering the entire project area. These studies found at least 49 archaeological sites spread throughout the project, not just in the canyon. These numbers illustrate the significance of the entire project area's human history. There are historic sites not listed in the above studies. Page 22 of the project narrative describes that besides developed areas, areas of open space disturbed by collateral construction damage may need to be remade, opening the entire project area to disturbance of irreplaceable historic sites. The application does not address the overall significance of the project area as a historic site, or the specific location, mitigation, and protection of each individual site. Therefore, the policy of protecting and buffering the historic values demanded by the Envision 2040 plan has not been met, and therefore the finding B, design or improvement cannot be made since the application is not consistent with the master plan. Thank you for protecting our valuable cultural resources and unique history in Washoe County.
Thank you.
Delia Greenhalgh, followed by Loretta Lowe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Delia Greenhall, and please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. I am a 50-year resident of Steamboat Pleasant Valley and have been on the Pleasant Steamboat Valley Landowners Board for 45 years. I also have worked with our Planning Commission and Commissioners on 2 master plans for the South Valleys, including the Envision 2040, which was just approved. The topography of this area lends itself to fires and floods, and I have personally witnessed 3 of the major events over the last 50 years. The development is not consistent with Envision 2040 or Vision Statement. In relation to the CRE Reflections development, I will show that the application cannot make the required findings for approval. The application references extensive historic sites on the property, but the developer has not actually identified all of the sites. 5 sites within the development boundary have previously been determined eligible to the National Register of Historic Places. There are 4 Native American prehistoric sites and 1 historic site. Also, there are Comstock era mills, mining, toll roads, farming history, the V&T Railroad, the town of Willow Glen, and a Chinese town on this property. Although there have been up to 15 previously archaeological studies in the project site over the years and 49 sites located, they have not been properly identified, located, or buffered according to the requirements found in the Vision 2040 plan as stated in Appendix 4, Goal 1. For example, Couts Environmental Consultants found one of these 49 sites significant in previous studies. Archaeologically significant means important and possible for preservation. But the site is not mentioned in Appendix Tab H of the application that refers to cultural resources. This is significant as the site appears to lie unidentified and unbuffered within a grid of home sites on the application maps. NCR Principle 7.1, located in element 03, page 47 of Envision 2040, states that the developer buffer designated areas of critical environmental concern and known significant or sensitive cultural resources from development. This glaring omission of significant Native American and settler gathering site raises questions about the proper identification and buffering of the other 48 sites in the application. Therefore, the policy of protecting and buffering the historic values demanded by Envision 2040 plan has not been met, and therefore finding B, design or improvement, cannot be made since the application is not consistent with the master plan. The unanimous denial of the decision of the Planning Commission must be upheld. Thank you.
Loretta Lowe, followed by Bob Burke.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Loretta Lowe. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. Envision Washoe 2040 states that rural character is made up of many elements: the lifestyle of residents who keep horses and livestock, ranch-style homes, scenic vistas, nearby open spaces, and the presence of dark skies. I will show that the application cannot make the required findings for approval regarding rural character. Envision states future residential development should mirror the existing development pattern and density, support agricultural uses, and maintain opportunities for livestock and farm animal ownership. Sierra Reflections will not mirror existing density as shown in this map. The existing density in Pleasant Valley is 1 unit per acre plus, and the proposed density in Sierra Reflections is more than triple at 3.2 units per acre. Priority Principle 6 from Envision is to maintain agricultural practices, to support local food growth and distribution. The small lot sizes of the development would not allow agricultural uses. An informal livestock inventory was conducted of 85 properties north from Pawnee Lane to Concho Drive, and 35% had livestock. In Washoe County, the minimum parcel size for 2 livestock is 35,000 square feet. Sierra Reflections lot sizes will not support opportunities for livestock and farm animal ownership. NCR Principle 1.2 of Envision is to preserve the remaining integrity of our region's dark night skies. Preserving dark night skies was also recently identified as a top priority by the current Board of County Commissioners. Despite county regulations, the lights from 940 homes and the lights from vehicles making 8,000 plus daily trips will significantly diminish the scenic resource of dark night skies. This is also not consistent with specific plan standards and procedures that state the specific plan benefits the surrounding neighborhoods and will not have an undue and adverse impact on the reasonable enjoyment of neighboring properties. Sierra Reflections will not support agricultural practices or livestock ownership, will not mirror existing density, or preserve dark night skies. So tentative subdivision maps finding B and common open space finding B cannot be made. Therefore, the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission to deny the application must be upheld. Thank you.
Bob Burke, followed by Lisa Dayton. Go ahead.
Bob Burke, Washoe Valley. Please enter my comments into the record. Sierra Reflections does not conform with the Washoe County Development Code, Article 608, Section 110.60825A, plan consistency, and B, design mandates consistency with our master plan in Vision Washoe 2040. The following citations from Vision refute the applicant attorney's false claim that the opposition offered nothing more than unsubstantiated comment. Page 104 and 105, South Valley's residential patterns express a rural heritage. Livestock and agriculture are a significant contributor to the rural heritage of the area. The valleys support 4-H farming and livestock. Sierra Reflections will convert a valuable pasture into a patio homes on 2,800 square foot lots and hundreds of houses on 5,000 to 7,000 square foot lots. Our cattle ranchers already face increasing shortages in grazing pastures. VSP Beef and Steamboat Valley is forced to transport their cattle to Gardnerville, Fallon, and Yerington because of insufficient local pasture. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association states small rural communities are our backbone, so losing another pasture would be devastating. U.S. beef cattle herds are at their lowest levels in 74 years. Page 108, Vision, the South Valley's planning area is characterized by active agricultural and working lands supporting livestock. There is no tract housing in the South Valleys. Active agriculture and working lands require larger lots, and is so specified in the County Code DC 04-003, Bill number 1417, Ordinance number 1238. Furthermore, Section 110.210.30 of the code states the Steamboat Valley community, as indicated on map 110.210.1, South Valley's planning area communities establishes a transition area between the urban character of Reno and the rural character of the Steamboat and Pleasant Valleys. Clearly, our development code contemplates a distinction between Reno's high-density Photo 2 and the South Valley's open rural character, Photo 3. Narrow zoning citations by the applicant's attorney should not override the broad conforming features of a rural community delineated by Envision Washoe. The developer even admits on page 40 of their project narrative that their lotting does not conform to traditional rural patterns, but justifies it by clustering tight-density housing around a rugged, undevelopable canyon and designating it as open space. Their plan does not reflect the area's character. Don't let lawyer overtures persuade your good judgment and uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision and denial.
Lisa Dayton, followed by Kevin Kemp.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for your work in our community. My name is Lisa Dayton, and I would like my comments and exhibits entered into the record. I would like to present to the Commission my concern regarding the density calculation used in the Sierra Reflections application. The density calculation used in the application does not meet the requirements as specified in the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. The developer has provided a density calculation of 1.24 dwelling units per acre using the proposed 940 dwelling units divided by the site acreage of 759.69 acres. Per Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, this is not the correct density calculation. Per Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, page 131, public facility designations and development constraint areas must first be deducted from the gross land area. Here is that definition. Further definition on page 132 of the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, development constraint areas include water bodies, designated FEMA Zone AE floodways, and slopes greater than 30%. The developer has provided a slope study which has determined that 151.57 acres of the total site has a slope of greater than 30%. This acreage has not been deducted from the maximum density calculation and represents about 20% of the site. AE floodways. Currently, there are no Zone AE floodways on the site. However, the stormwater drainage plan provided with the application proposes that Zone AE floodways are created to increase buildable land and manage runoff. The area of these created AE floodways should also be removed from the density calculation. Here are the locations of the AE floodways proposed in the stormwater drainage plan included in the Sierra Reflections application. Using these maps with legends and exhibits provided in the developer's application, you can calculate that roughly 300 acres, or roughly 40% of the site, is development constrained. Page 3 of the developer's project narrative states that the site is allowed a maximum density of 1.43 dwelling units per acre. If you remove the constrained areas, as per the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan guidance, the proposed plan exceeds 2 dwelling units per acre and exceeds the allowable density. The developer is asking to transfer density that is not achievable when you correctly remove the development constraint areas. We ask that you please support the unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Kevin Kemp, followed by Michelle Santo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Kemp. I'd like my comments and exhibits entered into the record. I would like to present to the Commission my concerns regarding the proposed density in the Sierra Reflections tentative map and the omissions of critical neighborhood design standards as outlined in the envisioned Washoe 2040 master plan on pages 57 and 8, and land use designations as stated in Table 4, page 57. The application misrepresents Sierra Reflections as primarily a suburban neighborhood. A table of parcel sizes and setbacks is provided and then associated with the closest parcel zoning designations. In all cases, the developer has listed the exceeded lower zoning designations rather than the correct parcel zoning designation that is met. The reality is that 257 of the 304 parcels in the first major build-out fall within the urban design standards with densities as high as 12 dwelling units per acre. The master plan provides specific standards for urban residential projects. Urban neighborhoods shall have an interconnected road and bicycle network and public transit incorporated in all new development. This does not exist. Highway 395 is the only vehicular access to Sierra Reflections, and there is no plan to extend public transit and urban infrastructure to Pleasant Valley. The master plan, page 57, Table 4, Land Use Designations, provides a list of allowed zoning for the various land use types. This table clearly states that urban parcels are not allowed in rural or suburban areas. Therefore, I ask you please support the Planning Commission and their unanimous denial of the proposed Sierra Reflections development.
Michelle Santo, followed by Charlie Hyatt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Santo, and I would like my comments and exhibits entered into the record. The developer states in their application and in their appeal that they are not requesting a zoning change. The highest density zoning in the site is medium-density suburban with a maximum of 3 homes per acre and minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet. If you approve their request for a tentative subdivision map, they will map out the development with 259 urban zone parcels less than 5,000 square feet and 681 high-density suburban parcels less than 12,000 square feet. The developer is relying on Article 408, Common Open Space Development, as justification to the map the development with high-density suburban, low-density urban, and medium-density urban parcels, despite the allowed zoning capped at medium-density suburban. Per Article 408, Section 110.408.25, the only standards where the developer has flexibility when clustering home sites on the tentative map is in respect to minimum lot width, front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and rear yard setbacks. There is no provision allowing a deviation from the parcel gross area permitted by the current zoning of medium-density suburban, which is 12,000 square feet per parcel. Here is the aerial view of the closest urban neighborhood to the proposed Sierra Reflections urban density request. To understand how out of place this urban neighborhood would be in Pleasant Valley, please note that you would need to travel 5 miles north on Old US 395 towards Reno, plus 1 mile west on Mount Rose Highway before you reach a single-family neighborhood designed to medium-density urban standards. This map provides an aerial view of that 5-mile drive. You would first travel past 1-acre homesteads, small animal ranches, hay fields, equestrian centers, open space, low-density suburban, solar, and geothermal fields, then finally past the incorporated industrial and commercial centers. There are no freeway on or off ramps, public transportation, grocery stores, medical, or other essential services along this 5-mile stretch. This leapfrog of place in an urban neighborhood so far removed from essential services goes against all urban planning guidance, including your own. The developer is exceeding the Common Open Space Development Standard by mapping the development with urban and suburban parcels that fall well below the minimum allowed by medium-density suburban. The proposed design for Sierra Reflections is not appropriate for the rural setting, and we ask that you please support the unanimous denial of the decision of the Planning Commission.
Charlie Hyatt, followed by Anna Quinn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Charlie Hyatt, and I'd like to enter my comments and exhibits into the record. I would like to present to you my concerns regarding the urban density and patio homes proposed in Sierra Reflections tentative maps. Despite the developer's attempts to characterize this project as suburban, Sierra Reflections tentative map includes 259 urban zone parcels, of which more than 90 are patio homes with densities as high as 12 units per acre. This is the proposed map. The developer proposes placing these urban densities in a rural area with no public transportation, 1 access road, no freeway on and off ramps, no essential services within 5 miles. A good gauge of where to place urban densities is the official walk score from walkscore.com. While walk score is based on an area's reliance on personal automobiles, the higher the walk score indicates that you are closer to public transportation and essential services. The official walk score for the proposed Sierra Reflections location is only 1 out of a possible 100. Per Per Envision 2040, page 55, the proposed Sierra Reflections location is designated as Tier 3. Therefore, density cannot exceed the current designation of medium-density suburban. The plan further states that should you amend the designation to include higher density, such as urban parcels, the infrastructure to support this change would first have to be in place. Envision 2040, page 58, states urban neighborhoods require a full range of urban services such as public sewer and water, extensive interconnected road and bicycle networks, public transportation, and safety and emergency response services. If this appeal is approved by this commission, will you make the financial responsibility to extend urban services 5 miles south to an urban neighborhood in a Tier 3 rural area? Per the Washoe Master Zoning Plan, the nearest patio home development, which is similar, is 9.5 miles to the north. That plan is on the corner of South Meadows Parkway and Evergreen and averages about 11 units per acre, well into incorporated Reno's urban zone. This is an appropriate location for an urban neighborhood. It does offer all the required infrastructure, including being 1 mile or less from a freeway on-off ramp, having 4 bus stops within a 1/4 mile radius, and is less than 1/2 mile from shopping, banking, major medical campus, and employment centers. All these urban amenities are of great, I want to conclude that I would please request that you uphold the decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anna Quinn.
Thank you.
Anna Quinn, followed by Claire Holland.
So if we could just we want to make sure that we give the next person an opportunity and you can hear everything. We want to make sure. And I just also want to let you know that legally everything that you say during public comment is put on the record. That could give you a couple little seconds to maybe be able to wrap up if you find that time is an issue or concern. So thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ann Quinn. I'm a 15-year resident of Washoe Valley. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. Sierra Reflections application is incomplete regarding endangered species, so it cannot make the required findings for approval. Question number 12 of the application asks if the subject property is in an area potentially containing rare or endangered species, and if so, describe what mitigation measures will be taken to prevent adverse impacts. The applicant answered, quote, "The site is shown to contain mule deer and bear habitat," end quote. Yet the application includes a letter from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service stating there is a listed endangered species, a butterfly called the Carson wandering skipper, whose primary habitat encompasses the subject property. This map from the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency shows that the subject property is also located within the watersheds that impact the endangered cooey and the threatened Lahontan cutthroat trout. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service considers these watersheds part of the range and distribution of these fish. This is not consistent with the purpose of Open Space Standards Article 432.00 to preserve and protect environmentally sensitive open space areas. It does not comply with the Common Open Space Standards 432.35 environmentally sensitive habitat in these 2 areas. Number 1, no new development shall be permitted within a recognized primary habitat area of an endangered species. Number 2, a habitat survey of the area shall include mitigation measures to reduce impacts and to allow for the long-term maintenance of environmentally sensitive habitats. Since the applicant failed to include endangered and/or threatened species or describe mitigation measures to reduce impacts, the application is incomplete. So these 3 findings cannot be made. Number 1, common open space development, finding B, protect natural and scenic resources. Number 2, tentative subdivision map finding, B, designer improvement. Number 3, tentative subdivision map finding E, fish, or wildlife. Since the above findings cannot be made, the unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission should be upheld.
Thank you.
Claire Holland, followed by Karen Kreider.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Claire Holland. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. Sierra Reflections application is incomplete regarding sensitive migration routes, so it cannot make the required findings for approval.
Thanks.
The application omitted a site analysis of 2 sensitive migration routes. The project site is part of the Pacific Flyway, a major north-south migration route for over 350 million birds, and more than 50% of these birds are waterfowl. Browns Creek Pond, at the center of the development, is an important stopover point for waterfowl during migration. The disturbances caused by Sierra Reflections will disrupt their stopovers and cause many birds to avoid the pond. This is not consistent with Envision Biodiversity Goal 1.2, limit development activities that impede natural migration patterns between habitats on which migratory species depend. The project site also encompasses a major mule deer movement corridor. Populations of mule deer have been steadily declining for the last 30 years, and because of this, they have been identified as a species of greatest conservation need in the Nevada State Wildlife Action Plan. Carl Lackey of Endow states that urban sprawl and the activities associated with it are the biggest challenges facing the Carson Front mule deer population. The application states that ample corridor widths of 300 feet are provided along the creeks. Yet, according to Cody Schroeder of Endow, mule deer require a minimum corridor width of 1,300 feet for functional migration. Smaller migration corridors and an increase in traffic create more chances for collisions. Envision states that increased collisions may push the mule deer population past the point of recovery. This does not comply with Envision Sustainability Goal 2.3. The county will encourage the location of higher density development closer to urbanized areas and support limitations on development in rural areas with high biodiversity. Since the application omitted a site analysis of migration routes and the development will not provide adequate migration habitats, these 3 findings cannot be made. Common open space development finding B, tentative subdivision maps finding B, and tentative subdivision maps finding E. Since these findings cannot be made, the unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission must be upheld.
Thank you.
Karen Kreider, followed by Sandy Sullivan.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Karen Kreider. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. I'm speaking on the pollution issues Sierra Reflections will cause in Steamboat Creek. Due to these issues, the application cannot make the required findings for approval. Envision Washoe 2040 Appendix 4, page 48 states that Steamboat Creek is classified as the largest non-point source of pollution to the Truckee River. Non-point source pollution is carried to lakes, rivers, and creeks in runoff from untreated stormwater from construction sites in developed areas. This table from the 2024 Nevada Water Quality Integrated Report shows the pollution load in Steamboat Creek measured in 2 locations from its source. In the span of 7.1 miles, the number of pollutants increases from 4 to 7. This increase can be attributed to the creek flowing through highly developed areas where it is exposed to increasing amounts of non-point source pollution. The pollution caused by CO reflections will affect these species downstream from the project, as shown in this map from the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, the endangered kiwi, the Carson wandering skipper, and the threatened Lahontan cutthroat trout. This increase in pollution is not consistent with the purpose of significant hydrologic resources, Article 418.00, regulate development activities with and adjacent to perennial streams to ensure that these resources are protected and enhanced. It does not comply with goal number 1 of the non-point source state management plan, reduce non-point source pollution in impaired waters through supportive activities that reduce pollution load. It is also not consistent with Envision Biodiversity Goal number 5, Appendix 4, page 21, protect important habitats from impacts or loss due to development. The non-point source pollution caused by 15 to 20 years of CO reflections construction and subsequent urbanization of 940 homes will damage Steamboat Creek. Therefore, these 3 findings cannot be made. Common open space development finding B, protect natural and scenic resources. Tentative subdivision maps finding B, design or improvement. Tentative subdivision maps E, fish or wildlife. Since these findings cannot be made, the unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission must be upheld.
Sandy Sullivan, followed by Gail Bowers.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Sandra Sullivan. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. I will show that Sierra Reflections application is out of compliance with the developmental code regarding tree removal and that the required findings for approval cannot be made. The tree removal exhibit, Exhibit 1, from the application shows 113 of the 208 trees on the site will be removed. These areas are shown in blue. This equates to removing 54% of the existing trees. Landscaping Article 412.25 states that a minimum of 50% of existing significant trees must be preserved in their existing location. Since more than 50% of the existing trees will be removed, these 2 findings cannot be made. Common open space development finding B, protect natural and scenic resources, and tentative subdivision map finding B, design and implementation. The tree removal plan does not comply with Hillside Development Article 424.40 Vegetation Preservation and Restoration Standards, which states, ensure maximum preservation and restoration of existing trees and vegetation. Since the tree removal plan does not ensure maximum tree preservation of the application, does not meet the tentative subdivision map finding B, design or implementation. The application states that the trees to be removed are predominantly cottonwoods and willows, which are prohibited per landscaping Article 412.60 of the Development Code. This is incorrect, as Article 412 states that cottonwoods are allowed in riparian areas or areas in proximity to streams and creeks. Landscaping Article 412.25 states that existing trees not on the prohibited planter list with a caliper greater than 6 inches should be preserved, if feasible. Since the tree removal plan is incorrect regarding the cottonwoods and larger existing plants, common open space development finding B, design or improvement cannot be made. Since the application is out of compliance with the Development Code and the above findings cannot be made, the unanimous denial of the decision of the Planning Commission must be upheld. Thank you.
Gail Bowers, followed by Will Cowan.
Just now. Just right
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Please enter my comments into the record. My name is Gail Bowers. I am the past chairperson of the Washoe Story Conservation District back when we created the Steamboat Creek Restoration Plan, which is available by contacting their office. When this plan was created, it was unimaginable that anyone would consider destroying this critical ecological area in order to build an urban-style housing development. No development should be allowed in this highly sensitive and constrained area. This would allow the stream and floodplain to function in the natural manner. If the already existing beaver population is allowed to do its natural job instead of us destroying them, which is what's been happening for the last few years, the mercury will continue to become stable and will then be able to settle out into restored wetlands. Groundwater will recharge, water quality will improve exponentially, and fisheries will reestablish, potentially becoming a much-needed worldwide showcase of stream restoration. Continuing the creek as a ditch, as proposed, does not clean water. If we let nature do the job, there is no cost to the taxpayer. Cottonwood is not a trash tree. They provide shade for fish, bank stability, and habitat for all. If the ultimate goal is to restore the fishery capacity of Steamboat Creek as stated in the restoration plan, it will need a vibrant, rich ecosystem, including cottonwoods and willows. The Upper Browns Creek watershed is very steep, fragile, and loose, as seen at the top of the meadow with that boulder field deposited from up above. That boulder field keeps the upper watershed stable. Future public safety requires lots of space down in the floodplain. The Steamboat Creek Restoration Plan declared this part of the creek's restoration as high priority. Watershed restoration opportunity will be totally lost if the proposed development is approved as is. The southern Washoe County rural experience would no longer showcase the absolute magnificent beauty that makes us world famous. Allowing and approving an inappropriately designed development en route between Reno and Tahoe clearly defeats our entire community's vision for all of northern Nevada for residents and tourism alike. The proposed actions of the applicant clearly violate the Steamboat Creek Restoration Plan, as well as numerous areas of the Washoe County Master Plan and Development Code. For this reason, findings B, design.
Will Cowan, followed by Juiced Riedel.
Thanks.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is William Cowan. I'm a resident of Pleasant Valley and a retired aquatic ecologist. I would like this testimony to be on record. I'm speaking on flooding issues related to the proposed Sierra Reflections subdivision. Steamboat Creek has a history of frequent flooding events. Historic newspaper accounts from 1882 to 1972 and data from the USGS Steamboat Creek Monitoring Station document a total of 34 floods. 9 floods have been experienced since 1980. These events are expected to occur in more severity and frequency. The design of the proposed subdivision will destroy the Steamboat Creek floodplain by capping 87% of it with 8 feet of fill and confining the stream within a 300-foot wide corridor bounded by riprap. The destruction of floodplain nullifies natural flood control functions of Steamboat Creek. It is inconsistent with Washoe County Development Code, Article 418, Significant Hydrologic Resources, Section 110.418.00, which states, The intent of these regulations is to protect the health, safety, and welfare by A, preserving, protecting, and restoring the natural functions of existing perennial streams in Washoe County. C, ensuring the natural flood control functions of perennial streams, including stormwater retention and slow release capabilities, are maintained. E, ensuring the natural water quality functions of perennial streams, including pollution filtering, nutrient recycling, and sediment filtering capabilities, are not impacted by proposed developments. And H, ensuring no net loss of value, acreage, and function of significant hydrologic resources. For these reasons, Washoe County Development Code Article 608, tentative subdivisions of map Section 110.608.25, findings B, design or improvement, and F, public health, cannot be made. The proposed development is on a floodplain. Disconnecting and constricting Steamboat Creek will increase water depth and velocity in the channel and increase erosive action during flood flows. This violates Envision Washoe 2040 AR Principle 1, Policy 1.2, restrict development in floodplains that would constrict or otherwise result in higher floodwaters or peak flows or impact the floodplain functions. Washoe County Development Code Article 608, Section 110.608.25, findings, design, and improvement and type of development cannot be made. The flushing of pollutants and contaminated sediment caused by increased floodwater erosion will have a negative impact.
Juiced Riedel, followed by Tim Salyer.
Do you need this on right away?
Good afternoon. My name is Joost Riedel. I am a resident in Pleasant Valley. I'm also a hydrogeologist by profession and have studied hydrogeology and worked in the profession over 30 years. I would like to highlight a few elements in addition to the previous speaker, Will Cowan, pertaining to the flooding that violate Washoe Code Article 418, as well as statutes under the Nevada NRS Code 534 pertaining to water rights. The proposed removal of natural stream and wetland areas which are in direct surface water connection with jurisdictional waters of the United States will adversely impact natural capacity of the local watershed to attenuate floods. It will significantly reduce natural infiltration and recharge to the local groundwater system, thereby likely to cause impacts on local wells and water resources. It will reduce existing ability of Steamboat Creek to attenuate contaminants, including the mercury, during construction as well as years following. This violates Washoe County Development Code Article 418, Significant Hydrologic Resources, Section 110-418-00. B, the stormwater management systems that are proposed are inadequate. They provide vastly less storage capacity to retain floods. They reduce the amount of water available to recharge to the local groundwater system, regulated under NRS 533-00055, and potentially cause impacts to local water wells, and induce evaporation loss related to water stored in the ponds and the stormwater infrastructure, which would impact the project consumptive use water rights allocation, which is regulated under NRS 533.028. Based on these findings, I recommend the denial of the application for the proposed Sierra Reflections subdivision. Thank you.
Tim Salyer, followed by Marilyn Naylor.
Good afternoon. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tim Salyer. Please include my comments in the record. I am speaking to you regarding the traffic issues related to the proposed Sierra Reflection Project. First, the NDOT approval of the traffic analysis is over 1 year old and is out of date. The proposed development will add approximately 6,000 to 8,000 vehicles per day with an average round trip of at least 20 miles. This does not include service vehicles brought in by others. Old US 395 is already considered a dangerous highway with reduced speed limit due to a history of traffic accidents and wildlife encounters. The proposed roundabouts are a major concern. The roundabouts are inconsistent with the rural and scenic nature of the area as stated in the vision and character statements of the Washoe County Master Plan. The roundabouts are of inadequate size. They are specified to have 180 feet diameter. A tractor towing a single 57-foot trailer would have to use the apron to navigate this size roundabout. It's too small to safely handle larger rigs with 2 to 3 trailers being diverted off the I-580 in emergency situations. This would be low-speed roundabouts. The grades approaching them would cause vehicles to lose traction during winter weather and slowing to approach them or slowing to stopping for conflicting traffic. There are no bicycle lanes. Recent fatalities have highlighted this need. There are no separate exit and merge lanes. All vehicles enter the roundabout. This results in reduced capacity in emergency situations. Both roundabouts on the old 395 east of the proposed subdivision are only 1/2 mile apart. Use of both could be lost in extreme fire events such as what happened in Washoe Valley Fire in 2012 and nearly happened in the recent Davis Creek Fire. Specifically, the Pagney Lane roundabout, this is a low area with frequently floods and becomes impassable during heavy rain events. Specifically for the East Lake roundabout, space constraints due to location at the top of the hill and surrounding terrain make the building of a roundabout with the required line of sight distances impossible without destroying the entire area. This would be in conflict with the Hillside Development Article 424 and the Corridor Management Plan for the Washoe Valley Scenic Byway. For the above reasons, findings B, design or improvement, F, public health, H, access cannot be made, and the tentative subdivision map cannot be approved. Thank you.
Marilyn Naylor, followed by Erica Broomer.
My name is Marilyn Naylor. Please include my comments and exhibits into the record. I'm one of the community members who joined forces with Washoe County Parks, Scenic Nevada, and Washoe Valley Alliance to complete the application for the Washoe Valley Scenic Byway, designated by the state of Nevada in 2010. The Byway Corridor Management Plan, completed by Washoe County in 2013, is incorporated into Envision Washoe 2040. As such, it cannot be ignored or removed without proper public process, NRS 278210. The Corridor Management Plan identifies managing partners, 7 federal, state, and local government agencies and community organizations with the mission to enhance Nevada's rural heritage and provide opportunities to experience the scenic beauty, cultural history, natural resources, and recreation. Envision Washoe 2040 NCR Principle 1 collaborate with all planning partners to identify and protect the region's significant visual gateways and viewsheds, including ridgelines. Not all of the managing partners are on the notification list of reviewing agencies who were sent an application to review and evaluate. And despite the applicant receiving documents about the scenic byway at neighborhood meetings, the application does not address the byway. A roundabout is proposed at the intersection of Highway 395 and East Lake Boulevard, which is the gateway for Washoe Valley Scenic Byway. A roundabout would require complete removal of the hillside, eliminating its ridgeline bordering Highway 395 to the west. This ridgeline fits the significant ridgeline definition in the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. in an area of significant ecological, historical, and cultural importance, with visual dominance characterized by silhouetting appearance against the sky. Its removal would destroy the scenic quality and viewshed forever. Envision Washoe 2040 NR6. Local government master plans shall include policies that address visual impact of development on ridgeline to maintain the scenic value of the region. Washoe County Development Code, Article 110-424, significant natural features shall be protected and preserved where appropriate and feasible, including ridgelines. The corridor management plan, avoid mass grading and large rock cuts visible from the highway. Findings, Section 110-608 cannot be made. Please uphold the unanimous vote of the Planning Commission and deny this application. On a positive note, we were recently awarded an America 250 Travel Nevada grant for an online interactive regional maps connecting our local, national, state, and county scenic byways, which does include historic, scenic Old Highway 395 south through Steamboat and Pleasant Valley. This does meet a goal of the Corridor Management Plan, page 81. Thank you.
Erica Broomer, followed by Cameron McSweeney.
Okay, you just, I had to get up. Okay. Just a second.
Hello, my name is Erica Brummer, and I'm here to speak about the school and traffic impacts associated with the Sierra Reflections development. Please enter my comments and exhibits into record. First, I want to address item number 8 of the traffic impact report requirements, which states that a report is needed when a development may generate 80 or more weekday peak hour trips. In the application's traffic volumes section, the original traffic study collected turning movement counts near Pawnee Lane and Highway 395 between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock a.m. and 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock p.m. on mid-weekdays while schools were in session. However, these time periods do not align with Pleasant Valley Elementary School's actual peak traffic times. As a neighborhood school, traffic flows in a one-way loop beginning from Highway 395 onto Laramie Drive from the north side, and ultimately it exits at the south side on Pawnee Lane. School begins at 9:30 a.m. with peak traffic between 9:05 and 9:25, and dismissal at 3:30 p.m. with peak traffic between 3:25 and 3:45. During these times, cars back up for up to 20 minutes at the Pawnee Lane exit. Because the traffic study did not measure during these true peak windows, the data does not accurately represent school-related traffic, and any projections based on inaccurate baseline counts needs to be reconsidered. Second, in reference to the Safe Routes to School tentative map, despite minor proposed improvements by the Sierra Reflections Development and Washoe County School District, pedestrian safety along Kids Way, the direct walkway to Pleasant Valley Elementary School, remains a major concern. WCSD noted that with little to no designated school parking, parents currently must park on both sides of the road, leaving students to walk in the roadway due to the lack of shoulders or sidewalks. With the added traffic expected from the Sierra Reflections development, these risks will only increase. Even though the Safe Routes to School measures include 3 painted crosswalks, 3 flashing signs, and a sidewalk along Pawnee Lane, there is no safe path along Kids Way to the school, leaving children exposed to vehicle traffic. For the projected enrollment of 62 elementary students, these partial measures are not enough to ensure safe, continuous pedestrian access in a critical school area. Due to the inaccurate count of traffic volumes and minor traffic adjustments, please consider denying this application.
Cameron McSweeney, followed by Linda Bell.
share again that I realize that we've all been here and we all really want to appreciate everybody's comments and respect everyone. So I am going to just also share that I'm probably going to hear a few more and then we're going to take a break just for a quick, like 10-minute break and then come back. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to let you know, and thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. My name is Cameron McSweeney, and I'm a Reno resident of 45 years, growing up in Lemon Valley, now residing in Pleasant Valley, and currently the Vice President of the Pleasant Steamboat Valley Landowners Association. I am also on the Insurance Advisory Board for the Nevada Division of Insurance, am licensed in 7 states, and have 25 years in the insurance industry, giving me decades of knowledge pertaining to homeowners insurance and our current insurance climate. To put it plainly, we have been, still are, and will continue to be in a home insurance crisis for quite some time, possibly even decades. At the January 6, 2026 hearing, Ken Crater, who does not hold a Nevada property and casualty insurance or a Nevada property and casualty law license, claimed that his proposed development would be easy to find insurance for due to them being outfitted with fire-resistant materials and vents that prohibit embers from entering the residences. Mr. Crater is violating NRS 683A and 683C, as what he is doing constitutes a solicitation or negotiation of insurance from an unlicensed person and can be fined up to $1,000. I want to make it crystal clear. The insurance companies do not take into consideration those types of fire-resistant measures when deciding whether or not to insure a home. And now AB 376 allows them to completely exclude wildfire coverage. My brokerage has access to over 100 home insurance carriers, and not one of them acknowledges the new fire-resistant venting systems such as Vulcan or BrandGuard vents. There is no way to indicate updated or newer fire-resistant options, nor are there underwriting exceptions for them. The insurance companies solely look at the distance a fire station is from homes, where the hydrants are, and mostly the surrounding vegetation and oversaturation of homes. Even if a new fire station is built and fire hydrants installed, the insurance companies will still deem it too much of a risk to be able to insure the homeowners of Pleasant and Washoe Valley, due to the vast surrounding vegetation, thus compounding the oversaturation of homes with the few carriers that are still writing insurance in this area. These photos prove that even brick and steel buildings will be a total loss in the event of wildfire, and carriers know this. These buildings were all lost in the Davis fire, September 2024. Due to the above-mentioned issues, the Sierra Reflections developer is unable to make the findings under Article 608, Tentative Subdivision Map, Section B, Design or Improvement, and F, Public Health. If this development is allowed, it will cause detrimental consequences for the homeowners who are already in this insurance crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Bell, followed by Tom Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. So,
my name is Linda Bell, and I've lived in the Washoe Valley for the past 30 years, and I served as a 911 dispatcher for the city of Sparks. Please enter my comments and exhibits into your records. Public safety was the most important reason for the Washoe County Planning Commission's unanimous denial of the proposed Sierra Reflections development. The South Valleys area currently only accounts for about 22% of the allocated resources of fire, EMS, and law enforcement calls. With an anticipated influx of 940 high-density urban-style homes, increasing the population by up to 3,000 plus people in a rural area, there are serious concerns regarding the timely availability of these important emergency resources. After speaking with representatives from Truckee Meadow Fire Protection District, REMSA, and the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, it's clear that the current focus of expanding these services is now concentrated north of Reno. This is very concerning because approval of this proposed development will put even more stress on these agencies' county's resources, which are already maxed out. Thus, the approval of this project does not meet the findings in section 110.608.25, section B, design or improvement. Important note, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office did not respond as indicated in the Planning Commission's reviewing agency's report. Previously, funding was allocated for a new consolidated fire station in Washoe Valley to better serve all the area, but the funding was withdrawn and used elsewhere. Help exploring funding for this much-needed new fire station is noted by Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District as a condition for approval of this project. Fire Station number 32 in East Washoe Valley currently only has 2 fire engines, 1 ambulance, serving over 41 square miles in the South Valleys, resulting in increased response times, especially to incidents in West Washoe Valley. REMS has said they may back up fire, providing they have adequate personnel to station in that area. The Sheriff's Office emergency response was inadequate during the 2024 Davis Creek fire, in which it took the Washoe Valley residents over 2 hours to evacuate, 1/2 hour longer than the 2016 Little Valley fire. Many residents, especially those with large animals, chose not to evacuate for fear their families or large animals could have been trapped in traffic jams. If the winds had shifted in either of the 2 previous fires, people and animals would have been trapped in a firestorm with catastrophic results. Adding 3,000 plus more evacuees would add unnecessary chaos to an already difficult situation. Based on the lack of unavailability of these emergency services and anticipated increased response times, the unanimous denial of the Washoe County Planning Commission must be upheld to protect the citizens of the South Valleys. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you.
Tom Johnson?
We have one more, and I know that everyone appreciates that we're going to hear this next public commenter, then we're going to take a break, and we're going to again be respectful of any type of acknowledgement other than our deepest silent appreciation. Thank you.
For point of reference, an acre-foot of water is 300.
Can you identify yourself really quick? And can you start his time? Tom Johnson, thank you. I just didn't see that. Thank you.
1993, Tumwa drilled 2 wells in St. James Village to provide water for the development. These 2 wells originally were rated for 715 gallons per minute. Subsequently, they were derated down to 175 gallons per minute. In 2018, there was a test pump at the Falcon Capital well near the chocolate nugget factory above 580. In 10 days of pumping, they managed to drop the water level more than 100 feet. According to the Tumwa website, the average annual usage per individual is 60,615 gallons. So at 940 dwellings, let's put 2.5 people per dwelling. That's 142,445,250 gallons, or 452 acre-feet of water. You've got 81 units in St. James still to be developed. That's another 40 acre-feet of water. According to the U.S. Geological Survey and the Nevada Department of Water Resource, Pleasant Valley is already drawing 2,770 acre-feet per year. The sustainable drawdown is approximately 3,000 acre-feet per year. This is as of 2022, is the latest available. The Nevada Department of Water Resources already shows it as fully pumped and over-allocated. The same source shows Washoe Valley Aquifer as fully appropriated. Planning Commission policy is to not approve any development that would negatively impact adjacent properties. The Planning Commission's denial of the Sierra Reflections application is in accordance with Washoe County policies. Quoting from Tumwa's Work Order 24-0013, page 5, groundwater levels in the South Truckee Meadows have declined 70 feet since the 1960s due to unsustainable pumping rates. Depletion of groundwater poses challenges for municipal and domestic well owners and threatens the reliability of previously dedicated water supplies. Continuing on page 3 of the same work order, long-term extraction of groundwater is expected to influence domestic wells in Washoe Valley. Despite the existing demand being a fraction of the rated well capacity, the static water levels in the 2 St. James Village wells have been declining since the wells were first installed. Data indicates a fairly consistent decline in water levels in both monitoring and production wells, with a slow leveling off in the last 4 years. The impact of declining subsurface water supplies causes hardships on municipal and domestic well owners and may threaten the sustainability of water supplies previously committed for service. Groundwater levels in this area are declining, and evidence indicates additional withdrawals from groundwater will exceed the sustainable yield of the basin, causing continued declines in water levels in the aquifer and/or conflicting with existing water rights. I should point out that one of the comments in the work order is they're going to redirect Browns Creek to replenish the aquifer at St. James, but if you redirect the diversion from Browns Creek, there goes Little Washoe Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's 3:20, and if we can, we'll just come reconvene at 3:30. I'm going to call for a recess at this time. Thank you. Can we start? Kate, can you tell him?
How are you? You look so dapper.
I'm sorry? Oh, gosh, thank you. You're very kind, but you're looking dapper. Woo! I'm going to put you on the dapper list, sir. I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 3:34. So we'll go ahead and ask for the next public commenter to be called, and certainly really appreciate everyone and their patience and professionalism and understanding. So thank you. We'll move now to the next public commenter. Thank you.
Elaine Martin, followed by Bill Naylor.
My name is Elaine Martin. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. My presentation is on the Serpa well pumping test report, which is part of the Sierra Reflections application. The well tested is called the Falcon Capital Well. Although not stated, the inclusion of the report indicates that the well is being considered as a possible source of water for Sierra Reflections. The location of the Falcon Capital Well is shown on the map by the large FCW letters. 10 well production wells, which serve customers in the old Washoe City area, are shown by nearby blue dots. The well is located in the Washoe Valley groundwater basin, not the Pleasant Valley water basin. The state water engineer would have to approve the water transfer between basins for it to be used by Sierra Reflections. The well test pumped 406 gallons a minute for 10 consecutive days. The test showed a measurable drawdown of 10 well production wells. The recharge of these wells was slow, only being in the 70% range after 14 days. The water temperature of the Falcon Capital Well was about 70 degrees as compared to the normal temperature of 50 to 55. This indicates that the well is close to the Steamboat Springs fault line. Seismic activity could affect the well's performance. To meet proposed pumping levels, a larger well, which could pump 800 gallons a minute or 1,290 acre-feet per year, would be required. This is 2.7 times the permitted amount for the current well. A simulation estimated that a pumping rate of 800 gallons a minute for 5 years would lower the groundwater level by over 20 feet for up to 1 mile from the well. This would degrade existing domestic wells and could cause shallow wells to collapse. The simulation showed that the well could pump at a rate of 800 gallons an hour for about 5 years. What then? Where does the water come from to meet the established domestic needs? The proposed pumping rate is not sustainable. If the Falcon Capital Well were used by the applicant, it would fail to meet the policies of the Washoe County Master Plan. Policy 1.1 prohibits unsustainable groundwater mining. Policy 2.1 requires that the developer balance new water supply commitments and existing commitments with sustainable sources of water supply. Based upon the above, tentative subdivision map findings B, design or improvement, and F, public health could not be made. You must uphold the unanimous denial of the Planning Commission and deny this application.
Bill Naylor, followed by Joyce Newman.
My name is William Naylor. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. My subject is the floodplain in the proposed Sierra Reflections subdivision. This floodplain has many interrelated constraints. Any developments out of compliance with existing master plans and development codes. This area is designated as a FEMA 100-year floodplain. Areas of the floodplain could contain or indicate wetlands. These are shown as the hatched areas on the applicant's map. The floodplain is constrained with mercury. The red and purple colors depict dangerously high levels of contamination. Extensive remediation to make it suitable for habitation would destroy the floodplain. The floodplain is designated in the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan as a natural resource consideration area and a critical source water protection area. This is critical for aquifer recharge and natural water pollution filtering. The floodplain, due to its wet nature and soil composition, is subject to liquefaction during seismic events. The key shows moderate liquefaction just below the severe level. The floodplain is habitat for 2 endangered species and 1 threatened species. Sierra Reflections lies entirely within the primary habitats of these species. Damage and destruction of their habitat is not allowed. Despite these constraints, the applicant has chosen not to preserve the floodplain as open space. Instead, it will destroy it by covering it with 8 feet of dirt and using it to cluster 304 homes. In addition to the exhibits shown, numerous development code and master plan references show that the actions of the applicant destroying the floodplain and its functions are not allowed. Due to time constraints, these references are provided in detail in the handouts that you were provided. 3 development code articles have sections supporting preservation of the floodplain. 3 Envision Washoe 2040 master plan elements have principles and policies supporting the preservation of the floodplain. Based on all the above information provided, the following findings cannot be made. For Article 408, Common Open Space Development, A, preserve or provide open space. B, protect natural and scenic resources. C, achieve a more efficient use of the land. For Article 608, tentative subdivision maps, A, plan consistency. B, design or improvement. C, type of development. E, fish and wildlife, and F, public health. In summary, the application is out of compliance with Envision Washoe 2040 and the Development Code. Required findings cannot be made to approve a common open space development or a tentative subdivision map. The unanimous decision of the Planning Commission must be denied to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Newman, followed by Tom Calicraig.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joyce Newman. I'm a resident in Washoe Valley. I request these comments be made part of the record. I'd like to request, too, that you review my attached brief bio. It's in response to West Texas allegations that I am a non-expert citizen. I'm speaking about the seismic and liquefaction risk to public health and welfare of this project, and will show they are not adequately evaluated, despite Nevada's ranking as the nation's 3rd most tectonically active state. My goal was not to supplant the applicant's work by conducting independent studies, but to demonstrate they did not adequately address these risks. They stated they conducted near-surface technical investigations only to assist in excavation activities. After reviewing the project's geotechnical reports, including the 20-year-old Pezzanella report, it's clear the application does not make the required findings for approval. The application fails to comply with Code Sections 110424, 1582, and 110424.20C3, requiring a site analysis to identify areas underlain with faults that have been active during the Holocene epoch of geologic time. The West Texas report is in violation of Section 608 of the Code, requiring developers to identify all known potential hazards, including but not limited to earthslide areas, Holocene era geologic faults, specifically requiring the site to be physically suited for the type of development proposed. Earthquake and liquefaction risks render this site unsuitable. And the report fails to demonstrate that the subdivision will not cause significant public health problems due to these risks. Applicants' reports acknowledge the site is an area of greatest severity for potential shaking, but do not adequately address site-specific earthquake and liquefaction risks. The geotechnical report cites 8 geologic maps and reports, some of which are 50 years old and were obsolete in 2005 when Pezzanella wrote his report. Geology is an evolving science. The report ignores at least 27 relevant references, including detailed updated fault maps. WestEx failed to consider the opinions of a group of 40 geoscientists who in 2019 studied the risks of large earthquakes in Nevada. The scientists concluded that significant sources proximal to the region exist. These references are clear indications that more focused investigations are essential. WestEx admits that on-site soil conditions were not explored beyond the surface, another admission that they did not adequately address geotechnical risks. The WestEx report suggests at least 13 times they be consulted during site prep and construction to evaluate active faults capable of generating large magnitude earthquakes. These risks should have been identified and addressed before the application was submitted. I recommend that the board vote to support the unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission. And if you have further questions, I'd suggest that you might want to refer to the 50-page report I submitted in January.
Thank you.
Tim Callicrate, followed by Shay Clark Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom Callicrate. I'm a resident of New Washoe City and a certified professional geologist. Please enter my comments and figures into the records. I'll be speaking about the various geologic hazards and health risks associated with Sierra Reflections property, suggesting that Zone 1 should not be developed. Figure 1 shows Carson River Mercury Superfund site and Sierra Reflections property. Figure 2 shows the location of Sierra Reflections defined zones. Zone 1 is the focus with regards to mercury contamination and geologic hazards. Figure 3 shows the location of the gold and silver mill sites where contamination of mercury was lost from the mills. It also shows where the Superfund site crosses through Sierra Reflections property, and Zone 1 is severely contaminated with mercury. Figure 4 shows Zone 1 as a water-saturated wetlands floodplain, where Sierra Reflection plans to develop 304 parcels. Figure 5 displays the same Zone 1 area where mercury contamination occurs throughout the wetlands floodplain. This contour map generated from UES survey data shows that over half of Zone 1 contains over 7.1 milligrams of mercury above the action level for the development of residential homes. Figure 6 comes from the Washoe City Geologic Hazards Map developed by the USGS. This map shows numerous earthquake fault zones that occur throughout the planned subdivision. Zone 1 is classified as a moderate risk area for severity of shaking of water-saturated soils, where homes would be subject to liquefaction, resulting in tilting, sinking, and possible collapse, presenting serious health and safety liabilities. Figure 7 shows the Sierra Reflections plan to excavate mercury-contaminated soils, relocate the soils to open spaces, parks, and slope sites, essentially contaminating uncontaminated sites. These new contaminated sites would be considered a toxic waste repository site. Now the owner and the developer would be liable for mercury contamination, subject to 30 years of testing and any and all health, safety, liabilities, and lawsuits issues. In conclusion, developing subdivision in Zone 1 could not be a worse location. Zone 1 is not suitable for residential development. The information I presented offers evidence that finding C type of development and finding F public health cannot be made. Therefore, the tentative subdivision map is out of compliance and cannot be approved, and you should deny this application. The planning commissioners unanimously voted against this project. I hope you agree to not approve the project too. Thank you for letting me present this information.
Next up, we have Shay Clark Smith, followed by Kelly Dean.
Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. I'm Clark Smith, Washoe Valley resident for 42 years with graduate degrees in chemistry and geochemistry. The Superfund site is not just the Steamboat Creek Channel. We now know that more than half of Zone 1 has toxic mercury to a depth of 4 feet. This is the site where 304 lots and Park 2 are planned. Historical records are misleading. UES data show toxic mercury well beyond the presumed location of the Temelic mill. Consequently, several locations along Steamboat Creek Channel are suspect, implying more testing is needed. Parks 1 and 2 are proposed sites for burial and capping of toxic soil, essentially creating toxic waste repositories where exceptionally poisonous methylmercury could be generated by anoxic conditions. Evidence shows that finding F, public health, will not be met. Your own planning commission voted against this proposed development, and for good reason. Map 2. Map 2 shows a total of 449 UES sample sites where 81 exceed residential action levels. We also know that toxic arsenic occurs with mercury. Map 3 shows the same UES shallow soil data ranging from 7.1 to highs of 169 and 181 milligrams per kilogram. Map 4. The source of mercury is presumed to derive from historic quartz mills, but there seems to have been much more activity. More contamination may exist than revealed by the current UES data, indicating more shallow and deep sampling should be done. Excuse me. Map 5. Note that about 1/5 of Zone 1 was not sampled to the full depth of 8 feet. That's 66 lots with incomplete and missing important sample data. Map 6. No data does not mean no mercury. 304 lots are planned for Zone 1, yet about 1/3 without sufficient risk analysis. Map 7. Proposed remediation will move toxic soils to nearby repository sites, the red areas. Only lots with toxic mercury will be remediated, not Steamboat Creek, where toxic sediments will continue to move downstream and methylmercury will continue to be locally generated in a wetland setting. The repository sites are also locations of proposed public parks. Map 8. The very highest mercury concentrations occur near Park 1. Would you want your children near these extremely toxic concentrations in a park setting? Moving high toxic soil around the property with the hope that it will disappear by burying it should not be an option. Map 8 also shows 10-acre parcels which are not adequately sampled with one sample per acre.
Kelly Dean, followed by Judy Coulter.
My name is Kelly Dean. Please enter these comments into the record. The Sierra Reflections Project is a huge and complex major infrastructure construction and mercury contamination remediation project. Let me concentrate on just one proposal in the plan that encapsulates the problems with the entire project. The plan proposes a park which the applicant calls Park Number 1. It's indicated on that map. This park is located adjacent to the confluence of Browns and Steamboat Creeks. The applicant proposes to enclose the park area by constructing a 12-foot-high masonry retaining wall along Steamboat Creek. This wall will destroy nearly a third of a mile of the scenic quality of the Steamboat Creek Canyon. This is out of compliance with Development Code Article 424, Hillside Development, Section 30H, Significant Natural Features. The building of this large retaining wall along the sensitive riparian environment will destroy natural vegetation, the habitat of sensitive and endangered species, and may extend into an area designated as wetlands. This is out of compliance with Envision's Washoe 2040 NCR Principles 4.1 and 4.2. The existing conditions plan shows that inside the retaining wall is an area documented as being culturally significant by Native Americans as well as European and Chinese settlers. The plan shows that there are existing rock walls, granite slabs, and foundations at the park site. The village of Willow Glen and a cyanide processing mill were in this area. The vision statement for this area in Envision Washoe 2040 is to maintain the area's natural and cultural heritage through scenic protections. The applicant's proposals clearly violate this vision. The applicant plans to partially fill the public park area with soil, which is highly contaminated with mercury, and then cover it with an 8-foot cap of soil. This will destroy enclosed historic cultural sites. This is out of compliance with Envision Washoe 2040 NCR Principle 7.1. In addition, a stormwater detention basin is located next to the park. This will cause water to leach through the contaminated soil and spread contaminants throughout the area. This could be a health issue. Based on the above, common open space development findings, A, preserves or provide open space, and B, protect natural and scenic resources cannot be made. Also, tentative subdivision map findings, B, designate or improvement, E, fish and wildlife, and F, public health cannot be made. The applicant's proposal for this is inappropriate, and I would ask you to please deny it.
Thank you.
Judy Coulter, followed by Curtis Coulter.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Coulter, and I'm from the Steamboat Valley. And I will show that excessive and indiscriminate grading causes CR reflections to be out of compliance with Development Code, Article 424 Hillside Development. As previously shown, the applicant plans to cut and fill almost 4 million cubic yards of soil at depths approaching 70 feet deep in some areas. The map you see is the Sierra Reflections proposed cut-fill plan. Cut areas are green and red, filled areas are blue and violet. The darker the red, the greater the cut. The darker the violet, the greater the fill. The applicant, with no consideration for the existing topography, proposes to cut and fill the terrain to create terraces of about a 3% slope in areas where houses will be built. This action is out of compliance with Article 424 Hillside Development. Section 00 purpose establishes provisions for developing, preserving, and protecting hillsides and ridgelines. Subsection B, minimizing the careless alteration of and disruption to the natural topography and landscape. Subsection E, encouraging innovative grading techniques and building design which respond to the hillside terrain and natural contours of the land. Subsection H, minimizing impacts on prominent ridgelines, significant viewsheds, canyons, and visually prominent rock outcroppings, which reflect the visual value and scenic character of hillside areas. Section 35, grading and drainage standards, set standards for grading hillside properties. Subsection A1, grading shall relate to natural topography with natural topography maintained to the greatest extent possible. Subsection 2A, where alteration to the natural topography is necessary, graded slopes shall be contoured to provide a smooth and gradual transition of grading and natural slopes, maintaining the basic character of the terrain. Subsection A3, standard pad grading or terracing, which results in grading outside the building footprint and access area shall be discouraged. Subsection A5, grading shall create varying gradients in order to avoid a manufactured appearance. Subsection A6, grading in environmentally sensitive habitat areas shall occur only when necessary to protect, maintain, enhance, or restore the habitat. For the above reasons, finding B, design or improvement, and finding C, type of development, cannot be made for this tentative subdivision map. You must uphold the unanimous decision.
Thank you.
Curtis Coulter, followed by Mike Sullivan.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Curtis Coulter. I will show that Sierra Reflections building placement and designs are not in compliance with Article 424 Hillside Development. That provision states that the following standards are extended or intended to encourage compatibility between development and hillside and vegetation character. The figure shown here, Section 31A states structures should be located at the natural slope of land rather than on man-made pads and terraces, like that. Projects with multiple building structures should be sited in staggered arrangements with height variations to minimize wall effect. Section 30B states the following standards are intended to encourage building design that is compatible with the character of hillsides and ridgelines and minimize alteration of the natural landforms. Section 30B1 states split pad and stepped foundation shall be encouraged so that buildings step down and step up with a natural slope to avoid padding and terracing should occur. Figure 424.3.4, Section 30F, lot configuration states the following standards are intended to ensure platting of new lots which reflect the natural character of the hillside properties as shown in the displayed figure. Section 30F1 requires that stable and sufficiently usable land be provided for each lot. Section 30F2 requires the building envelopes, disturbed areas, and undisturbed areas for each created lot be shown on the tentative map. Section 30F3 requires safe and adequate access to public streets without requiring massive grading or vegetation removal. Here, the project intends to move over 3 million cubic yards of cut and 4 million yards of fill. Preliminary landscape plan. Sierra Reflections application meets none of the hillside development building location and design standards as shown. They propose to cut and fill the natural terrain to create level terraces and building houses all stacked in rows. The proposed Sierra Reflections application cannot make tentative map findings. Article 424, Section 30, plan consistency under Subpart A, Subpart B, design or improvement, and C, type of development. Please uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous denial of this application, and thank you all for your consideration and the time that you've spent in hearing all of our comments.
Thank you.
Mike Sullivan, followed by Kurt Carlson.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Sullivan. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. This presentation shows that the applicant cannot make all 5 of the required findings documented in Article 408, Commons Open Space Development, Section 110, 408-28. Detailed references supporting this presentation are listed in the attached page. Finding A, preserve or provide open space requires that the development preserve developmentally constrained areas from development. The application does not preserve developmentally constrained areas. 1, the meadow is a FEMA 100-year floodplain. Areas of this floodplain also exhibit wetlands characteristics. Number 2, the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan designates this meadows as a natural resource consideration area and a critical source water protection area. The meadow is critical for aquifer recharge and natural water pollution filtering. Number 3, extensive mercury contamination in the floodplain has been verified by the applicant's testing. The proposed remediation will destroy the beneficial functions of the floodplain and further spread contamination. Finding B, protect natural and scenic resources states the development identifies and protects natural and scenic resources, including but not limited to richlands, waterways, large diameter trees, and habitat for special status species. Number 1, the development fails to comply with Article 424 hillside development and destroys natural and scenic resources, including the floodplain, by excessive cut and fill grading. Number 2, the applicant fails to protect large trees as required. The applicant plans to destroy almost all trees outside of the streambed stream bed buffer zone without regard to size. And number 3, the proposed development is habitat for 2 endangered species and 1 threatened species. The applicant plans to destroy a large amount of habitat by cut and fill grading. The development will release untreated polluted stormwaters into the habitat for these special species. Finding C, achieve more efficient use of the land, states that development will use density clustering to further protect and preserve open spaces. The applicant fails to protect and preserve this developmentally constrained open spaces by clustering development in these areas. The proposed clustering destroys environmentally sensitive areas while leaving areas more suitable for development as open space. As shown, the application cannot make findings A, B, or C for the common open space development. Please uphold the unanimous denial decision by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Kurt Carlson, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Carlson. Please enter my comments and exhibits into the record. This presentation will evaluate the validity of financial information provided by the applicant in its presentations to the Planning Commission and in the brief provided by the applicant's attorney with their appeal. Exhibit 1. In this brief, the attorney states that a financial impact analysis was provided as part of the application. Citizen Research failed to find this analysis. A request to the Planning Department shows that they also are not aware of such an analysis being provided as part of the application, so it could be studied. Exhibit 2. The analysis in this brief is not of the Sierra Reflections, but of a so-called similar 6-year project done in 2022. However, no information was provided to justify similarity, but it was stated that cluster density was not involved. This alone would make a major difference in the parcel size and other factors. The figures provided in the brief were totals without supporting detailed line item data to justify their content validity. Therefore, these figures cannot be verified and have no value for comparison. As for the applicant's claimed support for the proposed Washoe Valley Fire Station, it sounds like we have one heck of a fire chief getting a financial commitment from the developer. That's a new development here. In the Planning Commission presentation, the applicant stated that they would provide their pro rata share of the construction cost. Nothing about this has put in writing. Nothing in writing. Therefore, nothing defines how the pro rata share is determined, what the amount is, or how, and most importantly, when it will be paid. It's highly unlikely that the entire amount would be paid up front. At best, it will be 2 or more years before the infrastructure is available to even start construction. The first phase of the project is only 8 dwellings. Also, the applicant has publicly stated that the owner wants to sell the property, not develop it. The property is advertised for sale on the internet. I thank you for your time and considerations.
Thank you.
Cliff Lowe, followed by Bob Rusk.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Cliff Lowe. Please include my comments and exhibits in the public record. Deviating from my prepared remarks, did you have any idea that your constituents at large have the qualifications and resources to provide such detailed, specific, substantiated information? No need to answer. You'll do that later. Even in a de novo review, the key question remains, can all of the required findings be made? Unless the board determines that every required finding is met, then, like the considered decision of the planning commissioners, this board cannot approve a discretionary land use application. Without all those findings, county code does not allow approval. Whatever entitlements the appellant may claim now are irrelevant. Such entitlements, if any, were forfeited when the appellant bungled the 2006 application for so long that extensions were terminated, something that staff glossed over. Submitting a development proposal, even one with long-standing zoning or extensive technical studies, does not guarantee approval. Findings must still be met. Importantly, a property owner is not entitled to the most intensive or most profitable use of their land. The denial of one proposal does not amount to a taking because this property retains value in other reasonable uses consistent with the county's code and master plan. With respect to the takings argument, the Nevada Supreme Court's 180 land decision, also known as Badlands, dealt with government actions that made development futile. That decision does not require the board to approve this project when the board cannot make the findings required under county code. If every claimed entitlement was treated as mandatory approval, it would undermine the county's ability to enforce land use standards and protect public health, safety, and welfare. That is not what takings law requires. A regulatory taking happens only when government action removes all economically viable use of the property, as you see on the handout you received. That is not happening here. The Planning Commission did not prohibit all development. Your appointees simply found, as you should find, that the applications before the county do not meet the required findings under Washoe County Code. For these reasons, you must deny the appeal and affirm your Planning Commission's unanimous decision. And thank you for your time and attention and perseverance today.
Thank you. Bob Rusk, followed by Aaron Sutherland.
My name is Bob Rusk, a 45-year occupant of Washoe Valley. I'm a former two-term Washoe County Commissioner and two-term minority leader in the Nevada State Assembly. And I swear I'm never going to do that again. In my experience, this application is one of the most deeply flawed that I have seen. Presented earlier was a petition hand-signed by 1,800 local residents. They agree that the design of the Sierra Reflections subdivision and the actions being proposed by the applicant are ill-conceived, inappropriate, and dangerous to the public. Submission of this application caused residents to form a 20 working group of major areas of concern. They carefully analyzed the application, researched associated plans and codes, and documented their results. We have heard from 35 speakers who have presented their information and findings in detail. The proposed application does not comply with 7 elements and at least 18 major principles of Master Plan Envision Washoe 2040. It does not comply with 12 goals in Appendix 4 of the Master Plan. The application are out of compliance with 7 Washoe County Development Code articles. The following is a summary of the number of speakers who could not make the necessary findings for approval. Preserve or provide open space, 3 speakers. Protect natural and scenic resources, 7 speakers. Achieve a more efficient use of land, 2 speakers. Plan construction, 5. Design or improvement, 24 speakers. Type of development, 10. Fish and wildlife, 7. Public health, 11. Access to Conclusion. For a common open space development, all 5 of the required findings cannot be made. For a tentative subdivision map, all 10 of the required findings cannot be made. Please, commissioners, uphold the unanimous denial. I repeat, unanimous denial of the application by your planning commissioners. You appointed them, I didn't. We need 5 votes, but we've settled for 3. Thank you.
Aaron Sutherland, followed by Taylor Hodges.
So unless someone else is an assemblyman, I'm not going to allow any more clapping. So I'm just saying straight up, unless someone is a 2-time commissioner and a previous assemblyman, we're going to go back to quietly respecting everyone. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Sutherland.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Aaron Sutherland. Please enter my comments into the record. Please uphold the unanimous decision as stated from your planning commission regarding this application and appeal. I have served for 24 years as a chief pilot for the Nevada Army National Guard, the State Emergency Management Department, as a wildland firefighter. I'm a certified safety professional and a DOT accident investigator. We're going to get into that in a minute. 16 years ago, I moved my family from Reno into Pleasant Valley because the caliber of people who've spoken before me, and some will come after me as well. I'm the president of the Steamboat and Pleasant Valley Landowner Association, representing 320 residential homes, 11 businesses, and agricultural businesses, and we're all requesting you to deny this application. 51% of the homes we evaluated between Mount Rose Highway and, sorry, lost the name of the thought, and the, oh my gosh, where the development would end, I'm sorry, the East Lake Boulevard, there we go. We've got people that are developing and raising agricultural animals, poultry, beef, swine, cattle, goats. And these are all downstream from both Brown and Steamboat creeks. The disturbing of that Superfund is going to create environmental hazards, both on the from the airborne as well as the aquatic side. This would be in violation of CFR 1910.126. To note, the Southern Nevada School District in 2016 had to close down a middle school for over a week because a quarter of a cup of mercury was found in the school. So now we're talking about moving almost 4 million cubic feet of contaminated material. In the last 24 months, we've had 6 fatalities along that stretch of road I just mentioned. You're going to create choke points that go into what's called TLAR. TLAR is Technical Large Animal Rescue. We also house in our local area, one of the businesses is a large animal hospital, a veterinary hospital. Those are injured animals, and if you think it's hard to get a horse or a cow into a trailer, you got to try doing it with an injured animal. The proposed development is right through where the Cullen fire was. In 2012, I fought that fire. The head of that fire moved at over 40 miles an hour. And you're talking about tripling the amount of people living in this area. Also, you need to look at last year's DRI report that stated in 1997 to 2024, the city of Reno was the warmest growing climate in all of the United States, almost 11 degrees in that 40-year time span. So please deny this program and approve it.
Thank you.
Taylor Hodges, followed by Linda Harrison. Taylor Hodges. Okay. I think she must have left. So go ahead.
My name is Linda Harrison. I live in Old Washoe City, right on United States Highway 395 South, which is not old 395. I've lived there for 52 years, and I can tell you all about the traffic. Fact, the weather in Washoe Valley and Pleasant Valley is completely different. We receive much more snow, and the Washoe Hill becomes, oh, by the way, I'm speaking about the 2 proposed roundabouts, which are ridiculous. The Washoe Valley and the Washoe Hill are not priorities for snowplows since Interstate 580 opened. Fact, NDOT installed the concrete barrier all the way up and down that hill quite some time ago to protect against crossover traffics because there were so many accidents from weather and drunk drivers. Even now, a small amount of snow on that steep road, there are spinouts and accidents, especially if brakes are used, which will be necessary as drivers have to go down the north side of the hill to the other roundabout. Fact, when there's an accident on Interstate 580 or the weather is bad, the traffic all comes down to US 395 and they go 70 miles an hour, not 50. Fact, there will be backups at that roundabout. There's roundabouts at the one at Veterans Parkway and there's not even a hill. Fact, there is one fire station out here covering Pleasant Valley, East and West Washoe Valley, and clear down Washoe Lake and Old Highway 395, which is the Bowers Mansion Road. It's on, the fire station's on East Lake Boulevard. There's a cattle and horse guard right before the entrance to Highway 395 with no room to go around traffic. Even with sirens and priority passing, it may be impossible to go fast to an emergency. An estimated 2,000 vehicles will be associated with development with only 2 entrances and exits, Pawnee Lane and East Lake Boulevard. And Pawnee Lane is one of the 2 roads which allow access to the Pleasant Valley School. Someone spoke on that. It's going to be a horror, a horror. School buses and local routes run local routes every single school day. Many bicycles ride through Pleasant and Washoe Valley. 2,000 new vehicles and 2 roundabouts are an irresponsible idea. This development will ruin our 2 valleys by turning US Highway 395 south into a dangerous mess. And if you condone this ridiculous plan, you will be condoning death. And one more thing, a 600-foot well will drain every drop of water out of our old Washoe City wells.
Thank you.
Addison Ramsdale, followed by William Murphy.
Hi, my name is Addison Ramsdell. I turned 18 last November. This is my first year to vote. I have a few comments. Nevada is the driest state in the country. Our groundwater is closely related to our snowpack. Some years we have great snow and some years we are totally dry. Those dry years can last for years. First, planning states that TEMWA does not anticipate long-term negative impacts to groundwater. There is no mention of short-term impacts to groundwater. In drought years, will the county pay to lower adjoining wells or deliver water? What happens when Sierra Reflections is pumping water at high demand times and a neighbor loses water for a short time? Well, that may not be a long-term negative impact. It is a short-term impact. Strikingly absent from the planning report and the developer's presentation, if any reports, from the Army Corps of Engineers, and there is no report from the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. A finding that there will be no negative impact to groundwater cannot be made. The Sierra Reflections development should be denied. The Nevada Supreme Court case of substantial growth versus jumpers ruled that zoning regulations must conform with the master plan. This project does not conform with the master plan. As I look around this room, I see a community that exists and cares. This development would alter our community and its rural character. It is an urban development in a rural setting. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Murphy, followed by Matthew Gomez. William Murphy. Matthew Gomez. No, Matthew. Jessica Hoffman, followed by Mark Ashworth.
Time. Good afternoon, commissioners. These are my daughters, Indigo and Juniper. Indigo loves Legoland, school, and she loves to talk. Juniper loves unicorns, rainbows, and art projects. Today is Juniper's 6th birthday. Instead of celebrating with her right now as she got out of school, I'm here today with you because this impacts our future, our community's future, and their future. We have lived in Washoe Valley since 2019. We found Washoe Valley by accident in 2019 by fortuitously getting caught in a snowstorm, driving from Carson to Reno while visiting from out of town. We couldn't see anything on the highway, so we got off and ended up in Washoe Valley. We instantly thought it was one of the most beautiful and magical places we had ever been to, so we decided to relocate there. We came back in the summer of 2019, and within 1 week, we found a place to live, so I guess it was meant to be. The day the offer was accepted on our house, we had found out we were pregnant with Juniper. We moved from a very large city out of state so our kids could have a better life, with space, clean air, and room to play, maybe with the hope that we could even get some farm animals. We still haven't gotten any, but at least our 15-year-old dog, Wiggles, is living her best life. Daddy, what if I have another nightmare tonight because our house is on fire? I'm scared. This is what Juniper said last night before bed. She was 4.5 years old when the Davis fire broke out and is still very much traumatized by the experience. One of her best friends lives in the old Winters mansion, and within minutes of the fire, it had jumped old 395 and also 580. It had started to burn the giant cottonwoods on their property and started encircling all the vegetation. They all fled panicked, not knowing if they would have a house to return to and what their future would look like. They sought refuge at our house on the other side of the lake, not knowing where to go or what to do. They arrived crying and drenched in sweat and smelling like smoke. Juniper still has vivid memories of this. Our friends then decided to leave because they didn't know where to go, so they headed towards Reno for safety. They called us, while they still had phone service, don't go north because there's a wall of flames around Little Washoe Lake and bumper-to-bumper traffic at a standstill. We soon lost power and water and phone service. We decided we should leave for Carson since the other direction was a mess. And with no access to communication, we had no idea. Oh no. Please deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday to Juniper.
Mark Ashworth, followed by Jeffrey Fisher.
Thank you. I'm Mark Ashworth. I've been a resident of Washoe Valley since 1985. I'm a realtor, but I do not represent the Sierra Nevada Realtors, Nevada Association of Realtors, or the National Association of Realtors today. I have been asked by Jeanette Perazzo to inform the commissioners that a lease pendants and injunction have been filed against this project with the county. The project is flawed in many ways, but I will focus on water and fire today. Washoe County estimates 168 gallons daily use per household. Per the president of the association, there are 320 homes in Pleasant Valley and Steamboat Springs. That's an average use daily of 53,818 gallons and an annual use of 19,643,424 gallons. Add 940 new homes for this project to that. We have daily use of 211,907 gallons and an annual use of 76,434,446 gallons per year. We're informed that initially water will be supplied from 2 wells in the St. James Village area by Tumwa, and 2 additional 900-foot commercial wells will be drilled at some time in the future. Washoe County website indicates the county allows between 8 to 16 inches for commercial well diameters. Standing water level is dependent on the location of the well, but for illustration, allow me to use 20 feet for standing water. This creates a column of standing water of 880 feet with 9,194 gallons. In order to meet the demand, each of these wells would need to refresh 11 times every day. It's only a matter of time before the aquifer is depleted and Pleasant Valley wells are affected. Additionally, there are fire concerns. Water availability is estimated at 2 hours. One way to calculate the required flow of water to fight a fire is equal to the square footage of the dwelling divided by 3. A 1,500 square foot home with an 800 square foot garage would require approximately 767 gallons per minute. To fight a fire for 20 minutes is 15,340 gallons. If you have multiple structures burning at the same time, it's easy to see there is simply insufficient water to respond. I refer you to Exhibit 1 of my packet and remind you of the old Washoe Estates fire of 2012, 3,177 acres burned, 28 structures destroyed, and 1 life lost. Let me just remind you of the Petrillo fire in 2021, and then most recently the Davis fire in 2024. Exhibit 2 of the packet is a report from the Loveland, Colorado newspaper in regard to their attempts to extinguish the Marshall Fire in 2026. The research engineer said the spacing was a problem. This relates to density. And I quote, "Too many houses, too close together, and the proximity to native vegetation and high winds created a firestorm." Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Fisher, followed by Linda Fisher.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Fisher, and I'd like my comments in the record, please. I really wish I could be as articulate and prepared as the previous speakers. It's amazing how they are. However, over the past several weeks, I've had the opportunity to review ideas, statements, and commitments that have been made from our county commissioners during their last election cycles. Several of the interesting statements and promises came up as made by these commissioners as related to the topic at hand is transparency, community safety, skepticism of growth as it's related to overreach, quality of life, nature conservation, balancing housing needs within the current infrastructure. That's what's been said. And probably the most important was listening to my constituents. There's a previous speaker here tonight that said, technically, we're in spec. Technically. I kind of doubt that from hearing the speakers earlier. But I would hope after this hearing and seeing the complete negative impact, personal impact that this project will have on our community, your constituents, and the environment, that you and the residents will return home tonight in a consolation knowing that your commitment, your word, and promises have been upheld and that you voted against Sierra Reflections. Thank you. I give the rest of my time to somebody else.
Linda Fisher, followed by Maureen Collins.
Hello. Please enter my handouts and my presentation into the record. My name is Linda Fisher, and I thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you with thoughts and concerns about what's going on today. There are a couple of issues that have been brought to your attention in great detail and concern. Density, I can't even start to speak to how, Lisa Dayton spoke to you guys, all the details, all the facts. They have done so much research about traffic. Tim did an amazing job. Water, again, a great concern. The increase in population and the moving of the earth. Judy Coulter, Shane Clark Smith, please listen to them. They have gone beyond and above. But I would like to express one more thing that I have. By this history, the developer has shown us a lack of completion of their commitments to Washoe County, as seen in St. James Village. There were testimonies at the last meeting, at the planning meeting, that talked about how they've lived there for years and years, and those still have not been fulfilled, any of their commitments they've made to that development. So under Washoe County Code Chapter 0.608.25, adequate public facilities. Development may only be approved when adequate public facilities and services are available to support that development. It's a code. Those facilities include roads, emergency services, utilities, drainage systems, the public infrastructure necessary to serve the community, including but not limited to the schools, police services, fire departments, certainly the emergency exit that we know is not present at the time in case there's a wildfire. And I just can't see Washoe County waiting till we get $1 million from somebody down the road 20 years. So I would like to say one more thing, or I'd like to say several more things, but I will stop here. Although one of the speakers earlier that represented the developers said that the information submitted by the committee lacks proof, research, facts. This couldn't be further from the truth. I'm proud to be a part of this community.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Maureen Collins, followed by Michelle Moreno.
My name is Maureen Collins. Please enter my comments into the record. In their staff report, the Planning Department states that they can make all 5 required findings to approve a common open space development. A review of their justification for each finding shows that the following important facts were not considered. A, preserve or provide open space. The applicant proposes to destroy the floodplain in the project area and build 304 homes on it. The floodplain is highly constrained and an important area. It is a 100-year floodplain which shows wetland characteristics that naturally function for flood control, pollution filtering, and aquifer recharge. To change this, all these very important functions would be lost. It is contaminated with mercury above a safe level for human habitation. Required remediation would destroy the floodplain. It is designated as a natural resource consideration area and a critical water source protection area in the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. An almost severe level of liquefaction would occur in a seismic event, which would pose a public health and safety situation to development residents and existing downstream residents. The floodplain is a primary habitat for 2 endangered and 1 threatened species. In a common open space development, this highly constrained floodplain must be preserved as open space. Development should be directed to a more suitable location. B, protect natural and scenic resources. The applicant proposes to destroy natural topography and scenic resources by extensive grading. This is out of compliance with Article 424 hillside development. The applicant proposes to remove above 50% of large diameter trees. Article 412 landscaping states that minimally 50% of these trees must be retained in their current location. The applicant proposes large-scale destruction of primary habitats for special status species by excessive grading in all areas of the project. Natural and scenic resources, large diameter trees, and habitat for special status species are not protected as required for a common open space development. C, achieve a more effective use of land. The applicant proposes to destroy the floodplain and eliminate all its beneficial functions. Functions such as flood mitigation would be replaced by less effective and costly man-made infrastructure. Functions such as pollution and sediment filtering would be lost. This is out of compliance with Article 418, significant hydrological resources. This is not an effective use of land. Please deny this development.
Thank you.
Michelle Moreno, followed by Kathy Howard.
Hi, my name is Michelle Moreno. Please enter my comments into the record.
The Planning Department, in their staff report, states that they can make all the findings required to approve a tentative subdivision map. A review of their justification for each finding shows that they did not consider all appropriate information. Finding A, plan consistency. The applicant is out of compliance with Article 424, hillside development, and has not included all of its mandatory requirements in the project design. The applicant has specified grossly undersized parcels throughout the project. This is out of compliance with development code standards and master plan zoning requirements. Finding B, design or improvement. The application is out of compliance with Article 418, significant hydrological resources, in that it does not address the protection of the floodplain and preservation of its natural functions. The application does not properly identify and protect known historic and cultural locations as required by Master Plan Appendix 4. Conditions of approval only address tribal concerns. The Planning Commission and 29 citizen speakers identified findings which could not be made in this area. The Planning Department found none. What is the real problem here? Finding C, type of development. The Planning Department claims the site is physically suited for development. They ignore the fact that the floodplain is highly constrained by the loss of floodplain functions, including aquifer recharge, mercury contamination, seismic liquefaction issues, and primary habitat for endangered species, which cannot be destroyed. Finding E, fish or wildlife. The applicant failed to identify any endangered or threatened species or migration routes or provide any remediation plans as required. Conditions of approval cite a plan for the monarch butterfly, but that is not a special status species listed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for this project. The applicant proposes to destroy large areas of primary habitat by excessive grading and destruction of the floodplain. Public health. The public health dangers due to increased severity of flooding are not addressed. The public health dangers of seismic activity, especially liquefaction, are not addressed. H, access. Roundabouts are not adequately sized to handle the need of traffic diverted off I-580. Safety lanes for bicycles and separate merger lanes for emergency evacuation are not included. Use of both access points could be lost in a high wind fire event, as happened with the Washoe City Fire and almost with the Davis Fire. All of these findings for a tentative subdivision map cannot be made. The unanimous denial decision of the Planning Commission must be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Howard, followed by Paul Howard.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Howard, and I'm a resident of Pleasant Valley. Been there since 1992 with our family. And today I'm going to address the fact that this fails to address public safety of moving occupants out of the area in the case of fire or flood. Since being there in 1992, we now have in our garage a box. It's 2 by 3 feet. It's plastic. It has things in it like a change of clothes, the dog food, all those kinds of things that you need, with on top a fuchsia piece of paper that is laminated that says evacuation that we put on the fence when we go out. Okay, that's for our first responders. So that's what we're already dealing with in this area. We're used to going out. It just happens all the time. So today I'm going to talk to you, I'm putting on my math hat. I used to be a teacher here in Washoe County, taught math and science. I'm a little rusty because I'm retired, but here it goes. So we're going to calculate, and for the sake of efficiency, hopefully being able to understand from the crowd, I've rounded the numbers, and all the numbers have been rounded to benefit the developer, not us, okay? So just keep that in mind. So I'm going to calculate 900 cars moving out of the area of the new development and how long it's going to take them. We're going to consider that they're only going to move 3 miles in distance, and we've got those 2 roundabouts to deal with, so whichever way you go, we've got a 15 mile per hour probably limit on what we can do. So if we're going 3 miles and we're going to travel 15 miles an hour, it's going to take 0.2 of an hour. Multiply that by 60, we're going to get 12 minutes to get the first car out. Right? 12 minutes for the first one. Remember, we've got a lineup here of 900 cars that we're dealing with. So we're going to take then the total length of the car. I'm going to also consider that according to DOT, that most people, we don't follow butt to butt on anything. We have a space behind you, and so we're going to take that into consideration here also. So if I have 900 cars and we're going to move the cars we have, each car is allowed 25 feet. That's 22,500 feet of distance. Divide that by the number of miles, we're going to actually have to travel 4.26 miles. So you take the distance we need to travel, which is 3, plus the 4.26, the actual distance needs to be traveled is 7.26. Again, divide that we're going 15 miles an hour. That takes approximately 29 minutes to move the first car. All right, but we've got to get everybody out. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to add to that the fact that it's going to take only 2 seconds. We're going to call for a 2-second gap between cars. That's what most of us drive at. It seems small to me, that number, that we only allow 2 seconds, but that's what it is. So we're going to take the remaining cars of 899 multiplied by 2. It takes 41 minutes.
Thank you.
Paul Howard, followed by Jim Noriega.
My name is Paul Howard. Please include these comments in the record. I've watched this board of commissioners work, the planning commission work, and I've watched my fellow citizens work. Democracy and government are a project in development always. And we're doing a pretty good job here and now. It's hard for me to speak. I'm a combat veteran. About the mercury contaminated soils, the plans to remove the stated 160,000 cubic yards of mercury contaminated soils, and that's a questionable figure, I believe, on the small side, and move them to an adjacent property and then cap them with an 8-foot cap is not a safe disposal of highly toxic contaminant, because we're faced with the testimony established here that liquefaction can occur in that general area, and then we're not going to have a safely disposed toxic substance. The second point that I have is that there was no record whatsoever of any testing for methylation. Methylation is a process that can and does occur on that floodplain. And we need that to be included in the considerations for that property. No mention whatsoever. There's no discussion of mercury production in the geothermal structures on that property. And that comment does come from the state of Nevada environmental protection people that I talked to about this project. They haven't made an official statement to the board, but they do talk to the public, and I take that as a concise statement. The plans for the capping of the soils are inadequate because of the wind loading in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Noriega, followed by Kyle Boo.
Long afternoon. Thank you for hanging in there, and thank you to my fellow caring citizens that made a lot of well-researched testimony today. Thank you, everyone. I support everything you're saying, and I won't repeat it, but I do want to expand on something that was mentioned in passing earlier, and that's the possible legal liability to the county if, after being made aware of all these instances of non-compliance with the county codes, the lack of required findings and missing data, These homes are approved by this board to be built on a known Superfund site. A quick search can show you that successful lawsuits like this have been prosecuted around the country: New Orleans, East Chicago, Indiana, Richmond, California, Montana, other places. These suits have been successful in some cases based on failure to disclose, when the approving authority does not adequately inform residents of the toxic history of the property. So will the county and the developer be required to make these disclosures to prospective buyers? I have seen no provisions for that. Lawsuits may also prevail based on negligent oversight when the approving authority relies on fraudulent or inadequate reports from the contractors. The discrepancies detailed in the executive media summary, which I believe you have, pages 18 and 19, together with today's testimony live, show that at the very least, the data is incomplete and therefore inadequate for approval. The developer says that you can expect $17.9 million, I think it was, in about 20 years for this project. That may come in handy in the future if the county ends up on the wrong end of some clever lawyers in a class action lawsuit. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle Boo, followed by Barbara Twitchell.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Boo, and I'd like my comments to be put in the record, please. Thank you all for being here and listening to us today and to my community. I'm a newer Washoe County resident. On the younger side, so my future here is going to last long and prosper. So one point I'd like to make was there's no mention of the wet pond areas that will obtain water. Water will likely be diverted from Steamboat Ditch. There is no mention of taking water for the new project, which will impact downstream water users, such as Big Ditch who takes water for Steamboat and DeMonte. Steamboat and DeMonte have higher priority, therefore the ponds will likely be dry. I have spoken to the president of Big Ditch, and he acknowledges that the ponds will take water away from irrigation districts, and that's including the Truckee River. So these findings these findings to approve this project cannot be made. So thank you very much. Thank you again for listening to all of us.
Barbara Twitchell, followed by Rick Blake.
Hi, my name is Barbara Twitchell, and I am a 38-year Pleasant Valley resident. So I've been around a long time. Our house is a beautiful house. It's located on an acre, and it happens to be in a 100-year floodplain that you've heard all about. You've got the technical information. My talk is really a very personal one because I've lived through the floods more than once, more than twice, 3 times. Now, I always thought the 100-year floodplain meant that the flood only came every 100 years. If that's the case, I look pretty damn good for 400 years old, right? So it must be a misnomer. At any rate, we lived through the mess, water up to almost our knees, living out of boxes for ages, because you have to wait till it all dries out and the reconstruction is done on those parts of the house that have been flooded. So it's been an ordeal, and one that I wouldn't wish on anyone. It was some of the hardest times of our life, but we still loved it here. And so we worked hard to mitigate as much as we could of our property, and we've gotten better every time less of our house flooded. But we are hoping now that we're at a point where we've done enough and it's not going to happen again. But I have to worry about what's happening with building over 900 homes in the floodplain. What is that going to do? How is that going to affect everything that we've worked to build for 38 years? We also have a well, so we're worried about too little and too much water, basically. And that's the story of our valley there, our beautiful little valley. It's got a very delicate aquifer that has a very delicate balance. And when you're putting 900 homes there, it's got to affect it. Can you guarantee that it won't? So what the developers are asking you to do is to ignore the expertise of your hired planners, county planners, and to ignore the will of your constituents, especially your constituents. And, well, it's true, right? And all for the profit, their profit. Commissioner Clark, I especially talk to you. I think it's a no-brainer. Your choice should be clear. Listen to your constituents, listen to the people who live there, listen to your experts.
Thank you.
Rick Blake, followed by Judy Price.
Hello, my name is Rick Blake, and these are my comments into the record. Sure, it's great to see all of the South Valley so united. Makes us proud to call this place home. So I want to try to put a little human spin into this project, since our wonderful fact finders have absolutely nailed their findings. So starting with the fire situation, a lot of us have been evacuated more than once from these fires that have literally crossed the very area of this proposed development. The developer's answer to these situations was a little fire retardant paint and roofing, which these firestorms will laugh at as they're gobbling up these homes. All the while, they're picking up massive amounts of fuel. These houses are going to have wooden decks, we're sure. They'll have gazebos, they'll have fences, they'll have newly planted trees, as well as the fuels and fertilizers that are in people's garages and on their property. This is a lot of infusion of fuel coming into the area. I'm pretty sure the houses are still going to be made out of wood, so all the frames will be more fuel. So the fires will even become more intense. Let's see, I don't think that the insurance companies are going to see this and not raise our rates, because they're going to see that more fuel is being added, our fires are going to get worse. We're right now currently cutting down 5 cottonwood trees because we're told by our insurance company that they're too close to our house and they got to come down. So, of course, we went to other insurance companies, and as soon as you change, they come out and look at it, and they're pretty much all in agreement that this place that we live in, Steamboat Valley, in the whole area here, is a massive fire zone. They can and will use this subdivision as another excuse not to insure us, I'm sure. I'm also super concerned, like everybody, about the mercury issue. In no scenario is this even a remotely good idea. I personally don't see how it should have even got this far. Kids will be playing in this poison. They will want to build dirt bike, mountain bike paths, whatever they can do, wherever they find dirt, they're going to want to play in it. Kids are going to want to go play in the creek. So what if your son or daughter says, I want to go out and play. I want to go down and play in the creek. Just kids do that. What's mommy going to say? Oh, no. It has unsafe levels of mercury in it. Well, mommy, what's mercury? Oh, it's a chemical element. It's really harmful to kids. What? Well, then why do we live by something that could harm us? Oh, sorry, had a lot to go. Thank you very much.
Judy Price, followed by Marjeek Becken.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and again, thank you all for being here, because I know it's been long. Usually you lose your attention after about 90 minutes, so you're quite troopers for hanging in there. Thank you for all the questions you asked when I was out earlier this, and I'm very nervous, so I'll just start. So my name is Judy. For the record, my sister who's sitting in back and I have been in the valley since 1960, 59. We live off of Washoe Drive on Oraloma. We've been in every one of the fires. We've watched the floods in Pleasant Valley. I keep hearing today all the talk about zoning and how this applies, and it's so important that it conforms to the zoning. Well, there's more to development than zoning. So I just hope we can move forward with thinking sustainability. That would be awesome. Our daddy used to tell us in the 60s, honey, I encourage you, watch your H2O, watch your zoning. You can always create more wealth. But that's what they're going to go after. See, because the land and the water and the skies, those are God-given resources, given to us by a creator. This proposal today is a man-manufactured environment. I love inclusion, so I want people to move into this beautiful place. I've been there 66 years and I live 3 houses down from where I was raised. It's an amazing valley, and we need to sustain it for the entire Truckee Meadows, not just for us Washoe Valleyans. It's yours too. So we just witnessed a little zone creep on Washoe Drive. I won't get into it, but I understand today that you have a 91% disapproval rate from your constituents. So I'm a little confused as to why we're here today, except I do understand planning, you got to just keep chewing at it. But for decades, they've been chewing at us, and we cannot afford this kind of development. I look out my kitchen window at night, they're already grading up there. They do it in the dark. I can see the lights from my kitchen window. So they're already working on this project. The old Scripps Management Refuge down at Washoe Lake, Little Washoe Lake, being completely ignored. I haven't heard anybody talk about the state engineer, water master being involved in this. And I'll close with NDOT. They're not ready. They don't take care of anything. I'm not criticizing NDOT. I'm just saying they're not ready for the impacts of this project. And so if you really want to make this work, I would highly recommend you get them plugged in sooner rather than later. So 70-year-old woman almost in 68 days or so, Cindy. I've learned long, hard lessons after 20 years of selling real estate and 20 years of representing the state of Nevada as a public servant. You don't trust blindly. You always vet thoroughly. And you know, today, you guys, you have the vote, but it's our lives. Thank you.
Margie Becken, followed by Brigitta Rosenbaum.
Good afternoon. I'm Mariah Becken. Please enter my comments into the record. I believe you should affirm the denial by the Planning Commission. This is a rural to semi-rural area. Lots are proposed that average around 0.2 acres and as small as 0.07 acres. This does not conform to even medium-density suburban without using the artifice of clustering. Under clustering, the developer defines unbuildable areas as open space and overbuilds the rest, so that on average over the entire project, minimum lot sizes are met. The chart shown, this idea on page 13 of the original proposal, is disingenuous. It implies that around 330 acres are zoned 3 homes per acre, so 985 homes could be built. But almost half of the total acres, including at least some of the MSD zoned acres, are unbuildable. This chart also implies that the smallest lots are a third acre rather than much less than a tenth of an acre. Lots in these valleys are usually large, but these new homes could have tiny yards with as little as 10 feet between the windows of one house and that of its neighbor. This proposal is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood as required by the master plan. A second major issue is traffic. The almost 9,000 new daily trips expected is a significant increase. Nevada DOT's Trina 2.0 shows 10,800 average daily trips along the highway. Even generously assuming half of new trips went south, nearly 4,500 new trips is a 40% traffic increase, approaching the peak before the freeway opened. This is a major issue and will be much worse, as people have said, in emergency situations. To mitigate traffic impacts, the developer suggests roundabouts. These slow traffic. Further, 2-lane roundabouts proposed here can increase accidents by over 60%, causing more delays on this traffic corridor. There are many other issues with the proposed roundabouts as well, yet the report suggests offsets for the costs of this improvement. Since the status quo is generally good traffic flow, barring weather issues, there will be no improvement flow, so no offset should be allowed. Water is a third issue. Under this proposal, the development will get water, but will the rest of us? Page 91 of the original submission says water rights holders utilizing water sources in, adjacent to, or in proximity to the development shall continue to have access to their full water rights. How are these areas defined? Water flows. If the community wells reduce the level of the creeks, all surface water rights downstream will be affected. More water will be pumped out of the aquifer than recharged, so groundwater rights will be impacted for all the homes in the valleys. Further, the proposed sewer would remove water from this area, which is generally not allowed. I believe that the proposed use is not consistent with the master plan because development should mirror the existing development pattern and density. The homes on lots under 0.07 acres do not meet this mission statement. There are many other issues. Water is an issue, traffic is an issue, intense development is not reasonable here, and the approval of this plan will be detrimental to the welfare of current residents and the character of the surrounding area. Thank you.
Brigitta Rosenbaum, followed by Daniel March.
I am Brigitte Rosenbaum. Please enter my comments into the record. This proposed project would substantially change the character of Pleasant and Washoe Valleys. The local fire station, which the developer says got funded in 2023, has yet to be rebuilt with no known timetable to do so. Fire risks in this windy area are high, and it is difficult for existing residents to get quasi-affordable fire insurance. And the insurance providers will only write a limited number of policies in fire-prone areas. So, either these homes would have no insurance, or some of us who have managed to get insurance will find their policies canceled or be made substantially higher. The Davis Creek fire led to my parents' fire insurance increasing from $794 to over $2,000 per year. Further, traffic increases would be substantial. With no alternate routes available, the roundabouts proposed are unsafe, plain and simple. Asking vehicles to nearly stop at the base of a steep hill, which can be icy in the winter, on a 50-mile-per-hour highway, assuming no one speeds, of course, is an accident waiting to happen. In fact, a serious accident happened very recently. Just this past October, a 62-year-old local cyclist, Susan May Goodenow, was killed on U.S. Alternate 395 near Pagney Lane when a vehicle crossed multiple lanes and struck two bicyclists in the designated bike lane. This tragic accident highlights the safety risk that already exists on this stretch of road, even before additional traffic is added. The proposed roundabout would be placed at the bottom of a hill where drivers are already managing speed, visibility, and reaction time. I personally witnessed the aftermath of that crash. The road was completely shut down for hours, the entire hill. This experience made me very clear how dangerous this area can already be. Adding a roundabout and significantly increasing traffic raises serious concerns about whether this would truly improve safety or instead create another high-risk conflict point. For many reasons, please affirm the Planning Commission's denial of this project. Thank you.
Daniel March, followed by Cheryl Preco. Daniel March. Cheryl Preco. Iris Gel Peppard. Terry Bartle.
Hi, Terry Bartle. I don't have any exhibits. With all due respect to the developer's statement earlier, these people have shredded the proposal with facts. But I'll offer a more subjective talk that's based on objective observation and living in St. James. The developer that built St. James originally lived there. He had a vested interest. He loved his community. When he passed away, his relatives, I don't know the exact relationship, acquired the community. They have no vested interest other than to sell it and make money. There's no indications that they will not make changes to Sierra Reflections and renege on promises as they have done in St. James. As a citizen of this country, of Nevada and Washoe County, and these people, we do have a vested interest in our growth pattern, and I'm just so proud to be a part of this community. An example of the developer's utter disregard for St. James Village. He has not removed one dead tree from his property, one dead shrub. The HOA has tried really hard to work with him, and he just refuses to do anything. And so what we have left is quite a few acres when you come in the back gate of dead trees. And this not only reduces our property values, but our neighbors and the developer's property value. I have an extensive background in forestry, forest management, timber management, firefighting. I was a firefighter. I would ask the developer, if he has a modicum of decency and community, to please get rid of the dead trees. And I have resources that can help you. Thank you.
Iris Jill Papard, followed by Mark Toomey.
Hi, I'm Iris Geely Papard, the Executive Director of One Truckee River, that I will refer to as OTR, a collaboration of public and private partners focused on the implementation of the One Truckee River Management Plan Phase 1, unanimously approved by the 3 local jurisdictions in 2016. With a collaborative partnership of diverse perspectives, comments provided are not of OTR as a whole, but as the OTR Executive Director, with OTR's mission in mind to ensure a healthy, thriving, sustainable river connected to the hearts and minds of its community. I'm here to express my concern of the Sierra Reflection development with 6 aqua resources, wetlands, and Steamboat Creek that drains into the Truckee River in the proposed developed area. I sincerely ask each commissioner member to take time and concern with the proposed significant regional project. These are critical times where the choices are really made if the master and other plans like the OTR management plan developed and approved will focus to preserve our natural resources or not. The county shares a value to open space and the protection of water resources and quality. I urge you to stand by these values. Preserving some open space in a park are nice, but the best way to protect water quality is to limit development near our waterways. And how these spaces are designed and maintained afterwards can impact water quality also. Please take time and focus on what is being proposed. Ensure space landscaped, reflect the native vegetation, and have more buffer space to protect the waterways. In closing, the best way to protect our watershed, including the Truckee River, is to protect and preserve our natural resources and open space. Thank you.
Mark Toomey, followed by Lee Boydston.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. My 2 sons, their wives, and my 14 grandchildren live in Washoe Valley, and I'm here speaking on their behalf. Apart from the Nevada Supreme Court case of Sustainable Growth v. Jumpers, one of the things that was stated is that zoning regulations must be in accordance with the master plan. Additionally, NRS 278-250 requires that zoning regulations be adopted in accordance with the master plan for land use and be designed to preserve the quality of air and water resources. Also to promote the conservation of open space and the protection of other natural and scenic resources from unreasonable impairment. And lastly, to protect life and property. NRS 278-160 states that an analysis of the characteristics of the land that's suitable for residential development must include a determination as to whether the existing infrastructure is sufficient to sustain the current needs and projected growth of the community. This proposed development requires significant alterations to the natural topography by eliminating hilltops and filling valleys in the meadow with over 4 million cubic yards of terrain. A finding can't be made that the scenic views are going to be preserved or that the development is within the physical limitations of the land. Land use must promote health and general welfare. On January 6, the commissioner that sat right there asked a representative from the development if they could ensure that the high levels of mercury will not be distributed and contaminate neighboring properties or be carried downstream and contaminate other properties. Watch the video. It's at hour 5. You know who's going to be the determinant? My 14 grandchildren. How does this project provide and sustain the safety, security, and health of our community? Sierra Reflections wants to import water from another basin. A finding that there's going to be no damage to the existing structure can't be made. This proposed plan doesn't comply with Nevada law. It doesn't comply with the master plan, zoning requirements, NRS 278, and it doesn't consider the infrastructure that's needed to sustain the development in a rural setting. I ask you respectfully to please affirm the Planning Commission's unanimous denial of the proposed development. Thank you.
Lee Boydston.
Thanks for letting me speak. Bottom line is, the developers are probably good people. They are. They're doing this for profit. Good for them. I've done a lot of profits with real estate over the years. Currently, I'm on the board of directors for a commercial investment corporation. Nothing wrong with that, unless it's at the expense of the surrounding neighbors. The impact that this will have on Pleasant Valley and Washoe Valley, who knows? My best guess is it will hit the property values because the environment is why we live there. I'm a property owner, own land and house. And it will have impact. It will. And it will hurt the value of why people move there. So to develop it for their profit at the risk of the neighbors is inappropriate. And we trust you guys to protect us.
I believe that's everybody who has signed in chambers, but I do have some emails to place on the record.
Thank you. Just in the spirit of everyone's patient, we're going to take a quick break. So if we could just take a break, we'll be back by 5:30. Appreciate it. We're going to call for recess at this time. No, they Thank you, thank you. You ready? Are you ready? Yeah. You hanging in there? Yeah. Look at my desk. You doing okay? I know, but you know what? We're going to get it done. We're going to start, though. I'm going to start. I'm an on-time person. I just am. I am. I can do it. Hello? Here we go. Here we go. All right. 5:30, I'm going to reconvene the meeting of the Washoe County Board of Commissioners on March 10th at 5:30 p.m. So thank you all. We're going to move now, if I may. Public comment, as I mentioned before we went to recess, is closed. We're going to move now to an opportunity for commissioners to ask any questions of the staff or the applicant. But prior to doing that, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask Chief District Attorney Michael Large if he could share the bearing of the comments during, actually, I believe there were two specific public commenters, but don't quote me, there might be more, that spoke about the litigation. And if you could address that, please. Or pending litigation.
Thank you, Chair Andriolo. As the board is aware, my office monitors all cases in which Washoe County has been named as a party, even if we have not been served with those lawsuits. On January 6th, 2026, Ms. Perazo did file a lawsuit against the state of Nevada and Washoe County and about 20 other defendants, appearing pro se and in forma pauperis with the court. Pursuant to the court's rules, that complaint was screened. And a report and recommendation by Magistrate Judge Carla Baldwin was issued on January 27th, 2026, finding that Ms. Perazo is attempting to sue on behalf of various groups, which she is prohibited to do so as a pro se litigant. Also finding that she lacks standing to sue on any of the claims in her individual capacity. And recommending that the district judge dismiss the complaint for failure to state a claim and dismiss it with prejudice because it cannot be, it could not be fixed. The complaint could not be fixed. This morning or this afternoon, early afternoon, Ms. Perazo filed two documents with the federal district court seeking a TRO and a preliminary injunction. Contrary to what we heard in public comment, no injunction has been issued by the county, and there is no pending litigation that would stop this board from making a decision. In my opinion, Ms. Perazo's lawsuit is it has no credence, and it is seeking to bypass NRS 278, which is the exclusive remedy in terms of challenging this board's decision in terms of land use.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. I thought it was important that we put that out there, and I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and just go down the line, and we, again, are open to asking any questions that we would like to get additional clarification on. So Commissioner Clark, I'll start with you, please.
Is this just questions at this point in time?
It's questions, you could ask staff.
Comments? Okay, very well.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Very well, thank you. So first of all, I just want to say that I am so proud of my neighbors, the folks that showed up here. Not only today, but when you showed up on January 6th, just couldn't be prouder. You know, a lot of times we come to these meetings and people, I call them podium pounders, where they just come up and oh, I don't like that. That's not a good idea. I'm not interested in that. I don't want that, not in my backyard. But in this case, for the most part, everyone came up with legitimate talking points, points of order that made sense. We've got a deep bench of folks in our neighborhood, geologists, hydrologists, people that are in that community that live there, my neighbors, and they brought up some very good points. I could go down the list. You've heard all this, but we each got a ream of paper today. Each of us, plus this. I mean, we're not in a court of law. Nobody's sworn testimony. But when you quote statutes and regulations and building codes and zoning situations, those are facts. And so I appreciate people bringing those things to our attention versus just not in my backyard. I mean, over the years, the last several thousand years, folks have become accustomed to living indoors. We appreciate builders. We appreciate people that contribute to housing. And so it isn't, I don't see the sentiment that from this crowd that we're against development. We're just against the sentiments that I read. If I'm taking your temperature correctly, you're against the way this particular project is projected to come out. So maybe there's other ways for folks to develop this in the future. Maybe there's other things that make the neighbors happier. I don't know, but I can't speak for you. But I represent this district. I live in this district. We've got to look out. I see the insurance expert gave her opinion on what's taking place. We've got realtors talking. We've got people talking about water. We've got people talking about hydrologists. We had a lady still here talking about the beaver dams out there. I drive the 395 every day, and I had on my way home, I look to see if the beaver dam is still there. Okay, and sometimes it gets blown out, and I don't know if the water does it or the ranchers do it, but those are why we live in the country. We live out there. We like to be left alone. We're some of the last to get services. Our roads are the last to get plowed. Many times when you live in the country, it's a self-rescue situation. You got to figure out how to get things done, or they don't get done many times. And so there's some resiliency for our neighbors. So very proud. And I want to give a special shout out to that teacher who gave us a math lesson today. Wish I had her as a teacher when I was in school. It was good stuff. Back there, I see you. All right, so I'm just I'm concerned with what's been brought to our attention. There's many different facets. There's many ways to look at this, and I'm going to make a motion to abide by what the Planning Commission initially provided us their answer on the 6th of January. And uphold their decision. That's where I'm going with this. Thank you.
Okay. So I know that we certainly appreciated several wonderful hours of testimony, and I know that you'll be appreciating, I don't know if it'll be hours of questions, but we'd like to extend another request that we could keep our excitement or frustration internal. That would be really appreciated, just to give everybody an opportunity to go through the process. So thank you. Commissioner Hill.
I had some concerns with public safety and when it came to our fire issues, because we just went through the Davis fire, and it has just been very traumatic, obviously, for this community and for our entire region. And knowing that these things will happen again, and knowing that we have a planned station out there and we don't have the money for it. I think there's some misconceptions. We got some public comment that said that money was spent elsewhere. Not true. We just never have had the money for this. So we were trying to find the money for this fire station, but I want to be clear and put it on the record that we haven't had the capital for this fire station, but it's been a priority of the Truckee Meadows Fire Board, which we all sit on every first Tuesday of the month. And so I want to hear a bit more from our fire experts. I know our chief is in the room. Sorry, chief. I know it's been a long day. But just to hear some of your thoughts. And then also, I know Commissioner Garcia had been working on something. And so I just wanted to also open it up to Commissioner Garcia. Okay, then I'll hear from the fire chief.
We should hear from the fire.
All right, let's hear from him.
Welcome, Chief Edwards.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Madam
Thanks for
Chair,
staying.
Commissioners. Do you have a specific question?
I think, well, when you started as fire chief, obviously our fire board had, wanted to see a new timeline on what a fire station would look like. And also, we've been working on an evacuation study as a region. And so if you could kind of talk about what you've been doing in the meantime on what that fire station would look like and the timing of it and the financial realities for the Truckee Meadows Fire District. And then also speaking to anything, because we've got in our staff report here that your team, as well as the NDOT team, had been spoken to about evacuation, and your thoughts on the new road improvements. Any expertise you could provide would be helpful.
Sure. So if I can have the overhead. There we go. So the yellow dot is the proposed location of the new consolidated fire station. And this is property that the district's owned for a couple of years. It's a parcel that's just under 6 acres. When I became the fire chief in July, I know this was a big topic of concern and why the firehouse hadn't been built. Start looking into that, and really what it came down to was funding. You all, the Board of Fire Commissioners, approved a project, but we didn't do our part in bringing forward the funding or earmarking the funding for it to be able to actually bring that project to fruition. And so that's been a big challenge of us and my administrative team lately, is to find funding for that. And right now, the district is not in the financial position to bond a new project of this magnitude and be able to have the monies to pay that note annually. So we've been looking at other options of what's out there to help fund that project. Everything from the State Infrastructure Bank as a grant, donors. We're meeting with local philanthropic groups to see if anyone else can help us fund that, because we do understand the need to get that project up and going. But what I can say is that our services from Fire Station 32, which you see on the map there, do meet all of our response time standards today within the district. We actually exceed those standards and exceed the standards that are set forth also by REMSA for our EMS responses in the region. This project would obviously be served by Station 32 until the new fire station can be built. It also will be served by Station 39. Which would access through St. James Village, as there's a connector through the proposed development that would also make that a pretty quick access for that engine to come back and help us as well. As far as additional fire protection resources in the valley, we also have 2 volunteer fire stations, and you kind of see them towards the bottom there, the lighter colors. So we have Station 320 and Station 300. And then we also have our state partners there with the NDF and Nevada Division of Forestry with the green dots located there as well. As far as the evacuation studies, that's a lot of the work that's been going on. We've been a small portion of that, working with our partners at Emergency Management. And we've adopted, or are in the process of adopting, new mapping through perimeter and so forth, so that we can help accelerate evacuations and so forth. And that's also a partnership with our law enforcement partners, because as we're actively engaged in fire suppression activities, we rely on emergency management and the sheriff's office to help coordinate the evacuations and get people out of harm's way. As far as this project goes, I'm not familiar with the roundabouts and the studies that went into the recommendations, if that would even sustain the evacuations for that development. I would have to defer to the emergency management and those experts.
Thank you very much. That's what I have for now, but I may have a few
You're
more
going to
things.
reserve the
Yes.
opportunity to ask
Thanks,
questions.
Madam Chair.
I get it. I would like to just, can I reserve the opportunity to call you back?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. I would like to have staff, whoever the appropriate staff is, so maybe I should just really ask a couple questions and the right person can come up. My questions are based on a lot of the citations, a lot of the hard work, which, my goodness, you all should apply for planning commission opportunities because you've done a lot of research, but staff is the expert. Staff is who we actually depend on. And if there are flaws in this application, we need to actually share what those are and how you're going to at least mitigate that. But so my very first question is, do you believe, based on, I'm guessing that you sat here the whole time I wasn't watching, but, and I certainly appreciate one of the commenters who spoke specifically, Mr., and I may not get the pronunciation right, so don't hold me to this, but Mr. Calicrate, Tom Calicrate spoke about the liability issues and the mercury, and there were many others who also spoke about essentially the liability if, in fact, an application, I'm just going to use my words, is intentionally omitting critical information that's responsible from a regulatory and compliance requirement. So I'm going to ask you, are there areas of omission with this application that would put Washoe County in a liability situation?
Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning Senior Planner. No, based off of what was submitted, it met the completion requirements. We reviewed all the studies based off of what was submitted. We provided them to the experts. It did go through multiple iterations, but when that final iteration came in, there was no deficiencies or no concerns of things that were omitted. Before I answer any other questions, I just want to let the commissioners know there are a number of technical experts with the county here, as you have already spoken to the fire chief. We also have someone from Northern Nevada Public Health. We've got a representative from engineering, and we also have other planning staff here that is also available for any questions.
Well, I'm glad you queued that up because I am going to take an opportunity to ask a few questions, and I certainly, with my other fellow commissioners, don't intend to dominate this at all. But there's a lot of testimony. There's a lot of information. The fact that the application literally went through 31 agency reviews with 13 of those responding with specific conditions, resulting in over 100, if you will, conditions that are on here. So whoever, I do have questions for health, just to talk about if whoever the health person is. Thank you. I hope I'm not interrupting your family time, but I do appreciate you being here. And appreciate how important this is to everybody, right? So I don't know what you heard or didn't hear in terms of a lot of research that was done, a lot of folks. We have potential planning commissioners all in the audience right here. I mean, they're all here. But the reality is that you're responsible for this. In terms of public health is responsible, and I'm actually talking about the levels of measuring the mercury and that falls under your purview. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you speak to the process that you went through, what you're required to do from a compliance standpoint, and were there any omissions that were inadvertently missed? And then my last part to that is, what is the additional process if in fact this does happen to go through? What does that look like throughout the entire 2-year, 4-year, whatever the time frame is?
Absolutely. Wes Rubio, Northern Nevada Public Health. I'm a supervisor in the Environmental Health Services Division. Been here the whole time and at the Planning Commission meeting as well. This project in general, when you ask about mercury, that's kind of a long conversation. So we're going to truncate that to the best of our ability for time tonight. This project's been going on for, wow. We've probably been researching this for a little over a year. Developers came forward with the end of the last project, and we started discussing sampling plans and going through that iteration. I've worked closely with developers, planning, both Chris and Trevor, engineering with Dwayne and Janelle, to try and develop a sampling plan that was going to be coherent for both the development and public health and safety. When it comes to the county, when we, meaning the health department, gets in charge of having to review something of this magnitude for soil, we have to use the strictest, most stringent requirements that are available by federal law, and that is the EPA. EPA had a previous set standard that was actually reduced right before this project came in. And so this project is currently at the most stringent standard set in the United States, which is 7.1 milligrams per kilogram of mercury in soil under a residential unit and 30 milligrams per kilogram of mercury contamination for commercial. There are only two sides to the coin with EPA. It is either going to be residential or commercial. That's everything else. And so when we talk about residential and we're sampling, we work closely with the consultant. We developed a sampling plan. Sampling plan and protocol was reviewed and approved, and then they did the sampling. And so as far as that sampling plan goes, we divided that entire process or property into essentially 3 zones. We have one zone that is known contamination. That's where the little yellow dot from the Superfund site is, and it's where the mill sites were. It's also where all the historical flood irrigation went. That's kind of how that mercury moves. We had another zone that was the actual stream, and that zone is essentially the stream all the way up to top of the bank. And then we have the other zone, which is going to be the the elevation that's a lot higher up, and that soil that was going to be sampled. But we also had some information that said that there wasn't a whole lot of mercury to be found up there. So we have 3 differing zones of how we had to differentiate what the property was going to look at. That's why you see a whole lot of sampling in zone 1, which is more contaminated. We take all of that information, then you start looking at how the grading plan is going to work and where the developer is going to do that. That's not us. That is provided by the developer for how they're going to grade, how they're going to meet the requirements for planning and building and engineering going forward. So all we're doing is we're reviewing to make sure that what they're proposing, their package that they propose to build, can actually be feasible and done. So that's the first half of your statement. And to follow up with that, no, I don't believe that there was any omission in data or review. This is based off of knowledge found in the ground of where they're at currently and what their proposed grading will be. So based off of those aspects, it's kind of like looking at a grading site for any subdivision, what's going to be built. We're reviewing exactly what's on the ground. They're proposing what they're going to do. That's why it's still in draft form. They have yet to be able to get a permit. And so that's the next step. What's next? Their follow-up is going to be, if they make it through this board or whatever happens after this, going forward, this is why it's still called a draft plan in the submittal, because it cannot be approved yet. It will not be approved until such time that they can come in and actually obtain a permit to grade. And so we need to see what that final grading looks like. There's a lot of elements that have to be in place, which is why there's so many extenuating additional requirements, so to speak, that are on the project. And so in order to build, they have to get the rest of the infrastructure in place, which is going to set the rest of the elevations, which will make sure that we follow up with the rest of the sampling and ensure that they can meet the requirements going forward. That also means that there will be, if this project moves forward, final sampling requirements that have to be done by the licensed professionals and signed by the engineers and submitted for review. And that means for every residential site, so residential not just underneath the house, but the property boundaries from ground surface to 8 feet can be no more than 7.1 milligrams per kilogram of mercury on that site. And then for all of your roadways, that quasi-commercial, that's what we take into place for anything that's going to be moved forward for public dedication. So if that's going to go to engineering and utilities have to go in and redo a sewer line or redo water, we make sure that that entire right-of-way from the edge of the sidewalk to the other edge of the sidewalk and all the way to the bottom of the trench depth meets no more than 30 milligrams per kilogram of mercury, because that's a time-weighted average for workers to be in that area. So we look at this project from start to finish. Before they've even started, we have an idea what they want to do based off the grading plan, and that will be evaluated going forward. Any changes to the grading plan may require them to do additional sampling.
What happens if you find that it's exceeded the allowable amount?
They'd have to go back in and redo that.
And if the entire project or a significant part of the project had in fact exceeded that amount, could that actually impede moving forward with the plan that they put in place? In other words, the 940 homes as an example, could that be reduced or could it even stop? I guess is I'm wondering how that works. Where is that part?
I can answer part of that question, but I can't answer whether or not they can do all the homes. That's outside of my bounds.
Okay.
I can tell you that legally, Health can go in and we could issue a stop work order and cease all construction activity on that entire site. We can do that and absolutely would do that. If they were exceeding the contamination on the site, 100% we would. We would absolutely go on there if they had stockpiles of contaminated soil that wasn't properly covered according to their remediation action plan. That's why we have that in there. They're actually required to label locations on their grading plan of where those specific piles will be located, partially to make sure that the public knows what's there, and so that we do too. That way that's not going to be an Easter egg hunt on a site. Yes, if we came out there and final sampling was being conducted and they were exceeding, they would have to redo all of their work. That's how the regulations and the laws work. It's here to protect us, the county, our own staff, and the public all at the same time. And so, yes, we do hold firm on those requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Can I reserve the opportunity to have a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have another question in terms of density. There was a lot of discussion about density, so I don't know who the right person is to talk, and saying that the calculations weren't actually presented in compliance with how the calculation should be done. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that, or are you the person to speak to that, sir?
I believe so.
Okay, great, great.
Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So for clarification, are you talking about how regional and that definition?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So when that calculation and when regional looks at density, that was done during their 2006 review of the comprehensive plan amendment. So I reached out to.
Maybe we could blow that up a little.
Yeah.
I'm really old, so boy, that's tough. But I'm going to believe you. I can't see it really.
So I did reach out to our regional counterparts and I asked them to do the density calculations. So based off of 612 acres, This is based off of erasing that development constraints area from each zoning type that was provided. They came up with a calculation of 1,058 dwelling units that were allowed on this project site. And again, the Board of County Commissioners did cap it at 995. So based off of our review of what the zoning is on the ground and reaching out to regional planning, the density is in conformance.
Since you are talking about regional planning, what is the next step? What happens with regional planning?
So the zoning conformance has already happened. Right now, because this has projects of regional significance based off of the number of units, so a lot of the project of regional significance triggers, once a project exceeds 625 units, basically a number of those start to trigger. So our regional planning will look at those triggers and they will determine, once again, if this is in conformance with the regional plan.
So the PRS, it triggered it.
Yes.
And the Regional Planning Commission, the board of that I sit on, just for full transparency, goes through an extensive process as well to ensure compliance. And so they're essentially checking to ensure all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed with what their level of support is with all of their regional master plan.
That's my understanding for the next steps with regional.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm certainly not going to have you speak for Dr. Smith, but I'm sure you're doing a great job. I'm sure he'd be proud of you. But I do really want to make sure that we're hearing that you have gone through the density calculations that you're required and compliant to do, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you might be the right person, so I'm going to keep on going. There was discussion that the scenic byways were required and weren't taken into consideration. There was a representative of an organization that actually is supportive of scenic byways and the compliance that supports that, and saying that it wasn't required, or excuse me, that it was required and it wasn't looked at. Could you speak to that?
So we're familiar with the scenic byway, and I will potentially ask another planning staff to come up, but we are familiar with the scenic byway. So there's two roundabouts that are proposed associated with this development. The scenic byway starts at that second, more southern southern roundabout, and based off of the mapping of the scenic byway, it all goes south. So it goes south. Wish I had a map up, but there's two routes where the scenic byways follow to the south of this development.
Okay. I actually want to talk about the roundabouts. Who is the right person? Are you the right person to talk about the roundabouts?
I am not.
Okay.
I will.
Can we
defer
get
to our
the right
engineers.
person to talk about the roundabouts? Mr. Smith? Yeah, we have future planning commissioners in here who can cite articles and, maybe you can share that staff's credentials in doing this are, and certainly your credentials as an engineer, and the process that you bring and the compliance that you're required as a staff to ensure that there aren't any omissions and that everything has been taken into consideration. And if you would be so kind to just talk about the roundabouts. I know that when, it's my understanding, all of the commissioners had a briefing, and I spent some time on this topic. So I'd just like to have you share a little bit about the roundabouts in terms of the safety element, in terms of the folks that had shared the concerns that even emergency vehicles would be impeded, which is not something that anybody wants to hinder, right, and have a barrier. So those are really what I'm looking at, is the process, the safety aspect, and then if you could speak to even the point about emergency vehicles not being able to actually access through that roundabout in the event of an emergency.
For the record, Dwayne Smith. I'm the Director of Engineering and Capital Projects, and I also serve as your county engineer. I've been in this role for a number of years, over a decade, And I appreciate all the hard work that the community has put in and the questions and the details that they have brought forward. I want to make sure that you're also aware that staff has done the same. We've spent over 2.5 years since the previous failed tentative map and working with the applicant, working with them to identify these issues that are being clearly identified. Please remember that this is a tentative map, and the tentative map will lead potentially for this project, or like with any other project, to actual final designs, where then final design reports, for instance, final hydrology reports are brought to bear, final traffic is brought to bear, and then other things like regulatory permits such as Army Corps of Engineers 401, 404 types of permits to address things like wetlands, FEMA permits, CLOMAR, LOMAR processes. So I appreciate that there's a lot of activity and that there's a lot of issues that we need to spend a little time with you this evening, and we're happy to do that. And if I don't specifically answer a question that you've asked me, please ask again and I'll try to get to it. So there's been a number of agencies that have gone through this process. This, like with every project, is rigorous, so we invest the time to go through the application, seek input from the other reviewers, and make sure that those conditions and those issues are captured in the conditions that the developers' representatives have accepted as part of this application process. Roundabouts are somewhat unpopular in our area. In other areas of our country, and certainly other areas, they are very popular. They reduce traffic speeds. They significantly reduce deadly crashes. We all hear the terms like things like T-bone and these types of things. Roundabouts are a very effective tool. They do require folks to kind of get used to them, right? So any of us have been driving in areas and now a roundabout shows up. Neal Road is a good example, even down in this area, the Geiger grade roundabout. So when a developer is looking at alternatives, our first requirement is safety. So for the traveling public, we want the best and safest options possible. Roundabouts in this application work. NDOT has rigorously reviewed the application, provided comments, and had no issues with that. Washoe County Engineering is just the same. So we rely not just on what the applicant brings to the table for their traffic studies. Very critical piece. I want to make sure I'm 100% clear with you. Traffic studies are very important. They give us both an understanding of what the existing traffic volumes are, the existing traffic movements, what those levels of service are for those intersections, for those roadways, for those considerations. They build then in what those additional demands are going to be from those projects. The additional demands with this proposed project associated with those roundabouts will meet what the level of service requirements are. Internally, Washoe County will accept the roadways. So let's not forget just about the external roadways and for people to get into the project sites, but then we're responsible for the roadways internal to that site. So we have to make sure that things like grades are appropriately followed. Washoe County has a maximum of 8% grade on residential roadways. When there is a need based on topography to adjust that, we have the authority to make some of those small changes. In this case, there is one internal roadway where the grade has been asked to be increased. Under my authority as a county engineer, I can approve that. It's up to about 10%. Does not exceed what the development code requirements are, but it's a variance request as part of this tentative map process. So I also want to give you confidence that the internal roadways meet the expectations of Washoe County Engineering for both widths, slopes, the grades. So I wanted to add that in. Have I missed something that you've asked, Chair?
But since you're there, I'm going to follow up with a couple more, since I have a feeling you're the right person to speak to. And I'm specifically going to move to the sewer. The concern about the sewer, that this project, which has been going on essentially on paper since 1984, and some of the infrastructure that's been put in 20 years ago, if you will, and then what the new additional infrastructure and the sewer capacity and what that looks like. So also the impact or the potential impact of what that would look like to those and residents in terms of they're concerned with wells actually being impacted. And I know that Tumwa has a role in a lot of other factors in here, but I wonder if you would be so kind to speak to the details. And before you answer that question, so hold that thought, did you make any omissions, even inadvertently, on your calculations in terms of the thoroughness of this application and your responsibility for it?
We take, again, all applications at the same level, the same seriousness, apply the same tools, apply the same standards, development code requirements, et cetera. I have no issues with what my staff or myself have done in the review of the application for this project.
Okay. So now I'll just throw my question on the sewer. If you could talk to sewer capacity and what that looks like, and essentially some of the potential concerns that are real concerns of their water, their wells essentially being impacted by this project.
I appreciate the question on the sewer and absolutely agree with the residents. And certainly sewer is the responsibility for this particular development for Washoe County. Let me approach this from a couple of different directions. Let me first speak to some of the concerns about St. James's Village. St. James's Village is also a Washoe County development. It was developed under the understanding and the requirement that they would ultimately receive municipal sewer service. So every home, every lot within the St. James's development has both a current septic system and also a dry sewer out in the private roadways. The state required that that development be approved in that manner, anticipating that there would be a future project for municipal sewer within St. James. Remember, this is World Properties. They're both the applicant for the Sierra Reflections project and the owner of the St. James's development. When the Sierra Reflections project was originally approved, and certainly has been in the concept, that this project would be that bridge to allow for the St. James's Village dry sewer to become active and to convey those flows from St. James downhill into the Sierra Reflections area. And then from there, through interceptor, through force mains, lift stations, other infrastructure, move that wastewater flow to a point at which Washoe County's infrastructure could then pick it up and convey it to the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, Stumworth. So these two developments kind of walk hand in hand with that expectation and requirement, I should say. Let me restate that requirement for development that they be municipally sewered. The developer, under a 2016 agreement that this Board of County Commissioners approved, is required to build and dedicate both the on-site, so these are the pipes in the ground and in the streets, as well as the off-site infrastructure to convey those sewer flows to a point of connection identified in that 2016 agreement. That point of connection is up near it's on the other side of Steamboat, about 3.5 miles to the north. That point of connection is an existing, there's existing infrastructure there for Washoe County. And currently, if they built today, if they snapped their fingers and there was an off-site sewer conveyance system, we could take about 300, maybe a few more homes, right? That's quite a few homes when you consider the pace of development. But I want to be real clear that in August of last year, this board approved the first guaranteed maximum price agreement for the Pleasant Valley Interceptor and identified SNC as our CMAR contractor for Washoe County to extend our larger and permanent infrastructure down to basically that same point of connection. So we have always anticipated Washoe County extending its infrastructure ahead of this project. Why? Because we have other developers that are anticipating and expect and need that sewer infrastructure. That project, what we refer to as the Pleasant Valley Interceptor Reach 3, again, the first GMP was approved last year. You will see the second GMP in the, staff tells me June, I'm going to say July. and the third GMP by the end of the year, so that we will be fully completed in our extension of the Pleasant Valley Interceptor, Reach 3, the larger interceptor, down to that point of connection. I have no concerns about sanitary sewer conveyance. The off-site improvements that are built by the Sierra Reflections development are solely the benefit and solely the cost of the Sierra Reflections development and the St. James development. So they are 100% responsible to build that offsite infrastructure. That's that lift station and that long force main. There's some other elements of infrastructure that they're responsible for as well. Not only will they be responsible to build that offsite infrastructure, but that Reach 3, that Pleasant Valley Reach 3 sanitary sewer interceptor that I'm referring to, there will be a surcharge. If you'll recall, 2 years ago when I came and talked about our sewer rate study and our connection fees, remember I mentioned that there would be a surcharge that was associated with Washoe County building the Pleasant Valley Interceptor Reach 3. The St. James development, the Sierra Reflections development, whoever is going to be connecting to that Reach 3 interceptor will also pay that surcharge. So I just want to be real clear that there is a funding mechanism in place. The public does not pay for sanitary sewer infrastructure.
Thank you.
I wanted to just quickly say, Chair, that we issued the notice of completion for the stem wharf expansion project last week.
Oh.
So there is not only the appropriate and reliable conveyance capacity, but there is the treatment capacity available within the stem wharf facility.
Well, and I'm going to digress. If any commissioner hasn't seen it yet, I'd encourage you to take that. So that's a little digression, but it's worth it to really understand the complexity and all the hard work, and that's great to know. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Boy, I have one more question for you, but I'm going to reserve the opportunity to call you back, and then I have 2 questions for legal, and then I'm going to turn it over to my fellow commissioners. I'm guessing this is going to be you. There was, Joyce Newman spoke specifically about the geotechnical report, and she spoke about a 50-page report she submitted, and that the information that appears to be compiled in the staff report is outdated. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that, or who's the right person to speak to that. Oh, that's not what she said, so I wrote it down wrong, but I apologize.
Maybe
Somebody said there was. Oh, I apologize. Okay, but I got everything else right. I didn't reference the right person or right body who represented or appears to allege have used outdated information. That's what I wrote down. I apologize. Thank you.
If I might, Chair, maybe I can just add a little bit of clarity. So geotechnical investigations, geotechnical reports are critical, not just for things like homes and buildings, but also for roadways and utility corridors and those types of things, sanitary sewer lift stations, for instance. We work very collaboratively with the building official, and engineering to make sure that those geotechnical recommendations, those investigations that are done, that information is captured and then put into the actual final plans that will potentially come later should this project be approved. So on the front end, the work that's done is to understand what those larger or more broader approaches would be to assure that ultimately a final geotechnical, a final design, a final report can be then submitted with those final maps to assure that those actual foundation dimensions, for instance, on a lift station are adequate to support a lift station that sits on top of liquefiable material. So there's a lot of work that goes in on the front end, and there's still a lot more work that still has to be done for those design plans on the back end. That's our opportunity, working hand in hand with the building official and the inspectors, to make sure that all of those actual site conditions are captured, they're accurately identified and then included within those designs and then inspected as part of that field work. Don't forget the inspection is just as critical as the design to make sure that our facilities are adequate and will meet Washoe County's expectations maybe in the future. So it's a little side discussion piece, but maybe I helped answer a little bit.
Well, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for legal. Mr. Smith and several of the public commenters, Mr. Smith actually spoke about the tie-in with St. James, and it's the same developer, and certainly explained my question, so I'm not going to be repeating what he stated, but a lot of various public commenters specifically spoke about the allegations that the struggle that they're seeing as being residents in St. James Village really is a clear lack of commitment is from the developer to not have any confidence if St. James is not being met, and then having that tied to this particular project. And from a legal perspective, I really need clarification on how we take our role in this, specifically as it relates to tying that information into what was discussed and then, or what was stated on the record as concerns of not fulfilling commitments to the residents of St. James Village, and can that be tied into what we're looking at in terms of this particular project from a legal perspective?
Michael Large from the District Attorney's Office for the record. The short answer is no. The reputation of a developer is not it's not within the purview of this board. Right now, what is before this board is a tentative map, and the findings that are relevant to that, and the specific application is in front of you. The reputation or the marring or the hearsay that we hear in terms of they won't follow through and do all those things, that's speculation. There are staff has put, as Mr. Smith stated, there are ways that staff can enforce certain requirements in terms of the conditions of approval, in terms of permitting, and those type of things. But in terms of whether or not that's before this board, no. Your job is to look at the evidence that's before you in terms of whether or not the findings can be made based on substantial evidence in the record.
Thank you. I would really like to get clarification, if I could, specifically related to zoning and the master plan, because zoning essentially in this particular project that's before us certainly was in place, and I wrote down since 2003. And I'm just wondering, based on our requirement, our legal requirement to actually make all of the findings, not just one, but all. And one of the findings is certainly in conformance with the master plan. And so understanding the differentiation and the legal connection between the master plan and what that means of zoning, I just really would like to get that clarified. It was spoke about by the appellant, and then it was spoke about actually in a couple other public commenters, and I just ask for that legal clarification.
The zoning on this property, as we've heard numerous times, is residential. And that is established since the agreement that was been reached by this board. The policy decision of whether or not homes are going to be built on this site is outside the purview of this board right now. The idea of whether or not this is going to be residential zoning, the zoning exists. The question before you is whether or not the plan that has been submitted for this proper zoning complies with the master plan. This zoning predates the two previous master plans, so it's been in existence perpetually throughout this entire period. What the applicant was saying in regard to the zoning requirements is an accurate statement of Nevada law, which is NRS 278.3493E says conformity with zoning ordinances and master plan is one of the findings in terms of the tentative map, except that if an existing zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the master plan, the zoning ordinance takes precedence.
Okay.
So that is the law in terms of what they are saying in regard to this. I understand that the board is struggling. What you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure that the findings can be met. And if they cannot, if there's a specific zoning ordinance that is in conflict with the master plan, then that needs to be addressed by this board in terms of the conditions of approval. If that answers your question.
Thank you for the clarification. I am going to stop because I have probably another 5 questions, and I'm going to give my fellow commissioners an opportunity. Commissioner Herman, do you have any questions?
I don't, am I on? Okay. I just am ready to second the gentleman at the end of the dais here in his vote to affirm the Planning Commission decision.
Okay, I haven't called for a motion, but I appreciate you putting that on the record. Thank you so much. Anything else? Commissioner Herman? Anything else?
That'll work.
Okay. Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I usually bring a blanket to the chambers because it's so cold in here, and today with all the body heat, not necessary. So thank you again for you all being here. I wanted to give a shout out to Commissioner Bob Rusk, if he's still in the room. Thank you for your service, sir. It was great to hear your public comment, and another thanks to our incredible staff and our DA over here. So I like going after Chair Andriola because she handled a lot of the technical questions that I had. So I've been crossing off some of the questions. She probably has more. So what I hope to do is focus on the findings. So in order to kind of set the stage, I just wanted to let the public know that there are some key differences between the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And I have great respect for our colleagues on the Planning Commission. But there is a little bit of a difference in the way, in the time that we had to prepare. And so I just wanted to highlight that before I begin with my other remarks. So the Planning Commission had 6 days to review. They published the agenda on December 31st, and a hearing was on January 6th. There was no briefing by staff, to my understanding. And on the flip side, I should say, tuned in the morning after the vote, and I read about it in the headlines. So I started reviewing the Planning Commission meeting on YouTube starting on January 1st. I had in total 61 days to review versus the 6 days. And to give you an idea, in full transparency, our board had received development and legal training earlier in February. I watched the Planning Commission meeting in full, and then I watched segments of it again and again throughout the remainder of the month. I met with the developers. I met with Cliff Lowe and Bill Naylor. I met with staff for my briefing. I drove out to the property when my kid was passed out after horse therapy in Washoe Valley. He was in the back seat, and I stared at the parcel with my own 2 eyes. And I have had multiple conversations with Chief Edwards and the DA's office. So I just wanted to put that on the record that there has been an excruciating amount of time, energy, and effort in studying this. But I'm going to tell you where I've struggled. I've struggled with 2 areas of the findings, and staff knows this, the DA's office knows this. I've asked a lot of questions, and I won't go through all the questions I've asked historically over the last 60 days, but I will highlight some things that I thought were relevant for tonight. My first area of concern was with plan consistency. So I had, if I could call up Mr. Bronzik, thank you so much for your presentation earlier today. I really want to put it out there. There was a loud and clear message from our public commenters that the application does not meet numerous codes or findings. So let me ask you this. This is a repeat question. When did staff start reviewing this application?
Chris Bronzik, Senior Planner, Washoe County. So the initial submittal was August 8th of 2024. Okay. That is the first time that staff was able to review.
All right. Does staff review all development codes?
So we review all development codes associated with submittals. We do not speak to all development codes within staff reports. If we did, the staff report would be substantial. Okay. Additionally, it is planning's policy not to condition development code.
So it is my understanding that the applicants are to adhere to every item in the development code or ask for a variance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I heard Mr. Smith mention there was one variance on a road that he approved. Were there any other variances or modifications in the review of the development codes?
No, there was not.
Okay. Let's see. So those, I think, are the questions I have for you to hopefully ease some of the heartburn on whether or not the development codes were studied, reviewed, and adhered to. And in your estimation, is that a true statement from planning staff?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, thank you. I'm checking off some of the questions that Chair Andriola had asked, so I'm going to shift gears.
Sorry.
No, it's great. You teed it up nicely, and I appreciate the thoroughness of this board and the respect from the commissioners and being patient, or the public for being patient with us as we work through this. So as like you, many of you probably pulled up the master plan, right? And I pulled out the pages. There's 7 or 8 pages that I felt were relevant to this agenda item. I read everything word for word, and rural comes up, livestock, agriculture, ranching, dark skies, equestrian, open space, recreation opportunities. It's just rural, rural, rural. You saw that, I saw that. I had initially, I'm like, what are we talking about here? This is rural. Why are we seeing this type of project being proposed? Through my briefings and my question, it really, for me, landed on policy 3.3, the residential clustering, which is on page 107 of the master plan. And more importantly for me, policy 5.1, maintaining the large lot sizes outside of the TMSA. And I was like, what is the TMSA? Because I don't sit on regional, and forgive me, we sit on a lot of regional boards, but we don't get into the layers of some regional boards. So I had to educate myself on what is this TMSA. So I, of course, pulled up the map, and never in a million years would I have noticed this little red dashed dot that, goes around. And one of the first questions I asked in my briefing was, is the entire Sierra Reflections project within the TMSA boundaries? And the answer was yes. So I learned, that urban growth urban growth area around Reno Sparks, this is expected to happen within the TMSA, that we would expect to see city-type development and utilities to exist or expand in this area, whether we like it or not. It's on the map, it's in the master plan. I saw that line, and it just really kind of solidified that in addition to the existing zoning that has predated the master plans, and as much as the DA's office would fight for us, if we denied this based on that finding, we would have a difficult time defending ourselves in court. And that's just the reality. So moving away from planning consistency, I really, really struggled with issuance not detrimental. And this is piggybacking on what Commissioner Hill had teed up and brought down the chief. And so I shared a lot of the concerns, because again, I watched the YouTube many times. I shared the concerns about the fire that the planning commissioners had. I shared it with the public commenters. I understood that the developers are going to build in accordance with the International Wildlife Interface Code, and really had talked about the building materials and the landscaping that would help mitigate some of these issues. But that necessarily was not helping me sleep at night. I gave it a lot of thought, and I've had a lot of conversations over the last few days. And so the concerns about the lack of fire infrastructure in South Valleys is still a high priority, if not the top priority for me as I'm making this decision. Chief Edwards knows he's in the back of the room. I mean, he's been wonderful in helping me understand what the infrastructure is. He gave me the same map that he showed here tonight. What I'd like to add to his talking points was that right now, today, we've got about 2,500 residential structures, 150 commercial structures, and 940 proposed new rooftops. So it is an important thing for us to focus on the commission. I won't talk about the existing, the volunteer stations or the Nevada Division of Forestry history, which he outlined. But I will say that in my conversation with him, his vision is to actually take Station 32, which has a modular that is 25 years old and a bay that is about 50 years old, and his goal would be to relocate the wildland division from this very expensive lease that we have in Verdi and relocate it to Station 32. And I see him shaking his head in the back. That would be a goal for him to not only bring in some cost savings, but just provide a better space for our wildland crew. So what we all know, here's where we at. We all want a consolidated fire station in this room. We've already got the land to build it. The new location provides better access to 395, which we all want. We need a South Valley's community room and an office space for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. We know that Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District does not have the funds. We know that the cost of the fire station has doubled since about 2021. And we could go potentially from a $16 million consolidated fire station to a $20 million consolidated fire station in less than 5 years. That is how quickly it is just incrementally changing. So I believe that time is of the essence, and I am concerned that if we don't make an ask, that a new fire station could soon be beyond our reach. And so I really honed into the public comment tonight that focused on the financial analysis, because that's really where my brain was. The public commenters, and even in our binder that was provided to us, financial analysis cannot be verified for content or accuracy. And I agreed 100%. So I asked those questions. I went back and reviewed a meeting that you were in, Commissioner Hill and Herman, in 2022, and the fiscal analysis on that October meeting said that there had been a $500 per unit assessment fee paid at the time of the certificate of occupancy. But that was just in one PowerPoint slide. I didn't see it written anywhere. But basically, there was no pro rata share back in 2022. So I started directing some of my questions to DA Large about the pro rata share, and I did want to get some of those things on the record. So from my conversations with you and the chief, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Is $16.2 million the dollar amount for this project?
$6.2 million would be the 31%, reflect the 31% of rooftops.
Yep.
As calculated by the fire chief based on the $20 million valuation for building the fire station.
Thank you. So 6.2 million is the dollar amount, 31% is the percentage of the pro rata share. So I was really looking at, getting us something that would help us get one step closer to a consolidated fire station. So as stated during public comment, insurance companies solely look at the distance of a fire station it is from homes. I wrote that down, and that really resonated with me. And honestly, over the last 5-6 days, I've been debating whether or not to try to deny this project based on issuance not detrimental. I'm just being very open and transparent with you, because the fire is top of mind for me. The day after these gentlemen, the developers, came in and did the briefing, we had 3 fires in Sun Valley and 1 fatality. So I take fire very, very seriously. So let's see. I looked at the film again, and many of the planning commissioners, as you know, denied based on the fire safety concerns. Many public commenters expressed fire-related concerns on the heels of the Davis fire, as you would expect. And again, as much as DA Large would like to fight for us in court, what I really landed on was that attachment C, page 96, would limit our defense, because the 4 proposed conditions of the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District essentially said that the fire concerns can be mitigated. Mm-hmm. So here's the crux of the issue. I immediately moved to Plan B in efforts to find a compromise. So over the last few days, I've advocated to have access to money that would be available up front. This was not included in the original documentation in the agenda packet, and I wanted to give DA Large an opportunity to put this a proposed amended condition of approval on the record for you all to hear. But I want you to know that I worked diligently with the fire chief, the DA Large, and the developer to try to find a compromise to this fourth item. And this is item 7D. So DA Large, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. In regard to the compromise that you had spearheaded in working conjunction with you and Chief Edwards, the DA's office has worked on the language in regard to proposed amendment condition of approval 7D, which is on page 96. As a condition of approval of this tentative map for Sierra Reflection subdivision, the developer shall enter into a written agreement in a form acceptable to the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District to pay its pro rata share towards the planning, design, engineering, land acquisition, if applicable, and construction of a new fire station serving the project area. The pro rata share shall be calculated on a per unit basis consistent with the district's adopted methodology, and a $1 million advance payment credit towards share shall be placed in an escrow account from which amounts necessary to complete planning, design, engineering, land acquisition, or construction of the fire station may be drawn. The deposit must occur not later than 180 days from the day after the last day of the appeal period for the final action of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency on this tentative map. The balance of the pro rata share for a unit shall be deemed paid at the time of building permit until the exhaustion of the advance payment credit, and thereafter paid on a per unit basis at the time of the building permit for that unit. The agreement shall include provisions addressing timing, payment, method of calculation, credit for prior payments, if any, and any such other terms as may be necessary to ensure fair and proportional cost allocation and implementation of this condition.
Thank you, DA Large. So, hey, I know this is extremely tough. This is a tough decision for me.
Hey,
So,
okay, hold on a minute. We listen. Okay, hold on a minute. We listen to everyone. I'm really going to ask in a very respectful and professional way to just be patient as we go through this process. And I know it's not always easy, and I know for us either. And to be honest with you, we have a job to do. You have a job to do, and you've done a great job. But can we please give Vice Chair Garcia the ability to finish what she started? And I'm going to ask for everyone to be respectful. Thank you.
thank you. I too was concerned about the timeline, and it, again, was getting further and further out of reach. I feel a sense of urgency. This is not my district. I'm not the commissioner in that district. However, we are all fire commissioners. We all care about the well-being and safety of our constituents. And if there's an opportunity to put an asset online that can service you better and help protect us better, then I wanted to pursue that. So, DA Large, can you talk about the timeline referring to the 180 days?
Yeah, the timeline is the 180 days from the last day of the appeal period from the final action of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency on this tentative map. So after this, we'd go up for conformance review. The last day of the period after that would be triggered, and then there would be 180 days. They would deposit the money into an escrow account.
Okay. And again, I'm not the fire chief here today, but I have worked with him, and he cares about this community and wants to see a solution to this. So I've relied on staff's opinion and recommendation. I've relied on the expert analysis and legal briefings. And I believe that this $1 million advance payment will help us get one step closer to a fire consolidated station. So
Okay, I'm going to really just ask, please, you have all done amazing work. Please, if you would be so kind, please, thank you.
So with completed architectural and engineering plans in hand, Chief Edwards and Chair Andriola will be better equipped to begin the fundraising efforts. And I felt that it's important to move on this now as quickly as possible. And I will leave it up to my fellow commissioners to weigh in on this. I'm not the only vote up here. I just wanted to be open and transparent with you on how I made my decision. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the studying that I did for this agenda item. Thank you.
So thank you, and thank you all for being so professional. I appreciate it. And I know that it's really, thank you for essentially helping to try and do what we can for the fire station and look at how we can leverage that. And so I appreciate all of your hard work. Chief Edwards, I appreciate your hard work as well, and all of the folks that we're doing everything we can to protect. So thank you. I am going to ask if Chief DA Large can please share the legal framework to which we are required to make decisions in moving forward, and what that legal requirement is. And before you do, I do want to just, in closing, just say, you all should be commended for doing such an amazing job. I, for full transparency, am going to state that I too met with staff. I too pestered them as well. I certainly called the fire chief more than he probably would appreciate, and met with the applicant, met with Mr. Lowe and Mr. Naylor, and I'm going to share what I asked them. The complexity of the hard work that you all put in citing all kinds of incredible information that I tried to help share as well in terms of putting it on the record and explaining some of the concerns. My question to Mr. Lowe and Mr. Naylor was this: did you meet with staff and share all of this before coming to the Planning Commission or to this meeting? And the answer was no. And I think that it would be great, and I've spoken with staff about this, that if you ever have any detail and the complexity that you went through, I think meeting with staff and understanding either the points of omission or the compliance requirements that appear to not be the interpretation and the research you've done, and as was actually explained by staff, if they put every single thing in the staff report, it would be huge. So they have committed to me that they are happy to meet with you and they're happy to go over those details. But the reality is that I am asking Chief DA Large to share what our legal requirement is. And yes, all of us care about the community. All of us care about the entire Washoe County community as well. But the reality is we have a legal responsibility and a framework to which we are required to work. All of the commissioners had a legal briefing, not on this project, but on anything when we're making these decisions. And so I think it's important that you all hear what we're required to do. And I've said this many times to people, the only difference in some cases, or many cases, especially this one, between us and a judge is we don't wear a robe. But the same consequences impact the county and taxpayers as well. So the reality is that we have to look at what you say as an important piece of the process, but also the legal requirements and stating on the record that many of the things that were mentioned have already been either addressed by staff, will be addressed by staff, or will be addressed by agencies that actually have that particular oversight. And if anything happens that can't be complied with, either additional conditions will be made or a project could stop even. So it isn't just that today's decision, whatever it may be, is a rubber stamp. There is a huge process with I's dotted and T's crossed that have to go through. So I just want to make sure you all understand that it's not just a blanket situation. There are over 106, I believe, conditions on this particular project. 2+ years of going through this and a long time in the making that it will continue moving forward. So I would ask for legal clarification so that every commissioner knows what their legal responsibility is in making a decision.
Thank you, Chair. This is an appeal from the Washoe County Planning Commission's denial of the tentative subdivision map and a special use permit case number. In terms of the legal findings for the special use permit pursuant to Washoe County Code 110.810.30, the 5 findings are consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on a military installation. There's the findings for common and open space development, which is 18.40828, which is preserve or provide open space, protect natural and scenic resources, achieve a more efficient use of land, minimize road building, encourage a sense of community. And the findings for the tentative map are plan consistency, design or improvements, type of development, availability of services, fish or wildlife, public health, easements, access, dedications, and energy. This board's purview is to review the submission that has been made in a de novo fashion to determine whether or not substantial evidence exists in this record to make a determination on whether or not those 20 findings can be made on this project.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there any further questions by any of the commissioners to staff or the appellant? Sure.
Sure.
I think Commissioner Hill raised her hand. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Commissioner Garcia for her work on this. And I understand the frustration from the community. I understand it. Property rights rule in this state. And the only way that I was going to move forward on this is if I could find the issuance was not detrimental when it came to fire because of this work that she put in to push this developer, which, by the way, they took credit for during the presentation, but they fought her tooth and nail to even get to the $1 million, just so you know. I really appreciate that because at the end of the day, if we move forward with a denial, moving forward with going forth with the Planning Commission's denial, we will be sued as a county and potentially. I'm sorry, may I finish, Madam Chair?
Please, thank you, thank you.
And you can disagree with me, absolutely. I'm just gonna be real. I have seen other counties and cities throughout the state who are in huge trouble because of developers who have come back and they have sued them because they have successfully won. And having a judge make a land use decision is not the way that I want to do things in this county. I want to be strong for this community. I want to make the right decision for the long term. And I'm sorry that it's just disappointing, but I can meet the conditions. And I'm not going to affirm the Planning Commission's decision. And I just wanted to make sure that I put my intentions on the record today. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner Clark. So,
Excuse
you know
me.
what?
Excuse me. Folks, please don't leave. I think you need to hear what I have to say. Please stay a few more moments, please. You know, Commissioner Garcia has a doctorate degree, I believe. A very intelligent lady, but her background is not real estate and real estate finance. I've been a real estate broker for over 50 years, a mortgage broker for over 40 years. My companies have loaned out billions, that's with a B, billions and billions and billions of dollars. So I'm interested in financing. I was the county assessor. We're talking billions and billions of dollars of assessed value that I handled. So I understand this. And they're going to build however many units I'm looking at here, 900 units. They're probably going to sell for $1 million each. Think about that number. We're talking close to $1 billion subdivision, and they're going to get the approval for $1 million. That's chump change, folks. That's chump change. Now let me get to the real heart of this. You were promised a fire station years ago, and every time they turned around, they found ways to waste money on the CARES campus and whatever shenanigans they waste money on, and you didn't get your fire station. And now you're going to get a fire station, but now you're going to mortgage your quality of life for it. something you didn't get the first time around, and you get sold out for $1 million. This is disgusting. This is a quality of life issue for folks in that neighborhood. You have billions of dollars worth of value if you add up all the value of your property, and you just got sold out for $1 million. This is not right. I don't approve of it. I'm not going to vote for this. We were cheap. We got bought cheap. We started this meeting this morning about somebody complaining about somebody offered to put some campaign funds in their pocket. Well, this is the first cousin to that, right? Somebody got a promise of a fire station. The fire station is going to cost $16 million. This isn't even a 10% down payment on that. This is ridiculous. This isn't right. And I am going to stick with and Commissioner Garcia mentioned it, this isn't her district, it's my district, and I'm sticking with the people in my community. And you just need to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, no, really, this is really, really hard for everyone. No, okay, I'm just saying, if we cannot, I'm going to call for a recess, and we'll go ahead and exit everyone from the chambers if we need to. Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Call a recess at 6:55.
What? I wouldn't want to be running for reelection. Certainly. Living out there for hydrologists live in the neighborhood. How many hydrologists work for this county? I'm going to ask that. Find out. How many of these subject matter experts?
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Okay, we're gonna reconvene. 3, we'll reconvene the Washoe County Commission meeting on March 10th at 7:03. So,
Madam Chair, may I just for a moment?
what's that? We were going to let people back in. Yeah.
Pursuant to, just for the record, the form restrictions and orderly conduct of business that is identified in the Washoe County agenda, the presiding officer may order a person removed and person or persons removed for persons or conducts to disrupt the order and safety of the meeting. Warning about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not given prior to removal. This board has, pursuant to that form restriction, has cleared the chambers except for staff, and we are into this item.
Thank you so much. So we are at a point, unless there's any questions of staff that, or any other comments, I'm going to entertain a motion at this time.
Just a second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, point of order. So
Yeah, sure.
do people know they can come back in?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the security staff have let them know. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
All right.
One question for legal. Would it be appropriate to bring the applicants back in?
Yes,
I believe it would,
applicants
but
are
I'll
welcome
ask
to
legal.
come back in.
Everyone
Yeah, I'll
should
defer
come
to
back in.
legal.
Okay.
Yeah. But that shouldn't stop in terms of the
No, but does anyone have any questions for the applicant or for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask my fellow colleague, Commissioner Clark, to discuss the efforts and put on the record what you have done and the conversations you've had to bring forward the possibility of a consolidated fire station in your district.
I've met with the chief. Thank you for asking the question. I met with the chief on a regular basis. We've reached out to through the county manager for me to reach out to the federal government for sources of funds. I've reached out to, I believe, Zach Conine from the state about funds. He was able to fund the Hidden Valley station. So I work round the clock. I met with business leaders, private Perry De Loretto to fund this. So I work around the clock on trying to find funds for this. Yeah, it's a big deal to me. And it's a big deal to me that my predecessor, and it's common knowledge in the fire community, that my predecessor derailed this project by trying to find his own personal best friend contractor, and I'm glad this is on the record, his own personal friend contractor to get him the contract, and also tried to reach out to an architect. So that's what derailed this station. It was supposed to be built when it was $6 million, and now it's 12 or 17 or whatever it is. So this is a drop in the bucket, and we don't even know when it's going to happen.
I understand. Thank you for putting that.
It's a $1 billion project. If I'm building a $1 billion project, I might just buy somebody a fire station and not just give them a little taste of something. It's outrageous how little we got out of this for how much they're going to get out of it.
I agree. With that last statement, I agree 100%, 1,000%. And I believe that you're walking into the situation with a lot of baggage from your predecessor, and I respect that. I am not here to dispute that. Hold on, let me finish. I acknowledge your frustration with what occurred prior to us being sworn in and how those implications of those actions had on the entire county. Now, I just want to reiterate that we are on the same team. We are fire commissioners. We care about the wellness and the well-being and the safety of all of our constituents. I know we see eye to eye on that. So we need to find solutions together. I know you've had some conversations, but they have nothing's come to fruition, and the months are ticking by. So I hope you know that in efforts to get a win for our county is why I started asking the questions I did and leaning into the pro rata share. So there's some misconceptions. I agree with what you said. I wish it would be the scenario that a public commenter said back on January 6th, and she stood up right there and she said, I wish these developers would build us a new fire station. And I was sitting there shaking my head. Yes, I wish they would agree to a $16 million, we will build you a consolidated fire station. If I were queen for the day, that's the scenario we would be in. I want this fire station for you, for your constituents, for us, for our fire chief, for the amazing people we have boots on the ground. So I want people to know that this isn't we're on the same team. And so the $1 million sellout comment to you, I take offense to, because in my comments, I had gone back and watched the 2022 meeting. There was no pro rata share on the table back then. Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Herman were in attendance at the meeting. We talk about not walking away with anything. We had nothing in 2022. Again, this is prior to me being elected. Seeing what had happened, I saw us potentially walking away from another situation where we would come back empty-handed. So forgive me if I made an ask. Forgive me if I saw an opportunity. Forgive me if I utilized communication skills to try to ask a tough question and see if I could get somewhere. Your conversation with the private, developer in here in town didn't go as planned. You have backup plans, but I know that Chief Edwards has backup plans and Andriola. And if we together could get on the same page, we could potentially make some serious headway on getting this consolidated fire station and make it a reality. We don't need to clash up here because everybody in the room agrees. Fire commissioners agree. Our chief agrees. We need this asset online. And the 10-year outlook, if we make these moves now, we will start to see progress towards having the revenues and opportunities, funding mechanisms that we need to see that come to fruition. If we wait even a year, it's going to go up. If we wait 5 years, we're looking at $20 million. So Thank you for giving me the opportunity and time. I wanted to acknowledge your frustration with what had happened in previous history. I was not involved with that. And please, you don't have to agree with how I came to my resolution, but I hope everybody in this room knows that I did my homework, that I asked the tough questions, I dug in deep, and if people do not like how I came to the findings, that's okay. I can live with that. We're not always going to agree, but what I can tell you is I will always work hard and ask those tough questions. Thank you.
Sure. And let me just explain myself a little bit. You may have taken this as a personal attack, but it wasn't. I truly respect your educational background. I truly appreciate your accomplishments. But when somebody knows something, and there's things that you know that I'll never know, that if we're in a room and a question comes up where you have the subject matter expertise, I'm going to bow to you and let you run with whatever and support you 1,000%. But I've got the financial background, and I've got other things that I bring to the table that consistently in this body get poo-pooed by other people because Clark said it, you know? And so that's the frustration. And so this is one of the worst days I've had here because of this, but also one of the best days because I like talking to you. You know, we don't get a chance to do that. And so believe me when I say I respect you, but I don't respect this particular way this was handled. I think we had better leverage. As a county, we had better leverage. If we're going to make somebody a billionaire, let's get a better taste of it, okay? That's what I'm saying. We got leverage. I tried to point this out to the county manager when we leased a space not too long ago. I said, did you ever ask for 6 months free rent before? The county didn't know how to do that. I suggested it, and it saved us what? Almost over $250,000. Is that correct, sir? Okay, so, you know, there's certain things that I can help with around here too, and it's leveraging, and we have buying power. We've got $1 billion budget. We control the development of a lot of land. We should be able to pick and choose and, you know, not hold developers at hostage, but if they want to do something, let's make it a meaningful do something. Because now all of these folks, at least 1,800 people, divide that by $1 million and see how much they each got sold out for. That's where they're coming from. This is their quality of life. This is their home. This isn't some development project that somebody's going to make some money and go take it over to wherever they go, to the Bahamas or wherever. These people, these are salt of the earth. Some of these folks lived here for 50 years. The one lady told me her dad bought the lot for $500 50 years ago, and he made payments of $10 a month until he got it paid off. I mean, these are heartfelt folks, and they deserve a quality of life, and they don't deserve to get ramrodded. When I met with and I told this to the county manager, when I met with 9 people from the staff the other day, I thought I was in a timeshare sales office down in Puerto Vallarta getting ready to buy a timeshare. The pressure was on me. They were doing this, the staff was doing a sales job on me, is the impression I got. That's the impression I got. And I don't think that's right. You know, give me the facts. Don't tell me 52 reasons why I should be in compliance with this, because I'm not. And you know, the folks that came in, I didn't realize we had geologists and hydrologists and scientists and all of those folks live in the neighborhood. So I'm going to ask the county manager right now, how many hydrologists do we have on this staff in the county? Does the county employ any hydrologists?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I don't believe that we do. We usually, for something that technical, would contract out for that service.
Correct,
because it
correct.
doesn't make sense for it to have someone on full-time for the.
And so not only that, but any of these licensed folks, and these are people with certificates in chemistry. Do we have any chemists on board? Do we have, you know where I'm going with this. I'm going to go right down the line of all these licensed folks that they're fighting for their quality of life, and they've got the certificates to back it up. They didn't just come in here to blow smoke up our skirts. And the old fella, I forget, is he Rusk? Is his name Rusk? Used to be a state senator or assemblyman. Okay, he said it best. He summed it up the whole best way. We appointed the folks that are on those planning commissions. And if we're going to overturn them on a regular basis, why bother having them? Just bring all your stuff to us and it'll be a 3-2 vote and away you go. That's the way I see it. Why do we need these people? We want to trust our staff so much, but we don't want to trust the people we've appointed. You can't have it both ways. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. And again, I appreciate having a dialogue with you. I just want things to be better. I might be crotchety, I might be harsh, I don't believe in participation awards or any of that nonsense. I'm old school. You say what you mean what you say, have a discussion, shake hands and call it a day when it's over. You've never seen me after a meeting go upstairs and kick anything or holler at people. I'm over when I'm done here. When I walk out, the switch is off. But when I'm here, I'm standing up for the people who put me in office and who fund all of us, who fund the whole operation. We have to stand up for the people who put us here. And if we don't do that, why are we here?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you, Commissioner Clark. I agree. You are a subject matter expert in your field. And as stewards of the taxpayer dollar, facing a potential lawsuit that would cost upwards of $50 million is not something I would want to put on my resume, ever. It is such a big decision. Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what would happen, but I specifically outlined in my comments today on how difficult it would be to defend where I was at, where my heart was at, and what I wrestled with. So before I don't need to beat a dead horse, but we are here because the appellant said that the Planning Commission abused their discretion, that they disregarded substantial evidence, that they went against staff's approval and went against that expert analysis. So you're saying you're putting a high level of importance on expertise, but you're not regarding our staff's expertise. And so that's where we can agree to disagree. I have comprehensively explain my reasoning. You don't have to vote the way I vote, and I don't have to vote the way you do. As long as we can continue to move forward respectfully, we all want a fire station in mind. We know that's the right thing to do. I took the shot. Forgive me if you don't agree with it, but I stand by my reasoning. Thank you.
So the appellant is saying that they didn't get a fair treatment by the Planning Commission who we've appointed. And so for $1 billion, I might say I didn't get treated fairly. I mean, it's human nature. Who wouldn't? For $1 billion, for $1 million, I might not bitch too much, but $1 billion, I might go the whole way and say I wasn't treated fairly. So let a judge decide. We need to figure out. We need to figure out how. Well, then we're afraid of ever doing anything if we're worried about being sued. That's why get out of bed in the morning.
All right.
All right. So I truly respect you, whether you think so or not. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. So,
Well, thank you.
but I'm not agreeing with your decision, but I respect you as a person. So take that.
Thanks. So thank you for your professionalism and for everyone coming back. I appreciate everyone, and I hope you understand that we do have policies and procedures we have to follow. I am also going to just share that I do think that it's important. Since coming to this body in April of 2023, I have been actively sharing that all boards and commissions go through extensive training, including the commissioners, which we are now actually going through. Because we all come from different backgrounds and we all have different expertise in various ways. Planning, I was on the Planning Commission for several years, and so I have a planning background. Commissioner Hill has a planning background, but not everybody has a planning background. But the reality is that how do we expect essentially, whether it's a commissioner or anyone acting in a quasi-judicial role, to understand what those roles mean and what we're required to do by law? And so, as an example, to the point that was made to Commissioner Clark, well, why don't we just not have the Planning Commission? The reality is that we haven't always unanimously overturned or affirmed. We have not, we don't always see things the same way, but here's one of the things that we do have an obligation to do, is to actually work within the framework of the law to which we're required to work. And I am a person who proudly follows the law, even if my own personal opinion counters that. And unfortunately, in many cases, it does. And so we, not just Commissioner Clark, all of us feel for every single person on this particular project. All of us feel the same way. But we have to abide by the framework to which we have to make our decisions. For me, you've heard Vice Chair Garcia talk about the hours and hours that she spends. Hours and hours I have spent in looking at every single one of these conditions, and looking and reading and asking questions, and reviewing the materials that Mr. Lowe and Mr. Naylor gave, and actually talking to staff and trying to put on the record to clarify some of the things that were said, and encourage that if there's ever an opportunity for you to look at the detail that you put into. Kudos to you all, and for all that aren't here, for all of the hard work. You put in a lot of hard work, but wouldn't it have been helpful, is why I asked Mr. Naylor and Mr. Lowe to meet with staff on all of those, so that you could have that detailed answer. It doesn't mean you have to agree with them either, but to not meet with them, we have an obligation and a compliance requirement that is put on staff to dot the I's and cross the T's. And if they don't have the expertise, they're required to actually get that expertise. They don't go into any area that they don't have the subject matter expertise in. And so I would encourage you all to think about what I think is a great opportunity for our community. This is the best presentation that I have ever seen, and I've seen a lot of planning and applicants, appeals, and various things over the years. You guys did a great job, but what about talking to staff first is all I'm going to leave you with. So the hours that I've spent on this also indicate of not something lightly. I watched the 4+ hour planning commission. I rewinded, I took notes, I have tags, I have notes of every single speaker. I feel like many of you I know because I wrote down everything that you said the first time, and I wrote it down again the second time, and tried to address it with staff and the expertise, and getting on the record that if there's an omission, then it's the liability on this county. And there's a consequence and a legal process that actually can be exercised. So I'm just sharing with everyone that it is not something that's taken lightly. And those that do the research and the commissioners who put in the time, I hope you respect that piece as well. Hours and hours and hours. And that is what we should be doing. When we walk into these chambers, we should be 100% prepared. Period. So thank you for all your hard work. I still say you guys are future planning commissioners. What a great opportunity. You guys can recite code that maybe even the planning commissioners can't. But having said that, I also appreciate your understanding, and I appreciate the professionalism. And so what I'm going to do, if there isn't any other questions by the commission of either the applicant or staff, I'm going to entertain a motion at this time.
Does Commissioner Clark want to?
Oh, did you, Mr.?
I made the motion earlier that I.
Okay, but I'll go ahead if you would restate it, please, sir. And I do, excuse me, 1 minute, Commissioner Clark. Do you want to put the motions on the screen for us? Is that possible? There was options in the packet. Were there recommended motions? I know that there were 3 options.
It's page 16 of the staff report. I have it before me.
Okay, do you?
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Clark, do you want to look at this?
Yeah, well, let me get to it. Page
Thank you.
16. No, I can't see it.
Here.
So I'm going to make a motion that we affirm the Planning Commission's decision as stated.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Clark, and I believe we have a second by Commissioner Herman. I don't want to speak for you, but I just want to make sure. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Clark and a second by Commissioner Herman to affirm the Planning Commission's denial of the application. Is that correct? Is that correct from a legal perspective?
Yes.
Great. So any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Clark's motion to actually affirm the Planning Commission's denial, please vote yes. And if you are against it, you would vote no.
I still don't have it on my screen.
Still not coming up?
No, I'm voting aye.
I would do a roll call.
Okay.
Commissioner Hill,
No.
Commissioner Herman, Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Nay.
and Commissioner Andriola.
Nay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve WTM 24-001 Sierra Reflections and a special use permit case number WSUP 25-0019 Sierra Reflections Infrastructure, subject to the conditions of approval provided in Exhibit A of Attachment C, including the proposed amendment condition of approval 7D as outlined by DA Large earlier in this meeting.
I second.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, that includes the statement that you read, and, okay, just making sure. All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Garcia, and we have a second by Commissioner Hill. Any further discussion? So hearing none, all those in favor of reversing the decision, you would vote yes. And if you're in denial of that, you would vote no.
And I have nothing on my screen, so I think we need another roll
Roll
call
call.
vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Herman, Commissioner Clark,
No.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriola.
Aye.
Passes.
All right, motion passes, just making sure. All right, we thank you all. You're welcome to stay. We're not finished with business. And Commissioner Clark, we're not finished quite yet.
I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are on our final public
I'm going to
comment.
note that Commissioner Clark has said he's done at 7:28. We do have additional business to take care of, so I'll move now to item number 14, which is public comment. And if everyone could, thank you so much for exiting quietly. We appreciate all of the respect and hard work by everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person. It may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole. I feel the need to put that a speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. Please make your comments to the commission as a whole.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Cliff Lowe.
Thank you.
Is anybody surprised I'm lengthening the meeting by another 3 minutes? Of course, I'm disappointed. I guess I have two main points I'd like to make. Not sure which one's more important. I believe, for one anyway, believe that most, if not all of you, found this a difficult decision. Of course, I don't agree that you could in fact make all of the required findings after what you heard from experts that staff admits they don't even have. Some of the people, anyway, some of the speakers. some of the potential consequences of if this project in fact moves forward are a ways off. And if I can speculate, most of you will probably be out of office by the time that happens. And a lot of times things happen with people, whether it's in the unincorporated county in the city, and they say, how did that happen? You've heard that. And how did it happen? Well, it happened a while ago. Some of it happened today. I'm concerned that we're going to see traffic backups, especially in emergency situations. Mercury-caused illnesses, delay in delivery of emergency services, wells going dry, flooding made worse, and the finances don't pan out. It's years off. Years off, if those things are going to happen. No guarantee. Your vote indicates your belief that those things won't happen. And we can agree to disagree. But going forward, the bigger question I have that I would have hoped had gotten asked kind of goes back to what we've all heard many times: trust but verify. So I count on you and your colleagues to be able to answer this question in the affirmative. Does planning is responsible for making sure those conditions get lived up to, and Northern Nevada Public Health. Do they have the resources and the budget to ensure compliance with all of those conditions? Are they going to put somebody out there 24/7, 365? I doubt that. But that's what has to happen to have any chance of avoiding these negative consequences. You can trust, if you choose to trust, whoever the developer turns out to be. It probably won't be the St. James people, but it has to be verified. We're counting on you to make sure that those bodies will follow up and make sure it happens the way it's supposed to and keeps people out of danger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Stone.
Yeah, a couple quick comments there. One involves the fire station, and I think I don't know if my message got to you, but not everybody in Washoe Valley agrees that a consolidated fire station is the best answer. If you look at the geography of the valley and the lake in the middle, we would be better served by 2 smaller fire stations on each side. Quicker response by a smaller team with the other team on its way. We could get the full response of the fire department, but no matter which side of the lake you lived on, you would get a quicker response. I understand it meets the legal requirements, but from a fire safety point of view and a health point of view, I'm an old man. Faster response beats massive response anytime. I also have an observatory in Washoe Valley. I'm highly concerned that it looks like the development comes up over the top, above East Lake and over the top of the hill. I'm concerned about the outside lighting causing issues, and I can express that, and you can put things into, but it doesn't guarantee that things get saved. So I'd appreciate if they could look into the lighting situation. I appreciate and I mentioned to the fire chief about the fire department. I think that should be reassessed. I understand we need better fire support. Actually, I'm lucky. On my side of the valley, I'm better off now, right? But the people on the other side, it really sucks. But really think about the fact, I know budgets are a problem. 2 fire stations, 2 smaller ones are better than 1 in Washoe Valley. I appreciate that. And I'm sad that you came to the conclusions. I appreciate the thought that you put into it, but yeah, maybe if I'm lucky, it'll be in the future far enough that I won't get the impacts quite so badly. But anyway, we love Washoe Valley, enjoy living in Nevada, and we thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Margie Bicken.
Hi, I'm Marika Becken again. I don't think that anyone here, any of the constituents here, really wanted to trade our quality of life for a fire station. We live We love another fire station, but our area has survived lots of fires without another fire station. This was not the critical point for us. It was one issue in the master plan and one issue that people raised, but it was not the issue. The problems with the master plan designation things were not only about us thinking that the density was not suitable to our community, there were also other issues that were in the master plan, from the mercury, from the being on a Superfund site is great. I learned that on this one, that it was located on one, but the water, the sewer, all of these things, conformance to the endangered species, it was all part of the master plan nonconformance, and somehow it all got directed only at the population density. The complaints that were made about, the other thing I wanted to, sorry, I was in the middle of writing these when you called me up. I think that really the other thing that was raised by people out in the lobby when you called us out was what I heard from you, Commissioner Garcia, and also to you to some extent, was something that, taken to its logical conclusion, says we should do nothing because if we do something, we could get sued. If you take these houses that are already there and you put in all these homes, I expect my home value to plummet in half when these houses come in. That means your property tax base will plummet because our house property taxes will plummet. The people will leave who are there, who've been there for years, because we no longer have the quality of life that we were asking for. And I think that you guys took a very narrow definition of what people were trying to say when you focused only on these few issues, and that when people say you didn't consider A, B, C, and D, to ask the people who wrote the plan, well, did you consider A, B, C, and D, when it's not in the staff proposal and nothing was presented saying it was considered, is a little bit disingenuous. So I do thank you for your time and your patience with the upset that people had. And hold on a second. And so I appreciate all that, but I think that it was overly restricted in what you were really aiming at in your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to commissioners and county manager announcements. Manager Thomas?
Yes, this includes announcements, reports, and updates, including board and commissioner updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas. And if I just might, I wanted to briefly address that we all recognize that the board is responsible for setting policy, and we respect that very much. But as your county manager, my responsibility is for the safety and for this organization and the facilities to be safe. And so I do appreciate, Chair, and I know that it's not easy, but Section 6.8 of our rules of procedure do call that if there is an emergency, such as a fire, threatened violence, or in the event of a disruption, including the inability to retain good order, that we can declare the meeting recessed. And sometimes we need to do that. This is not the first time that it's happened here at the county by any sense of the imagination, but it is an attempt to diffuse folks. So I do apologize that it was a bit disruptive, but honestly, at the end of the day, I, as your county manager, you as the policymakers, we can't tolerate folks that are yelling inappropriate statements from the audience. This is a place of decorum, and I appreciate that people respect that. I appreciate your leadership in making the appropriate moves to protect staff, the constituents, and the policymakers here.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything that you'd like to share or any comments? Whoops.
It's probably best that it was muted. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garcia? Commissioner Hill? I don't either. So, having stated that, 7:39, call this meeting closed and adjourned. Thank you.